Do you remember the 21st of September? We are here with the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 split. We got the League of Legends JV portion coming up here quick, and it is Mazel and Coco the Dragon, none other, kicking off another wonderful year here.
Yeah, it was going to be so exciting. I'm so glad to be back here with you, Mazel, on
I
this
know.
broadcast. And honestly, there's no other better way to kick it off with this week. And as you said, the 21st of September, what a way to start.
Right? It's all you always got to bring that in. It's too good of a song to pass up here. But we got to talk a
100%.
little bit more about the entirety of this League of Legends portion of the NACE Star League Fall 2021 split because we have a lot to talk about in terms of the format here as we're getting through the tournament. It is going to be a Swiss style format here. It's going to be a long regular split, but it's going to be several rounds within each division itself. I'll have a graphic coming up here shortly. They're all going to be best of 3 matches this time around. Very interesting to have that. And we're going to have 2 of them back to back every night that we broadcast on Tuesdays here. Coco, it's going to be fun as the regular season is going to consist of a lot of competition itself.
Yeah, and it's just a friendly reminder because, as you said, it's 2 best of 3s this time on these Tuesdays. So make sure that you're able to do your chores a little bit faster, get the homework done a little bit quicker, so you can come and tune in and enjoy a extra long day of banger
And
games between multiple regions and multiple divisions of League of Legends.
the fact that we also have all of these other sports going on throughout the week as well. We got
Yep.
Rocket League and Overwatch on Mondays. That's insane. I love that we're adding Overwatch to the docket here. Call of Duty
Yep.
on Wednesdays, CSGO on Fridays. It's nothing but at banging action all week long here at the NACE Star League.
I'm just bummed out that we don't have anything going on Thursdays. It's nice because I get a
A
little bit
day
of a
of
break
rest, all
and
right?
yeah, get everything done, but it's just a jam-packed week through and through. And for just this first kickoff week, let's just go ahead and check it today, I believe, as it is, like you said, 2 best of 3s.
It's going to be a seriously fun night of action. We've got Texas State University versus Drury University in the first matchup. And then following that best of 3, we will have a West Division matchup between Neumont College of Computer Science and Colorado State University. I know that's a little bit of harken back for you, Coco.
Yeah, it's a little bit more friendly familiarity for me being a Colorado native, and then also just knowing that the CSU ecosystem in their esports team has been slowly getting more and more support from the school, which is awesome to hear. So we'll have to see if that has turned into a profitable and more skill leveled like advantage for themselves. Because I know a couple of people that have gone through that circuit for themselves, and they've come out in pretty good condition, sort of hitting the Masters and Challenger tiers multiple times throughout the seasons of League of Legends. But we're going to have to wait on that for a little bit. I'll have to hold my fandom back as we do have Texas State versus Drury kicking it off today.
We do. We got to hold back the Colorado bias a little bit here,
Yep.
but we got to talk about our first matchup, especially these 2 teams going at it here. I am very, very particular to seeing how this bot lane matches out between these 2 teams, but you see the graphics here in front of us. We see the teams lined up, especially, and it's going to be some topsy-turvy action to kick off the season this year.
Yeah, and just to follow up with you on the attraction to this bottom lane, I'm specifically looking at Super Toxic and Fat Cat. These are the players that are going to be really looking to get the ball rolling early, and also are the 2 players that I think are the most versatile. They're the ones that can
Yeah.
play both weak side and strong side, and allow these teams to draft a little bit more flexible throughout this series. And to that end, it turns up to the top side, which this season 11 of League of Legends, has just been very top heavy focused, with top and jungle being those priority picks in the early parts of the draft. So that's when we have to say, all right, how is Elfmaster Baymax going to be working with their junglers into this series?
Yeah, I think that's the most interesting thing for me. Another interesting point, I'm going to go back to ADCs because, I'm a little biased being an ADC main myself. The fact that Super Toxic ADC has played just so much Ezreal just shows that, yes, he's going to be getting a little bit of farm in that department, but as it's more so as he gets further into the game that it gets a little bit more topsy-turvy for him and gets a little bit stronger. So I'm really wondering, as I see Fat Cat having played a ton of Amumu as well recently, it's been a little bit hot and cold with the community in the terms of support of Amumu, and I'm very interested to see if we get that kicked off for day 1.
Well, it's pretty fun because we can talk a little bit more and go further in depth when we do see that Amumu pop up, whether
Mhm.
in picks or ban situations, and
Exactly.
how unique it's been throughout this season. But also, yeah, there's a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth because Vex is coming tomorrow, and they're going to have a little time to figure out how that champion is going to work out. But one champion that is enabled is Akshan, and there's a lot of Akshan history going on from Texas State. You have
Oh yeah.
Forgiveness, who is a very dominant mid and jungle flex player in solo queue, who Akshan's priority in that mid lane could cause a lot of chaos in the early stages of these series.
Yeah, I think the drafts are going to be really interesting, especially, you got to think a little bit more because we're talking about the matchup in particular, but this is the kickoff of a very long season for these teams,
Oh
and
yeah.
and a lot of growth is going to come. And right, it's all about starting on the right foot. And yes, a win would be nice, but more so seeing how the team works in these kinds of environments, in these best of threes, how the communication is between the players, who's stepping up as a leader role, all that kind of stuff is developed through these types of matches, through nights like tonight.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of leniency, like you said, it being the kickoff broadcast for League of Legends for this season, and seeing how well everyone will be able to synchronize up. But I'm going to bring it back to my Colorado State fans. Some of these organizations, some of these teams have been with each other
They
and have been
have.
in their schools for a very long time. And that in itself can create a good ecosystem to start to thrive and create those leaders in themselves. So we might see some very big diamonds in the rough early on in the season and see how well they can perform throughout the entire year.
That's what I'm looking at because it's sometimes subtle, but you could definitely tell when a player's got a little extra something in the
Yeah.
tank in games and tournaments like these. So I'm really really excited to see how we see that develop through the season. But we got to get into game number 1 of our first best of 3 of the night. We're into the draft here. Texas State University versus Drury University. First ban off the table is going to be the Sony.
And Sona has been very popular in solo queue as of late, and is also a very big flex pick for both of the bottom lanes of Drury University and Texas State. And so, to that end, you have to figure out how the rest of the draft will be going through in the first phase, because that can tell you the story for the majority of this game of what these teams prioritize, how they want to begin picking up these picks and bans, and sort of the priority around those picks as that Akshan is taken off the table. And for me, a lot of it being the first week, is going to be taking away those comfort picks. Make
Yeah.
people uncomfortable. Make these players into a state where, all right, well, I can't play comfort over counter anymore. Now I have to figure out what in the meta I'm the most comfortable with, to where I can apply that and create a good composition to pick up this first game. As Lulu is that second ban, second support taken away from Drury.
Yeah, very, very heavy focus there going towards Fat Cat, the support role as well, and being able to see a little bit more of those enchanters be taken off the board. I know I'm happy with that. I'm personally
Yep.
distaste enchanters in the bot lane. I want to see the engage. I want to see the action. We'll see what an actions being banned away kind of works out too. We'll see what ban number 2 is going to be for Drury University. I would expect some at least some information here from the production just to make sure what we have in that second ban phase. But now it's up to
Mhm.
Texas State to further up what they want to take off the board. Do you think we get to see more enchanters gone, or do we see a little bit of focus maybe towards those ADCs or the jungle role?
At this point, I feel like having 3 enchanter bands just taken away from Drury is a little bit of overkill, and it creates a place where there's too much freedom for the rest of the lanes to win those priorities. And taking away that Nico is a good pickup. That's also an sort of like an
No.
underdog and dark horse champion that has been rising through the ranks, as well as the Jin, who has been popular. He's sort of like that A B tier level of ADC right
You
now,
just called
and
Jin B tier, Coca. I gotta
he's
cut you off right there. Get
in
out of my house.
competition, in this competition, I gotta say it's gotta be B tier, just because it's very powerful when it's comfortable in someone's hands who's very familiar with it. But against things like Kaisa, Aphelios, and even Hexaya and Ash right now in the meta, he's a little bit underleveled at that part. But we do
Yeah.
have that Jarvan that was grabbed from Texas State, which says, all right, we've got our comfortable jungle pickup, and now how are you going to answer this Drury? And they answered in kind with a double flex.
Yeah, a little bit of flex potential there. I do want to update everybody. We got information on the second ban. It was a Xin Zhao ban, so towards that
Yeah.
jungle role, as well as found the Nico ban interesting. I really want to talk about that Trundle. And obviously, Seraphine's, I feel like, is very flexible, very strong. But Trundle
Mhm.
itself has been so versatile in so many ways and so strong in so many ways. We've seen in across competitive play, he's been very, very highly prioritized. I was
Yep.
just at Hugh Fest over the weekend. He was played a ton by all the teams there. It's really interesting to see Drury be able to pick that one up. I got to see how they pilot it today.
seeing that the front line already is very, very tanky that you can just subjugate with Trundle, you've got a good bonus, but there's also a lot of lockdown there. And with the Misfortune as well, clearing out that first initial part of the draft, that's a big wombo combo as well.
It
Like
is. Yeah.
that's kind of
You're stuck. You're a
disgusting.
fish in a barrel at that point.
Yeah, you do not want to be caught by this composition of Texas State so far. And oh,
Oh,
Drury knows it.
we
They're
got the
going
spice, dude. I love it.
I really agree with this because you see immediately just like a front to back composition being drafted from Texas State and saying, if you're going to fight us in that traditional stance, we will win every time. And Drury throws that gauntlet down and says, all right, well, instead, we're going to be looking at this flank priority. We're going to be looking to try and get behind you, get back away from this Leona and Jarvan, who are going to be going forward and having no way to get back to their backline, which is going to be just beaten down by this Kayn and what other assassins or potential divers that they could pick up into the second part of the draft as Urgot is taken away from the top side of Texas State.
Yeah, very particular bands coming out here. The one thing I will say we got to watch out for is a little bit of seed in the knowledge bucket here. How many times is the bullet time going to be stopped by a pillar? We'll keep the
True.
counter going here today in the game one. But the Malphite ban came out from TSU as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's all just going to be topside priority, as the Seraphine is most likely going to be going into the support role, I'd have to say, just with how Drury does play that bottom side of the map. And to that end, you've got to think of, all right, well, is Drury going to prioritize that final pick, that counter pick on red side for their mid lane? And what is that going to be? Akshan's off the table. You have Yone and Echo still available for forgiveness here, for Texas State. And it's curious because that makes a very volatile lane, and you already have a very assistant heavy jungler that can come in, get gang pressure, get your laning pressure going to sort of snowball that neutral objective style. And Drury is still in that place where they don't have a lot of early game priority. They don't have a lot of early pressure outside of that Trundle. And it now, with the Ornn locked in, it is a complete enigma of what Drury is going to be going with now. Because
honestly, though,
you could say Seraphine Trundle bot, and then you have mid lane as that counter 5, or it's Seraphine mid that you can flex with Trundle bot with an assistant ADC. So Drury's left us in a complete enigmatic state, and that has a double-edged sword factor to me as the rest of this draft plays out.
It does, but I have to say, I'm loving what both these teams are going for, right? It's very set up in what they're going for, though. Backline access, hopefully for Drury. That Ornhorn is going to be huge for locking down the Misfortune as well. They have so much CC on the side of Drury, but then on the other side, like you were saying before, front to back team fight. Now you add a Cassidy into the mix. You have the set that was picked up as well, and those wombo combos just got even worse for Drury University.
Yeah, and you have a pure tank in the top side for Texas State to just bully. Like, you can just have Elfmaster play it safe, just allow the top lane state to be neutral, and then when you have that jungler come in with ref and say, all right, we're looking for priority top side, it's very easy for Set to just go in, hard push the lane, and then go and assist his jungler. Silas is that final pickup. You think of, all right, what's the comparison? What are the places that the Silas can sort of get that hijack advantage? And to its own right, you could argue that the bullet time and the Leona ultimate could possibly give you a good boost in sort of creating that chaotic situation in the team fights. But to this end, this is where that double-edged sword conversation I was talking about earlier on comes into play, of saying, all right, you played with flexible compositions and flexible picks throughout this draft, and it kind of backed you into a corner of saying, we can't do Seraphine in mid lane anymore because of the casting that will just hyperscale and doesn't really need to worry about the poke that Seraphine can dip out. So we have to go Trundle and Seraphine in the bottom lane, and we need something that can really bully and create some early advantages in this mid lane, which Silas is a great option there, but you're going into that magic dampening that Cassidy has, so it makes it a little bit more difficult, especially with the pressure that Texas State has with the Jarvan in that jungle scenario, while you have a Kayn power farming to try and get to that blue Kayn or that red Kayn. So there's a lot of questions that Drury still needs to answer for me, and Texas State has given me a good assignment of saying, all right, we're playing it clean, we're playing it simple, we all understand these very cut and dry play styles that this composition builds up. All we need to do is just really hit the big red button and start a team fight.
Yeah, and I mean that's going to come around the objectives and things along those lines, but that always happens as we get further into the game. Now, what I'm looking at for Drury is getting those skirmishing moments happening early, right, for themselves. Getting Kane off the ground early is huge, and being able to have the pieces separated from TSU, not give them that beautiful team fight composition that
Yep.
they have for themselves. That's how you got to find that. And with the tools they have, a lot of the CC being pulled from the Silas from TSU and the CC that they've drafted themselves in the Seraphine, the Trundle Pillar, the Ornhorn, everything along those lines. It is going to be something that is going to require a ton of execution for themselves. But if they can find those executions, if they can find those picks early and get a snowball going for this Kane in either direction, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, and even for the Silas, like those are the two big power carries for Drury, and you have to force Texas State to play your style and play around your movements instead of Texas State being the conductor of this game, because it's something where it's going to be riskier in the later stages, in the mid to late stage, if early game goes very calm and collected and
Yeah.
everyone scales efficiently throughout the game. And you allow this Jarvan and you allow this set to scale effectively up against the late game scaling that even the Ornn and the Kane and Silas do have. Even the Seraphine is still pretty notorious for her late game power in that bottom side of the map. So to that point, it's like great, but now you need to not only tell them, all right, play our style, you need to keep them in that style. And it's very difficult to do that with the constant map state resets that will be coming in with how every interaction goes. So a lot of it, even though we advertise this first kickoff week, is being very loose and lenient with a lot of these teams. That this is really like how it's going to be. Like it's very super
Yeah.
difficult, but we have to give them a little bit of slack and saying, all right, it's more of comfort over counter. It's more of picking the picks that you feel you're best at in
Yeah.
this first game, and then jumping into this game and saying, all right, now that we have our comfortable pickups and we have a composition that we all understand the individual pieces, maybe that can overcome the massive equality that the composition Texas State has in its entirety.
Yeah, and I think something else here to another level here of the start of the season, right, is what I want to see: how much aggression, how much confidence, how much reservedness we see
Yep.
from these teams. If we see those explosive 50-50s, the burger flips, or if we see very slow gameplay early, because we talked about like the way these compositions want to fight, right? But that doesn't always mean that that's going to be the way it goes, right? Sometimes that confidence can play a key role into that. If you take some fights maybe your composition isn't designed for, and things along those lines. So I like to see that kick off. I want to see who's got their screws tightened here for game number one of this best of three, Coco.
No, of course. And, you know, at least it is sort of the Earth, Wind, and Fire day. So we can see a lot of magic happening throughout today. And for me, let's say matchup of game one, who am I going to be keeping my eyes on? Of course, it's got to be the junglers. We've got to be
Got to be.
keeping our eyes on how
It's
well
the
the
meta, right?
efficiency. Well, yeah, it's always the meta, right? With how effective junglers can be when they are gank pressure focused, and especially in this game where it's like, all right,
Yeah.
we have a Jarvan who is going to be able to gank very quickly in his pathing, and he's going to clear out, get pressure for his lanes, and sort of win that over. Or you're going to have a Kane who's going to be able to clear, I'd say, a little bit quicker than the Jarvan in a sense of a full clear, and then
Mhm.
coming in and saying, all right, I got a quick back recall, have an item advantage. Now let's look to try and scale up and get that passive going, and focusing the correct lanes to get that snowball on track and get the ball rolling, because that puts a little bit of homework in the rest of his team of saying, all right, we want maybe red Kane. Well, we need to make sure that top side is always going to have a place for him to come in, bully
Exactly.
set, get a little bit of stacks going, invade the jungle, try and bully out the Jarvan a little bit, dip in, dip out, and try and ramp up those orbs as fast as possible. Or blue Kane, it's sort of flipped. It's looking onto that bottom and mid side and trying to focus on that bottom side specifically to really get that potential assassination concept going for the side of Drury.
And that's where I was wondering a little bit more. I want to pick your brain maybe a little bit more as well. As like when I look at the Drury University composition, you're seeing a lot of tank, a lot of setup, right?
Sure.
And you do have a decent amount of damage. Seraphine providing in her own right, but Silas as well. Do you see
Mhm.
more of a blue Kane angle here? I'm wondering if we see more of a blue Kane angle here, but I see the side of TSU and I
Yeah.
see how tanky they are and I see how rough those team fights are going to be. I think red Kane fits a little bit better in this situation.
Red Cane in concept fits a little bit better, but just
That's
Blue
the beauty
Cane
of it,
Gore
always in
Drinker,
concept.
yeah, Blue Cane Core Drinker is just stronger overall. If you're looking at just the stats and the performances of both the Red and Blue Cane has been dominating through the entire season so far, just with how
Mm,
quickly it's able to burst people with a more lethality focused build, and also how survivable and mobile it can be on the Blue Cane, to where it kind of acts more of like a higher DPS Lee Sin or Olaf, which can like dive in, get a massive amount of burst, get that ultimate off to sort of reset that fight, and then come in with the Gore Drinker, last little bit longer, and then be able
yeah.
to dip out just as quickly as he was able to come in. So that's where it's very precise. You get a lot of damage out of it, but one point and click CC, one suppress, one settle, one stun coming in from Leona can ruin the entire thing. So it's very
Yeah.
much on the side of Drury to play that style immaculately. And that's where we're going to be looking at Othcorrect to see if he can actually pilot that style to that maximum potential and really pay off, because
Yeah.
it's high risk, high reward from Drury through and through. And for Texas State, they can say, all right, you're going for a higher risk. You're going to have to make those more ambitious plays. We can sit back, we can be passive and play to our condition and play those fights. So we'll have to see
Yeah.
how those two teams interact.
Well, we're going to be getting into it. Our first game of the season. I cannot be more excited as we're going to be watching Texas State University take on Drury University in the Southwest Division. First game of the year, baby.
First game, and already going to be pretty defensive from both of these teams, spreading out 5-man, 5-point, making sure that they can all get a little bit of vision early on. I want to see also if either of these teams are going to try and peek and try and track those junglers, as important as it's going to be. Like, you have Ref seeing if he could check in, know where Othcorrect is starting, and then being able to mirror that and have some dueling potential when you come down to these scuttles. Because you look at the basic priority of these lanes, as Elfmaster might have gotten himself in a little bit of trouble.
We were talking about that early aggression. Well, we got exactly what we were looking for
There we
here.
go.
We do get a decent amount of essence over as well early on to the Canes, but not too shabby. But
Like
a little
that.
bit of a health bar decrease.
That, and also, I don't know if I agree with the set recall coming in from Elfmaster. Like, you have the general pick grit to just regen back up to health, and you don't really need to hit that reset button. And you could use that time, instead of to recall, to drop either an aggressive ward down or to look for a potential like early cheese once again, where you know that Baymax and Othcorrect are starting on that top side just because of that duel that had happened a few moments ago. As
I like this,
Soulguard,
though.
this is much more enjoyable.
They are setting up for some disaster right now against Texas State. We'll see if they do fall for it. They're walking straight into the trap jaws of Drury University. Isn't going to be enough damage, though. They are a Seraphine and a Trundle, so
Yep.
it's not going to be extreme explosives early. We just get a little bit of a thumbs up from two super toxic ADCs saying, you guys are a little bit toxic for that one.
just showing them what it means to be super toxic and getting that early cheese in. And
Oh
you
my
know that
God.
that hurts. People will forget how powerful that double up can be on that misfortune. And to this, it's also a arcane common misfortune. So it tells you that super toxic isn't going to be building a lot of crit items. It's going to be much more of like the eclipse path or a potential duskblade path with lethality, and just trying to be a ult bot and saying, all right, position everyone properly, get them into the middle of my bullet time, and I'm just going to hit that button and fire away and see how much damage I can just take away from their health bars. Which, to that point, sure, it's great in concept, but it gives you a lot less dueling capability, which may come into effect when the Silas or the Kane are always on the flanks and trying to challenge these wave control managements that Texas might be throwing down later into the game. But we'll have to see how that all plays out, because again, early game is so important for Drury to get that advantage.
Oh my God, Worst is in some serious trouble here. He's going to get away with Flash. In top lane, though, we're going to have a gank set up by Ref as well. It looks like the Flash was used by Baymax to get away.
Yep. I've used that to escape, but it was also that counteract to make sure that you have that winning pressure for Elfmaster on that set on the top side. And here's Othcorrect. He knew there was a lot of damage
Trying
on
to
the
get
bottom
the
end.
blue cane here. Worst is going to be taken down here. No doubt that's going to be first blood going over to Soulguard.
And a lot of advantages over here for both the Seraphine and Trundle here. Just being able to pressure underneath the pillars. Every time that pillar pops up, you can throw down that E from Seraphine and get some free damage in, some free lockdown to try and make sure that you can keep Leona and Misfortune a safe distance away from you. And not to mention, your wave control is just a little bit more efficient with how well Seraphine can sort of control those waves, but it takes a lot of mana, and you can already see that they need to go for that recall. Thankfully, they were able to get that first blood to cash in with some items, and now the eyes have been set onto mid lane to try and temper out this Cassidy and Silas lane.
Yeah, just got to try and get Cassidy down as far as you can before he gets to level 16. I will say I loved the pathing from Ref, just unfortunately not able to get the kill onto Baymax early to set up Elfmaster. I do want to see if we see Ref go back up towards that wave because of that flash being gone. I would expect him to start putting more pressure around mid and bot lane now that we have seen Othkuric go down there so much and try to put so much pressure down there. We do see Worst on a roam timer here, and I'd like to see this early in the season. Those roam timers right now in the meta are so important for supports, and Worst is getting the first one off, even if it doesn't come out successful.
So the other thing too with that, those focus on the top lane, is we do see that Ref is going to be keeping his eye here on Baymax once more.
He came back.
Yep, it's more of a timer set now in the sense of leniency. I'll just forgiveness is as it is, but you're on a timer because it's going to be very difficult to tower dive a level 6 Horn, and once he is able to get a lot of items, so they have to get a kill now.
There's the face breaker though. TP actually being committed from the Killer Guy. Is Baymax going to go down? Face breaker not enough. Now Killer Guy's here. He's got to pick up the kill. That's the second for Drury, and Ref has to get away, but the flashes are abounding, and Ref gets his own out, but he will survive.
And a great TP counterplay coming in from Killer to get that reply kill from that engagement. And it was all on just a mindset of trading 1-for-1 on that top side. They had to use a lot of summoner spells, both flashes from Elfmaster and Ref respectively, to try and look for that kill onto Baymax. But that's where that timer play comes into consideration and into discussion. Like I said, it's going to be very difficult to try and dive an Ornn at level 6, and they're barely even able to try and chip him down to execute range pre-6. So this is something that you have to botch that strategy completely here for Texas State. Say, all right, can't make anything happen on the top side. Let's look somewhere else, or let's see if we can stabilize and get some advantages in the neutral objectives areas. With Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes and Dragon being available, you can choose to invest in either one. And right now, Drury is ahead of the game looking at this Dragon.
Yeah, trying to get that objective stacking early is super, super important, especially when you get a lead like this. I like to see teams up that tempo. They're already about 1,000 gold in the lead here. This will help with that just a little bit more, but for me, it's looking back at Texas State's win condition. Like we said, it's all about that front to back team fight. It's about setting themselves up for team fights around objectives and getting further in the game, plugging all the holes that may seem to appear as Drury University try to get something early on. They have been taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance, trying to get something going, something off the ground running, especially Ref getting a lot of early ganks. It just hasn't come up with anything just yet, but I still feel like they're in a safe position if they continue to hold ground.
Maybe, just maybe, like just because of the simplicity of their composition, that it's easier to execute even though the game gets later on, though they do get outscaled, right, from Texas State. Drury has the Ornn and Silas that will be able to really ramp up in both damage and sustainability on both fronts. So to that point, Texas State, even though they have the easier composition to play with, they are still on a timer. And just off of these first few minutes that have happened in game 1, with Drury already up 2 kills, even though there's no real massive economic advantage. Who got that?
I gotta see. Okay, it's gonna be Othkuric. He gets it. He comes in and steals it away from Ref. Now we have Forgiveness coming in here trying to get a kill onto him. He just obliterates him. The Horn's not gonna be up. Gets missed by Baymax. This Forgiveness might be going back in on the Killer Guy. This is a 2v2 developing, but it's also Texas State getting their first kill.
Yes, and with that, they're able to pick up a kill onto Cassidy, the one scaling champion on their team that can really take it to the composition of Drury. And just as I was mentioning before, even with the 3-to-1 kill advantage here for Drury, even though there's not a big economic discrepancy between the two teams, just the aggressiveness and the high risk, high reward play is going to pay off in just a couple of minutes. Once they're able to cash in on those mythic items a little bit faster, they can prioritize those neutral objectives. And now Worst is playing with fire here as Killer Guy is backed up by Soulguard and Fatcat.
Yeah, they came to the mid lane on the roam timer as well as Worst. Not able to get anything there as Fatcat going to turn back around. Killer Guy has kept a very strong presence in mid lane, pushing up constantly. Still down about 20 farm, though. I guess after this wave, a little bit less than that. But we are also seeing a decent CS lead for Elfmaster in the top lane for Texas State. That's how they've been able to keep up this gold advantage, or I guess keep up with this gold deficit from Drury.
True.
Now, Baymax, he does have flash. He uses the headbutt into the wall. We'll see if he can get out from this. Flash is available. He's unstoppable. Maybe he gets the clap. He flashes out from the haymaker. Now off Turek is here. He's going to get one. Oh my goodness. Ref is in some trouble here. Cataclysm in. Baymax goes down. Unbolt trespass here, but he doesn't have his form yet. He's a little bit weaker. And he has to back off of Ref. Maybe he's going to wait for the wall movement to be able to get some healing back. The worst is on another roam timer, not level 6 yet though, so no solar flare. The Zenith Blade connects max range. He can't go through the wall anymore, and now you're in some trouble, buddy. Try and get as many essence stacks as you can, because you're going down as soon as they can catch you here. There's the essence stacks coming up. Ref is here. Are they going to just give it to Forgiveness? Yes, you do. Good game plan coming out from Texas State.
That was a little bit of hastiness coming in from Oathkirk just to try and get out. He could have escaped a little bit quicker, but he was trying to see if he could stall out for Killer Guy to catch up and see if they could turn that 2v2. But once they saw the worst come in, it's like, all right, it's 2v3. We have to botch this play. This Fat Cat and Soulguard are trying out their own turret dive, and it is not successful.
They got a TP in. There's the Ornhorn available too. Oh no, super toxic KDC. The performance is too strong from Soulguard and Baymax and Fat Cat, and he goes down.
Yeah, with the Baymax teleport, they're able to reassess onto that turret dive with the Call of the Forge God and are able to secure that kill for themselves, giving that second kill over to Soulguard. Now, with 3 plates already taken away from this bottom side, it's just a question of how quickly Soulguard can cash in on this Seraphine Mythic. Because you already have that lost chapter, and from this point, it's most likely going to be that Leandri's Angus that you could go for, which actually does just get bought immediately. So 10.5 minute Mythic item for Seraphine here for Drury is a big advantage. All they need to do now is just continue to invest in those late game neutral objectives. Look at this Infernal Drake, get some priority around it, push out for it, get some vision control, because you know Ref and Elfmaster are prioritizing this top side a lot, so you can push the rest of Texas State away, get that second dragon, force that soul point challenge in the next few minutes, and from there, it's a question of if Texas State is even comfortable to try and challenge a 5v5, because even though their composition is very suited for it, they have been performing in the lanes to a place where the individuals might have a little bit of confidence lacking.
Yeah, we'll see how that next big team fight comes up. You got about 10 seconds for the Infernal Dragon. Does mean we aren't going to get the Infernal Soul, so a little bit less priority in that fashion at least. But we do see priority, speaking of, trying to be accomplished in the mid lane by Texas State. They're trying to get Ref into position to take this dragon. The Pillar's going to be nice. Immediately responded to by the Solar Flare. And here comes the Red Cane. We'll see the knock-up, not connect. We're still going to go down eventually. Soulguard gets his 3rd kill of the game. Now we got the TP coming in from Elfmaster, but he gets rooted up immediately. Ref is here. Cataclysm comes out, but immediately flashed out. And Drury is just too good.
Beautiful flash there from Fat Cat as well. They're looking to see if they can turn the
Pillar's
fight back
there.
around.
He can't get around it if he gets through. Fat Cat's not going to use it just yet. We do still have a lot of follow-up here from Baymax, who's waiting on the Ornhorn. Not going to be pulled, but they will get the dragon. It's the 2nd dragon of the game for Drury.
Second dragon, giving them that Infernal. They will be able to go ahead and now challenge this mid lane, push in for a couple more plays. They have 2 minutes left until they can really push in for the rest of that cash that is left on the Rift right now within those turrets.
They are playing aggressive.
Yeah, they're looking for this bottom lane. Super Toxic is not where he needs
Oh,
to be.
the moves! Oh, he's not going to move out of everything, though. Oh, it's too much CC like we were talking about in the draft. There's the Encore to follow it up. Kirk is down. We get the trade back. It goes into worst pocket, though. Not necessarily what you want to see. Solar Flare picked up by the Killer Guy. Forgiveness is here now as well, but not going to help the team, at least in getting another engage. Because there's still 4 members strong, at least, or 3, rather, for Drury. You do see Elfmaster responding on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, he needs to get some kind of gold back into his pockets because they are now starting to lose a little bit out of economy in this early to mid game phase. Because get these plates in, get that extra cash in while they're still available for the next minute, and then you can start to force those 5v5 fights that you might be more confident in. Killer Guy is just unstoppable right now. He is unkillable on this silence as he's able to escape.
Everything you can do, I can do better. That's like what I hear in my head every time I see Silas. But Killer Guy is obviously performing so well. Solar Flare did not connect from worst. So very nicely played by the mid laner of Drury and really responding to a lot of the pressure that's come his way.
Yep.
Still got to worry about the 2-kill Kassadin, who's farming up a storm right now. Fat Cat, it was looking to answer that at the moment.
He's also at a level and mythic disadvantage right now. He did just get that level up, and with that teleport, he could try and rush back into this wave state and just help control the map state a little bit longer. Soulguard, though, is a bad spot.
This is a big shutdown. This is 4 kills. They're going to commit a TP coming in as well from Killer Guy, but it's too little too late. Now Killer Guy goes in. He does not hit the Abscon Abduct. See, I can't get him. Super Toxic ADC. Just on the wrong side of the tracks here.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just don't expect Fat Cat to come in through the river and get that kill. And it was more of a sacrifice than anything. Like, he used that heal, he didn't have flash available, and instead of following through for that Silas to get those resets and be able to jump onto not just himself, but also worse, and be able to get 2 kills, that is just the more valuable trade. And he only has that 1 kill. It's nothing to worry about or sweat about in the sense of any shutdown gold. So he can make that sacrifice willingly. Though on the top side now, Baymax is starting to fight fire with fire here. Elfmaster on this set.
Oh my god, Showstopper! No, Baymax! You go down with it. That's, oh no, Elfmaster gets up on the skin of his teeth. We have a little bit of a pause going on. Looks like we had a technical breakdown for Baymax, but Elfmaster with the solo under tower.
Yeah, kind of under tower. They were just outside that turret range for a little bit, and it was very close in the sense of like how much health there was, and all it needed to be was like if there was just a pixel or 2 or just a foot into the range of the turret, Elfmaster would have fallen, and it would have been that 1-for-1 trade nonetheless. But maybe that DC did play into how that duel went. I'm not going to make any huge assumptions, but when someone immediately DCs after a game, then gotta throw a little bit of question marks and pings into the chat, but nonetheless, we will see if we can get that player back into the game as we can have a bit of a breather and step back on how this game has gone through our expectations.
I mean, it's been a little crazy. I gotta say it. I wouldn't want it any other way. Both these teams kind of putting everything on the Rift here to start us off, and I think that it's really interesting going back to our win conditions, right? And seeing that Drury wanted those skirmishes early. They were able to find it. I said I wanted to see them pick apart a really team fight, stable composition from Texas State. They've been able to do just that. There has been some responses because of some overextensions by Drury, but I feel like right now they are in the driver's seat, and Texas State are just waiting for that perfect team fight for themselves if it ever comes.
Yeah, and there was that answer or that question, moreover, that was Drury State's composition more of a sense of everyone picking comfortable champions for themselves and then having a composition that at least checks off the boxes a little bit, though it's a higher risk, higher reward style. And that seems to be what's coming into fruition. I feel like that through and through, all these players on Drury feel more comfortable on their champions. The bottom lane feels more in sync with each other. They have the pillar following into the Seraphine lockdown and getting some good harass onto the Misfortune and Leona from Texas State. Same thing in the top side. The Ornn, though I would consider some of the actions that Baymax has been making a little bit of an overextension and trying to bite off more than he could chew in a sense of safety, he's still been able to go 1-for-1 and be able to teleport to fights faster than that of his counterpart, who hasn't really shown up in a fight. And Elfmaster has been sort of trying to be more selfish and trying to find advantages for himself to create that side lane pressure. And though he was able to just get that kill now and is able to pick up this first turret for Texas State, they're still a little bit behind. And at least they've tied up the economy goal just to make sure that they can try and challenge the next neutral objective.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, because this is potentially soul point for Drury. But we do get back into the game here. Baymax reconnects, and we will see just that solo kill going down for Elfmaster.
These resets going, and you know it's 2 minutes until Dragon. A lot of it right now is just control of seeing if you can break open these first tier turrets. Forgiveness has a pretty unhealthy turret on the Drury State side, so if you can sort of annoy and distract the rest of Drury away from this mid lane, which is going to be very difficult to do when that objective is coming up so soon, then you can like sort of break open and get some flanks. So for me, Texas State, the way that they can sort of get this control around this Dragon isn't through these lanes. They have to just force themselves as a 5-man group and just punch in through the jungle, get vision control so you can look for those Kassadin flanks and then keep track of where this king is going to be. While Drury, they can keep playing this style of push out with the waves with Seraphine and Trundle, who will be very difficult to try and get on top of, and then manage those waves so you can have avenues of approach and flank positions for everyone to come in and chomp down onto this 5-man composition that Texas State wants to be. And already they're very successful on that. You can see all of the vision around this dragon pit lit up like a absolute spotlight, and making sure that they can see if anyone is trying to do exactly what we're recommending from Texas State, to push into this jungle and get those flank wards.
All right, Coco. I got something that caught my eye here. We got to talk about it. I want your opinion here. We got the Oathcurrent Kane going red with a Manamune in his pocket.
Yeah,
I gotta say, that's interesting to me.
No, that's the Gore Drinker build.
I love it. I think it's amazing because I think Manamune in itself is huge.
Yeah, and it's very favorable for AD casters, because just like how it is very familiar with like the Lucian who used to stack Manamune a lot, it gives you not only that bonus attack damage on the auto attacks, you also get that bonus attack damage when you use physical damage spells. So a lot of that with Silas, you get that extra 60, 75 extra physical damage to help get executes and help be that obnoxious dueler. That's what made Blue Cane, Manamune, Gore Drinker so strong. And though it is Red Cane this time around, that Red Cane will be a little bit more sustainable in fights and be able to last longer.
Talk about it.
And, you know, it's a little bit more flexible. You don't have to be as precise with your moves and with your plays as a Blue Cane would have to be. But now back onto this jungle, Drury sort of left out this objective to try to see if they can pinch everyone in. We'll see if this fight comes out.
He's got the one horn in. He's got the showstopper in the back. Encore lands on almost everybody here. The wombo combos are starting to lay down. Bullet time gets stopped immediately, and Super Toxic ADC is out of the fight. Baymax flashes over the wall. Is he going to be followed up? Forget him. Goes over 2. Shut down onto 1. Make it 2. We got Wurst picking up his own kill. Kuruk is caught out as well. And somehow, some way, the front-to-back fight works out for Texas State.
And that's what we were talking about. It's an easier to execute front-to-back composition that Texas State had. Not to mention a great grab from Elfmaster off the side, sort of bring everyone together for the AoE effect from both Super Toxic and Worst, to just combine everyone into that Jarvan Cataclysm for that maximum bullet time effectiveness. They were able to get enough damage out from that bullet time from Super Toxic for Forgiveness to get all those resets, to get some kills left and right, and be able to have that executes available. And because of that conglomeration of everyone together, Oathcurrent had to focus on that bottom side and said, all right, I have to take out this Super Toxic Misfortune right now. He gets dragged out away from the fight, and him being one of the strongest players in this game makes Drury at a disadvantage, and Texas State is able to bring this game to a dead even 9 kills to 9, and with a dragon to a victory as well.
That was crazy. I was going to say Texas State being able to pick up the dragon is huge as well, because you put that 5-minute stacking timer for Drury even further out.
Yep.
I see Wars back on the lane assignment into mid lane, as well as Super Toxic ADC. Get these lane swaps coming through and get a little bit more skirmishing going on in the jungle, as we see Elfmaster and Co heading up towards the top side of the map, potentially going for this Rift Herald.
We're going to see if they can try and rush it down. They only have 30 seconds until this Rift Herald surrenders itself to the Void once again. And Drury can see if they can try and stall this one out. It is 2-3, and you can see that Ref is coming up here with that Jarvan to make it a 4 versus 3, as Solgard has now come in to try and challenge it. They're pushing him away. I don't think you're getting this Rift. It's
flag and drag on the back. The Cataclysm, not 3 members on top of it. Bullets time was stopped by Baymax almost immediately, but they still have the lockdown. Now the Horn doesn't get reactivated. Super Toxic ADC is still kicking, and Baymax is no longer. That's a double kill for Elfmaster, and Texas State to just not give up.
And they were able to get everyone back into that Cataclysm ultimate from Ref's Jarvan, and it was a beautiful sight to see that bullet time go down and get massive damage, pumping out of this Misfortune, being able to get that victory once again for Texas State. Though it is a loss of that Rift Herald, you're able to get 4 kills for 2 and being able to pull this game back into your favor. Now, massive shutdowns as well going over to the side of Texas State. They're going to be able to try and get this first tier turret as well in the mid lane, so that's a lot of money pumped into this Misfortune. Though it's not a lot of kills, it's still 2 and 4 on Super Toxic's Misfortune. You have a lot of assist gold, and the very cheap versions of these different items that Super Toxic's Lethality Misfortune build is going to be is something that you don't need to sweat about. So you can cash in, get that Serpent's Fang, and be able to really start to pump out some extra damage.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to start being even more crucial in these team fights as we get further on. But 2,000 gold in the lead ain't shabby for Texas State, who had a very rough early game in this game, number one of a best of three. Now they're able to turn this around. I just got to see if they can continue to take these big fights, right? And how Drury adapt their strategy here this far into the game.
And another thing too is sort of when we were talking during the draft is that it's a high risk, high reward composition that Drury is playing, but it's more difficult too because you have to be able to be on top of your game and manage multiple factors throughout every single state of the game. Where Texas State can just survive laning phase, and then once it comes around to objective contest times in the game, you just group up, force everyone into a small avenue or a small little cavity, and pop ultimates and fire away. So that simplicity of that composition is really paying off for Texas State in this first game. Additionally, it is a Cloud Soul, which means that these ultimates are going to be charging up a lot faster, which gives Drury less time in the downward states of this game where Texas State doesn't have those ultimates to try and look for side lane plays and look for 1v1 advantages where they can. So that time is ticking, and Dragon is 40 seconds away.
It is. We also, I want to take a look at some item completions here. Serpent's Fang, second item completed for Super Toxic ADC, just to null down some of that Soul Guard shielding that is available, and as well as the shielding across the board pretty much. And the fact that we get to see some of these item completions at this time where they're trying to be aggressive towards this bot lane is interesting, because we're still waiting on level 16 for Forgiveness. We see a lot of bodies for Texas State on the bot side, but the rest of their members are kind of getting caught out on the rest of the map. Baymax is able to predict the flash from Elfmaster, get the knockup, but can they follow it up? Drury wants it here. Oathcurrick is going. He's still a set. He's still level 12. He's pretty strong. They're not going to commit.
All right, well, you need to have some vision on this dragon right now here for Drury, because this is a lot of members up on this top side of the map for no payoff. You're only able to get that flash away from Elfmaster's set, and that's it. And Texas State is able to get their second Cloud Drake and really ramp up that ultimate ability haste for themselves throughout the rest of this game. The other thing that could have been done from Drury is that if they had that knowledge of everyone being on that bottom side of the map, they could have made that Hail Mary play on that Baron of saying, look, let's tear this Baron down with the composition that we have. We have a lot of burn from this Seraphine and from this Kayn as well. So let's force them to play our style and then get into a place where they're not comfortable to take that 5v5 fight. But with all of that going to the wayside and going back to a state where they can just challenge 1-for-1, maybe Killer Guy can get something here.
Nope, he's not. Nope, Worst is going to pick up the kill with a Solar Flare. What a play from Elfmaster.
Tragedy strikes again. This Sylas is not performing well in these side lanes. He also did go to that Luden's Tempest, so it isn't the Everfrost lockdown, that extra health that you get from that mythic item as well. It's a lot more focused on that burst damage that the Sylas can pump out. So his side lane dueling potential isn't as strong or as potent as it is notoriously with those other itemization builds. And now with that grab of that Sunlight away, you know that Forgiveness has that TP advantage away from Baymax and can bully. They're trying to challenge for this Baron and force Drury into that awkward cavity and that awkward area where they can force that team fight.
Yep, but the pull on the Baron is not going to be completed here, not going to take the bait, and it's not going to be continued, because that is a lot of damage to take early on from the Baron. But we'll see the resets from Texas State. Now we get the farming period until the next fight right now for Drury, where they've been just looking for the picks but unable to find it. You've got to get the execution down, as we said, for this composition.
Yeah, it's that, and also finding those flanks and having that vision control. I complimented them on that second dragon, or excuse me, on that soul point dragon that they had set up, but then they let it all fall to the wayside of not using that vision and that information that was given to them to the maximum potential, and they just played into Texas State's more simple style of being in a team fight situation, just running at each other heads first. And to that end, it has to be a lesson that Drury learns of being, get this vision control first, get this comfortable side lane here for Killer Guy to be able to duel people one-on-one where he can potentially win, which he isn't winning right now. And so you have to scale out a little bit and play safe and wait until Baymax's Ornn gets 14 and then can start giving people their upgraded mythic items. And to that point, it's like, okay, well, how do we do that? How do we stall this game out where it's going to be 5v5s constantly and they're always going to try and challenge objectives at us? Well, wave management, and with the 3v2 here, they could try and force this fight here now and see if they can get that objective going.
Solar Flare though from Worst. The Face Breaker's there to follow it up. Elfmaster with the Gore Drinker as well. It's not going to survive for that much longer. The Showstopper is going to bring him to his death. Maybe they'll find a second Killer Guy tanking up the tower. They do. It's a double kill for Drury.
They're able to do that, and there was no repercussion on the side of Texas State just because Soulguard on the Seraphine is able to stabilize this mid lane, and everyone else just didn't have that information to know where the members of Drury were, and they're able to get that kill and get those dives going for themselves. They could look before this top tier 1 turret as well to make it 3 turrets to 2 for Drury, though it might be a little bit risky just because it might be a place of saying, all right, trade 1 for 1 here, and then we hit that reset, and Texas State might be a little bit faster onto the map again to get some vision control around this Baron once more. And here we go, that's that risky trade.
So much CC, the Gordriga comes out. He's still alive. Ref is pulling out a miracle right now. As Elfkurik is taken in by the Facebreaker. A TP from Soulguard is going to even up the odds for Drury. They want to take this tower, but you got the rest of Texas State making their way here.
I don't think Texas State can do anything here. There's a lot of ways for them to escape. Still on ultimate. Gonna back away. But this is what I was talking about, the sense that Texas State could draw that out and then be able to reset to get that information control onto this Baron, but it came at a very large cost. So at the end of it all, it didn't really change the game state at all, like not even one bit. Like, kills are the exact same, gold is the exact same, everyone traded 1 for 1 turrets, and everyone's going to be licking their wounds and heading back to base and coming out to this map once again at the same time, which then diverts our eyes down to the bottom lane of saying, let's not focus on Baron anymore, you have to look at this dragon once again, which is going to be soul point for both teams coming up in 35 seconds. And to this end, it's again, whose information is going to be laid out first, who's going to be able to deny that information away around these flanks and around these positions where it can be a small cavity of approach for Drury or Texas State.
Could be. We'll see the setup being put up by Texas State. It's crazy that we've gotten to this point where we were on soul point early, potentially for Drury. They weren't able to get it. Now it's 2 back-to-back dragons for Texas State, stacking up that ultimate cooldown, and with the comp they have, that gets scarier and scarier. But here comes the killer guy. The Ornhorn not going to connect on the first pass through, but can on the second. There it is. They're falling on to worse, but here comes the re-engage from Texas State. Look at the encore from Soulguard, though. Do they have enough sustain to keep this going? Forgiveness is in the back, but Forgiveness is down. The only one left is Super Toxic ADC, and we all know ADC's lives right now, they are not fun ones. And he's going to go down to the tank of Baymax. They lose 1-4-5, an ace for Drury University.
And the members of Drury were just faster to the draw there. Super Toxic was way too late on that objective contention, and because of that, his team pays the ultimate price of an ace. And because of not being there, not being able to dish out that damage in that very crucial cavity engagement for Texas State, the members, the dips and dives of Drury's killer guy and Offdeck were able to just weave through the flanks and through the ranks of Texas State, were able to get themselves that triple kill and that wonderful pickup and shutdown on to Ref respectively. They're able to get that Baron as well, jump themselves to a massive gold lead, and being able to get this power play online. Now the next question for themselves is, how can we break open the defenses of Texas?
Yeah, that's the hard part when you're looking at that team fight comp, when we've seen the successes for Texas State already in those team fights, when they don't have to worry about the flanks and things along those lines. I gotta say, Soulguard's encores have been crucial in setting up for Drury University, because every time he's getting multi-man encores across the entire team of Texas State.
Well, yeah, when you have a Texas State team that wants to play front to back against a Seraphine that just extends her ultimate out further and further, then you're going to have splendid ultimates to just lock people down and keep them in a state where they cannot counteract all the damage that's coming out from Offdeck and Killer Guy respectively. So it's great for himself, and then you look on the other side and saying, okay, well, there was that one missing crucial piece of Super Toxic. What happens if that fight goes differently? What happens if that ultimate goes out and doesn't hit Super Toxic, who is there and is able to drop that bullet time in that very small avenue and possibly turn that fight around with how much damage that's going to be dishing out from that misfortune? But those questions are in the past. We have to look now to the future on how these lane priorities and these assignments are going for Drury. And a lot of it is just trying to ramp up the economy advantage more and more, and not trying to break these defenses, because it's So far, they're all spread out. They're all not grouped up trying to like look for those flanks to like bully people off of those turrets and slowly break it through. Now, as I say that, they're finally addressing that situation because they want to stay away from Baymax as far as possible. They want him to have that TP advantage and then be able to force these engagements. I'd rather have Killer Guy on the side lane, but with how they're playing it out right now, oh no,
Kirk is just dead. Forgiveness blows him up. And now we've got the level 16 Cassidy to deal with. Killer Guy doesn't get caught on the side. Forgiveness might still be looking for it. Those Rift Walks are going to start adding up for Forgiveness. You've got to watch his positioning in these fights because he will kill you.
He will kill you very, very fast on this Cassidy. And I was just saying, I would prefer Killer Guy to be on the side lane. Oh, he tries to go in for a fight.
Encore cross only gets one bullet time on the Killer Guy. He's just dead again to Forgiveness. He just don't stop kicking. Soul Guard is dead as well. A double kill for the Cassidy, and Fat Cat flashes away. Forgiveness could still chase, but he's very low on the health bar. Baymax the entire time been pushing with the Baron buff, working on 2 towers now. An in-hit tower is going to go down for Drury University.
He's trying to keep the Baron buff around long enough to get that turret. He is able to break it, but all of this could have been done faster if Killer Guy was on that side lane. I will be salty about this, Mazel, because if you have that Ornn instead of the Silas, you have this front line to stand behind while you are looking for those flanks, and that can also push people off of those fights when they try and look for those picks. But here we go.
Super toxic. Worst trying to buy some time for his ADC. Looks like it's going to be enough. Alkuric does get worst. Get one trade back. Super toxic ADC getting chased down by Fat Cat on the other side of the pillar. He gets out.
Yeah, lucky for him for able to escape with that pillar. But now level 16 Ornn will be giving out those upgrades. Has given one over to Soul Guard Seraphine and has given the other to Alkuric's Kane, who's now just diving the turret.
Oh my god, the double knock up there. Alkuric does get the one. Forgiveness is still so strong though. He's getting blown up here. He goes golden. Now you got Elfmaster's Showstopper into a TP coming through from Soul Guard. And unfortunately for Elfmaster, he's in the middle of 4 sharks and he will be ripped apart by Drury University.
And they're going to be able to parade this fight down to this mid inhibitor. They don't have a wave to try and challenge it, but they do have one on the bottom side. They could look for the easier push, but all of Texas State is looking to push Killer Guy off, and the tankiness of Baymax is able to take down that turret by himself, and now they look to try and crush in the nose of Texas.
The gold lead is insane. It's not just the 4-5K that we have right now, but it's also all these Ornn items, and it's coming to work for Drury University. They are slamming home against Texas State right now. Another one bites the dust, and they look at 2 inhibs.
They're going to get the second inhib. I'd say back out here now. Get this dragon, get this soul point for yourselves, and then be able to reset for the Baron, which will be coming up in 90 seconds off of that timer. So with that, play it safe. Play it slow for just these few minutes, and then just run down Texas State with the stampede of that massive stat check that you now have with all of those ornaments, and with the Baron power play and the Dragon Soul all to boot. So it's going to be a massive hill for Texas State to try and come back and climb into. And all of this, again, was off of Drury starting it off, being a little bit greedy in a sense of lane assignments and being a little bit off kilter, gets punished by Texas State, but Texas State played it greedy. They tried to push out for more, tried to bite off more turrets than they could chew, and they get punished for it, where you don't have that 5v5 composition together at any point for the past 2 minutes, and because the group isn't together, the sum isn't greater than the whole of its parts, and it just falls apart and is disintegrated against this massive chase potential that Drury has.
We said it's all about the execution for Drury. Well, they're executing just fine now. You have to continue to watch for Forgiveness. He did just get his first death of the game, but it's all about finding the picks onto the members that matter at this point, which is very hard to do because of how tanky, how sustainable Drury is, and they're just looking for the engagements. There's the knock up. The bullet time is going to be huge. Stopped by the pillar yet again, and the encore, it's looking doomed for Texas State. Can they get the showstopper to turn this around? Ref has flown the coop. He's out of the fight, and that's everybody taken up besides Forgiveness and Ref. I don't think they got a defense to hold here. They're going to get the last ornament or the final member of the team. Fat Cat gets his own prize, and they're looking to put the finishing touches on game 1.
Yep, they have an Ornn that's tanky enough in a minion wave, so they're going to say, you know what, we don't need to wait for that wave, Ref. Thank you very much for holding it for us, as we're going to just go ahead and take your Nexus instead. That's going to be game 1, going over to Drury.
Yeah, a lot to be said about this game number 1. Drury putting the last touches onto the Nexus. Game 1 is over, and now is where we got to see the bounce back for Texas State. They had a very, very simple comp, at least in the team fight origin of it, but it was not able to withstand the pressure and the damage and the flanks and everything that came along with the Drury University comp.
A lot of it was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time for
Yep.
Texas State, being overextended, trying to be a little bit greedy to get those early kills in the laning phase, specifically in that top side, trying to shut down this Baymax and giving Elf Master some leads on the set. They weren't able to. A lot of those early kills went over Drury's way, where they were able to play their way and play the style that they wanted. But there was a couple hiccups from Drury that Texas State was able to wiggle back in and force some fights that were more advantageous for them. But there's very few of those and very few and far between because of just Super Toxic not being there, Ref being on an offside, Worst is not ready. Forgiveness was really the only player on Texas State that I think was in the right place and was trying to look for those picks and look for those kills when he could. But the rest of the team wasn't on tangent. And that's that synchronicity that we were talking about before the series. Get on lock with each other, get on that timer with everybody, hit those marks respectively. And then once you hit all of those beats in the right order, that's when those simple compositions come into play and are almost impossible to fight against. And that's just what their homework is for the second game, where Drury is already dominating in this first game in both laning and in team fight setup.
Yeah, their decision making has been really good. They picked the pieces that were perfect setups for themselves against the comp, right? I saw, and I know we didn't keep an official counter as I called it out at the beginning, but those pillars onto the bullet times, stopping them almost every time, so much CC to stop that setup in its tracks. And very interested to see how they come back for Texas State University, what kind of comp they approach with game number 2. We're going to take a small little break, step away. Don't go anywhere though, because we'll be right back with game number 2 of this best of 3. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 kickoff with the League of Legends JV portion. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon yet again, and we had a very, very interesting game to kick us off. We had very
Yeah.
set up compositions in a way that played out interestingly enough. It was Texas State University going down in game number 1 to Drury University with a very high execution ceiling composition.
Yeah, higher risk, higher reward, but they were able to play it out very effectively, and specifically looking at that
this
bottom
objective
lane.
to try to see if they could catch everyone.
And Solgar did a lot of work in making sure that that composition of Texas State did not do what it wanted to do. A lot of denial from both the performance and from the Trundle Pillars coming in from that bottom side. And this was one of those very successful fights coming in from Texas State, where they were able to get that wombo combo off, get some performances in their right carries, and then being able to sort of divide the fight into just Forgiveness getting those picks left and right and separating all of the DPS away from each other for Drury. So overall, that was able to get them back into the game. But then after that, there wasn't a lot of people together. There, like you can see, Super Toxic already, he's not here. He's not in attendance, which means a lot of that damage, a lot of that follow-up from this engagement doesn't come into play. And he immediately gets pushed away from with Baymax there to assist on that side lane and creates that space for Othkirk and Killer Guy to do their work and be able to dominate on that Silas and Kane respectively. And from there on out, it was just rinse and repeat. Texas State isn't there. Drury has all 5 members. They're able to pile in, and it never creates a place where Texas State was able to fight on equal footing or equal numbers.
Yeah, because we had like Forgiveness on the cast, and we saw the moments of the wombo combos working out, but the execution, the target calling, the decision making from Drury was always one step ahead, it felt like, from Texas State. And there was a moment in that game where Texas State kind of took control of the wheel, and they were able to take 2 dragons back to back. You were really worrying for Drury University's execution going through into the fights, because those team fights started to look real good for Texas State. But then they were able to make the decision on who to focus. Forgiveness was going in with a little bit of overconfidence and getting caught out occasionally. And it's just something that Texas State University can clean up very easily going into game 2.
Well, like, I disagree with the sense of Forgiveness going in with overconfidence. It was more of necessity, right? Because he needed to get those kills, he needed to get those resets, and then from there, it's like, okay, now we have a place where we can start fighting man to man. I have to instantly one-shot one of their members so that our 4v5 becomes a 4v4, and we can start playing more effectively, because we're either waiting on Super Toxic to get there, or Ref to come in from the offsides, and so on and so forth. And because of that, if Forgiveness is able to at least repeat or reciprocate his performance of what he did on this Kassadin in game 1 going into game 2, then I'm not going to be too worried about him, Texas State, in that mid lane laning phase. But it's the bot lane and the top lane that I'm worried about. Ref and Elfmaster, they were very greedy for kills. They were overextending left and right. And to this end, we'll have to see how the rest of the composition goes out. Seraphine is gone. We are not seeing that champion ever again in the hands of Drury. So thankfully that will be out of the way for themselves. But Akshan and Jin are still necessities there for Texas State that will not be available for themselves, as it could possibly be a triple enchanter ban from this tide for Texas State.
Could definitely be. I do like the change up of sides here, though. Texas State getting there at bat on the red side. We do get the Jin, the Akshan, and the J4 banned away by Drury.
Oh, okay.
It's Lysandra who's joining the Enchanters this time around.
I'm curious why they didn't let the why they changed up the Lulu band and changed it for Lysandra. That is something where it's like, okay, now you have a potential like hyper carry situation that could be played out here from Drury. That Xin Zhao is also freed up. So if Drury says we're gonna just keep playing that more scrappy style, that skirmishy position, then let's go ahead, get the Xin Zhao now. And if they're not able to prioritize, we could go with that Lulu in the bot lane with our double enchanters, get a nice wind up there, and then be able to have that massive 3v3 situation that Drury was notorious for in that first game of the series.
Yeah, and the Diana coming out here makes a statement for me for Texas State. Yes, they had that front-to-back team fight last time around, but now they want their own wombo combo, and they're going to get it with the Yasuo locked in with that Diana.
Yeah, that's going to be beautiful to see with that continued mindset of go for the simple answer first. Have that entryway of Diana and Yasuo that you can just go in, get that ultimate, get as many people as you can into that Moonlight, and then break it open with the last breath coming in from Yasuo. So it's the same recipe. It's a question of, all right, how are you going to follow that up again? You can go with the Leona once more if you'd like. You could go with the Nautilus as well in that bottom side of the map, still have that engagement style support. And with how Drury is currently drafting, I don't expect a Trundle just because you one, have taken two squishies already in the first part, and picking Drundle this early is gambling for them in a sense of you going for those heavier front lines in the top part of the map, which to both these teams, I don't disrespect, and you could say that they will go for those. Like Ornn is definitely a rinse and repeat that I could see coming again from these top sides. I could still see that set pop up as well from the individuals
Yeah.
if Urgot and Aatrox are not in the recipe of disaster just yet, or even the Jace, which I think would still be very viable for both of these players.
Could be. We do also see Drury picking up the Leona from Texas State University's composition last time around. We also saw the
Right.
Mordekaiser ban last game. It does get picked up this time by Texas State. So very, very heavy set comp so far from the top side of the map for Texas State.
Only issue is that the Mordekaiser laning phase for me is still a little bit of an enigma, and having to go blind onto Mordekaiser can cause some issues. So for Texas State, I think the misfortune I can understand as a ban. If you don't want it and you're scared of them using it against you, then just ban it outright. But it still leaves that open window for Drury to say, all right, let's get a winning top side of the map, and then just heavy focus top side and just draft a safe bottom lane. And from that end, I still see a lot of safe possibilities that are available for Drury to just, or Drury and Texas to just figure out and worry with. So I'm curious to see how both these teams will figure that out, because even then it's like, all right, well, you have that gone. Lulu, there we go, thankfully, is taken off the board. But I'm thinking like, what, Malphite, Kled could be possible
Could
here
be,
for
yeah.
Baymax. Ornn could be possible. But those are all, I think, winning matchups here outside of the Kled for this Mordekaiser to go up against.
Yeah, I'm very interested. The Malphite was banned away last game as well by TSU. We'll see the Thresh actually joining the ban list into this second game by Drury, which leaves the bot lane, at least for Texas State, to be picked up. I'm wondering how we see that kind of go down here. They do have that counter pick. I would expect them to use that for the ADC role, but you never know in these kinds of situations. It's all
Yeah.
about getting that comfort. It is just going to be the ADC, I believe, picked up here
Mhm.
first. It's the Ezreal coming in, and that's that comfort for Texas State University.
All you need to do now is either say, let's pick a war roaming support that can just sort of match Drury University in that roaming style that you might have coming out from Fat Cat and Soul Guard, respectively. Though, for me, last picking, counter picking that support with that Ezreal already locked in isn't intimidating for Drury. You can say, all right, let's keep something that either keeps you locked down in a state of mind of always having to do 2v2, and you're going to force them into a 2v2. And then with this top end, you would like the setup being locked in is like, all right, what do we want against this Mordekaiser? Like, what are you
Yeah.
comfortable with for Baymax to fight with? Yes, he's got a lot of Malphite recently, but Malphite will lose that fight. And I'd say just go Scrappy. But
True.
I feel like just
Oh,
Scrappy is better, but Malphite here, it's a little bit of a question mark, because that's a lot of magic damage against an armored tank.
I will say Drury University definitely changing their mindset this time around, going towards that top side of the map with the Akali picked up, the Zinzao having that skirmish potential early on,
Sure.
just like the Kane did. We'll see what the final pickup, the setup is for Texas State University. I would expect something else to help the Yasuo get the last breath off, and will be the Braum locked in.
I am very like, you need a front line for Texas State, right? Like that's the explanation for Braum, but I'm very worried because of how deceptively squishy it's actually going to be, because a lot of that damage reduction that Braum has is projectile focused and it's range
Yeah.
focused. Senna's doesn't count as that, and the only other like projectiles that come in are coming in from Akali and from Malphite with his Q. So there's very little damage reduction that the wall is going to be able to do. And when you look at engagements, the only thing that Braum wall is going to be able to block is either a shuriken flying in from Akali or some potential lockdown coming in from Senna. Everything else is going to go straight through Braum, and it's more of going to be seeing if you can keep everyone together and being more of a follow-up with this Diana Yasuo combo and investing into that three-man Wombo combo to be better than that three-man of Drury University, which is going to be that Senna, Leona, and Zinzao combination. So it's a lot of different pieces that have changed up in this second game, but overall, I'd say it's much more comfortable pickups for Texas State for them to try and come back with a renewed vigor into the second game of the series.
Yeah, you got to find something. And we were lauding the execution, well, looking at the execution needed by Drury first, and then lauding their execution after they were able to pull it off. This time around, I
Yeah.
feel like Texas State does have a lot of that execution barrier to overcome as well. And yet again, looking at the early skirmishing junglers for both these teams to set the tempo.
I'm just sad that Texas State again has a jungler for me that I feel like can at least try and match Drury University's, but is just going to get outmaneuvered. The Zinzao is going to be a lot faster, is going to try and challenge you a lot earlier, and has better gank pressure. So you don't have that Jarvan anymore from Texas State to just create that early pressure that they wanted. And oof, just against a mid lane, like an emote, like you're gonna have to play very careful here in this mid lane. Like, yes, you have that volatility with the Yasuo and Diana to come and lock in and lock onto each other, but that Xin Zhao is gonna be right there with you. He's gonna be
Yeah.
with you every step of the way. He's going to try and fight you, and because he is that faster clearing jungler, they could try and challenge for a double scuttle here for Drury. And that in itself could be a little bit of a detriment for Texas State, who has a very strong 3v3 skirmish, but requires some snowballing and some itemization for that to be fully deadly.
Yeah, I think that's something that we have to look at, especially. But I'm
Yeah.
looking at the fact that they have so much CC lockdown on the side of Drury. That's going to be a little scary for some of these members, right, for Texas State. And we saw that Drury were able to execute picks very well, and their positioning, their macro around the map was really good last game. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at Texas State kind of respond to that, know that that's how they Drury are approaching this best of three, and find ways around it, find ways to synergize a little bit quicker in the game.
Yeah, and the other thing for me too for Texas State, it sort of following you up on that whole being together and synchronizing is actually being there, attending attending the fight and attending the objective with each other on that same timer. Because
Yeah.
just looking into the future here, if you are dead even in gold, if like it comes to a place where it's like we are just fighting for soul point here and everything has been dead even, kills have gone back and forth, everyone is at the same itemizations, you need that Mordekaiser there to deny that big engagement from the Malphite, or to deny that backliner and force a dueling situation for that Mordekaiser to come out on top. Make it a 4v4 scenario where your 3v3 could potentially be stronger with the Diana and the Yasuo coming in and clumping the rest of the members together for that big wombo combo that Texas State has been trying to get this entire series, and being able to pull out in full with that Braum sort of being there to try and lock everyone down to keep them in a congested state and not allow the more flexible and mobile members of Drury to just dip in, weave around, and then look for kills on their own right. So there's a lot of things that they need to do in just that fight itself, and every single member needs to be there and attending on time for it to work. Where Drury can
Yeah.
sort of start to leak in here and there and look for those pinches, though it does have that flexibility of being a little bit later or earlier to a call.
And I love the mindsets that we're getting from both these teams already in the season, right? You get an obvious focus, as you were
Yep.
saying, from Texas State University, who are going for all the wombos possible. This is what they're practicing. This is what they're going for. And on the other side, you get a lot of individual execution needed across both games for Drury when you're looking at the mid lane matchup for Akali, and you also have the Malphite who's going to need to perform for his team to set up those fights along those lines. So I really like what we're seeing so far for both these teams, but going
Yeah.
into the second game, right, it is still Texas State University on the back foot here, possibly going down in their first series.
Yeah, and it's just the kickoff broadcast for it, and it's something that you can learn your lessons, and it's something where in retrospect, just even reviewing that first game, you can understand very easily, because it is an easy composition to execute, why you messed up or where you messed up. And to that end, it makes review very quick, very precise, and saying, all right, just know these, communicate a little bit better, figure out those points, and move further on. And that's where I just don't have that issue of concern for Texas State of being, we're going to be that more simpler executing composition so we can get everything on point. Though you can have some inklings in the back of your head and be like, well, what if they're only playing those because so and so is drafting them, but they're not comfortable? And it's like, that is something that they will be able to evolve through the season. And that is an answer that I'd like to figure out halfway down the line.
Yeah, exactly. Get check-ins on that as we
Yep.
go. But something else that I'm liking here is the fact that Drury felt confident in picking up the Senna with the Leona lane here
Mhm.
and leaving the brunt of the work to be, at least in the early game, towards the top side of the map. Because I think that's a little bit different from what we saw for both teams last time.
Sure.
We saw a lot of presence towards the bottom side of the map, especially after TSU weren't able to get the top side roll.
Yeah, and it also answers that question that I was talking about in the draft, where it's you have that Ezreal going in and saying, "All right, we're looking for a support that could possibly roam around and assist with that follow up of the Yasuo and Diana and prioritizing onto this mid lane." And the setup keeps people locked down of having a
Yeah.
faster push than that of the Ezreal, of still being able to poke farther away in the waves and being able to do some additional damage and chip away at the turret plates easier, and then also being able to roam just as efficiently and scale as effectively. ADC Senna is currently still better than that of like the farming support Senna. So for
Yeah.
themselves, it's like, okay, we're not really losing anything here. And even if they do decide, let's go for the support Senna instead, Leona tank can be really obnoxious if you're able to get those mythic items early. So it's a win-win for Drury, and I think their drafting has been just that inch of a more superior than that of
Yeah.
Texas State, where they've been able to come out on top in those situations.
Yeah, but it's still all about execution on the map, and especially the
Yep.
early game focus for both these teams, seeing what kind of pathing the junglers are going to be taking, see where their, I guess, ire is going to be set on the maps. And we got to see a
Yeah.
lot of fireworks last game in the bot lane. I highly doubt that we're going to get that this time around. We might, you never know with these situations, but I expect this mid lane to also be very volatile and see how
Mhm.
that kind of goes. We're getting into the game right now, Coco. Game number 2 of this first match of the night. Got the Southwest Division Showdown. Texas State University trying to keep it alive against Drury University.
Going out, well, you might get some volatility here that you're asking for. It looks like Texas State all running down to this bottom lane, seeing if they can get some early cheese, but maybe Fat Cat's there to stop them. He did drop that early ward out, so you might be
Not
able
going
to
to
see
spot
one.
him, though. I love the
Ooh.
vision toggle here. Thank you, observers. We'll see this early Braum gank potentially happen. Fat Cat's in the push. Gonna get caught out. There it is. A lot of the damage down. Flash already used by Fat Cat. They're going to pull away with that. Happy with what they came for.
Yeah, just a flash and seeing if they can get some extra vision. Worst goes ahead and drops down at that red buff, but look at what's happening on the top side as well. It's Othkirk and Baymax running to this top half for this red buff and seeing if they can force some vertical jungling here and prioritize some safety onto that top side. They know they don't really need to worry about Solgard and Fat Cat, even with that flash being down from that Leona. It's just because of how quickly that they can push out these waves, get to level 2 a little bit earlier, and then force some fights, but also because of the fact that ref is going to be a little bit slower to these resets. You need to have that full clear on this Diana to get to a position of safety to where you can start looking for those ganks. And with how much we've already advertised that this is going to be more of a mid-focus game, Soulguard and Fat Cat can be careful and be safe with that style. So far, so good for both of these teams as Texas State gets that early advantage and Drury doesn't really lose much at all.
Though I'm loving the warding game right now. We got a red and a blue ward on both red sides of the map. I love it here. We get the vision game already being influential between these junglers, but they also do know where each other are going to be going, where the pathing is going to be leading. But this is where you can see some of those interesting paths, some of those unique jungle paths to get the early skirmishing going.
Seeing full clear top, both of them bot, saying, all right, we're just gonna figure out exactly when both teams are gonna be connecting with that red buff. Those concussive blows.
Soulguard. This is huge. Big start for Texas State as first blood goes down to the super toxic ADC. They're looking for almost 2, but Fat Cat gets down about half health, gets away with his life.
And it was myself that was saying Soldier and Fat Cat shouldn't be worried about getting any pressure on this bottom side of the map, and immediately they're the ones that take that brutal hit to the face of the concussive blows, locking down and forcing all of the summoners from Drury University's bottom lane. So this new change-up with the Ezreal comfort pick from Super Toxic is already paying in massive dividends.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing a ton of Ezreal. Definitely seeing the duo come out. Although typically, the Ezreal Braum duo is a little bit of an interesting one in itself, but it's working out here so far for them with the setups already. Those Mystic shots definitely making the difference. But Elfmaster trying to continue to keep the pressure on Baymax up here. He's getting a little bit low himself. Baymax does have to get out. That's a big old minion wave being pushed up by Elfmaster.
Yeah, with that dueling potential that the Mordekaiser has against this Malphite, he is not in a worse for wear condition. So this is here where Drury can say, all right, well, us being on the back foot, how do we answer and reply? Mid vision, mid priority is the name of the game for themselves with this Akali and Xin Zhao duo, and a little bit slower to the finish line or starting line here for Texas State, but thankfully he had just finished that Rift Herald or Rift Scuttle in time and was able to be there for backup and gives Drury University a little bit of lack of confidence to run down here, though they are still fishing for these picks.
Yeah, they really are. Almost getting the bot lane fight here, though, in the 3v2. Turek was making his way down here. Maybe they just want to try to help push this wave into the tower, get it to crash, not put it in such an awkward position for the bot lane of Drury.
Yeah, don't want to have super toxic ADCs Ezreal in a place where he can freeze the lane and just not be hit by Soul Guard's harassment on this Senna. To that end, push that, crash that, go for the reset. And to myself, this is a place where I would actually want to see Drury just get those early dragons, get neutral objectives rolling really, really fast, because they need to at least get some gold early to make this skirmish and composition that they have more effective into the later stages of the game. To have that economic advantage to just fully stat check Texas State earlier in the game is going to be very beneficial in leaps and bounds for that for Drury. So see if they can try and cash in on that.
We'll have to keep an eye out on that. We did get the full clear finally completed by Ref. He'll make his first prominent, movement onto the map here, maybe towards top lane. He was looking for an overextended Baymax, but now we're looking at bot lane. The group comes out worst, still has the unbreakable shield, so not going to be any more damage following up. We do have a Cloud Dragon starting us off for the game. We will see if we get priority over that, but now Ref has finally made it towards top. Baymax in some trouble here, not level 6 yet, but Baymax one tap away. The flashes get traded out. Ref gets the fade away.
Wonderful catch there. You thought Baymax is going to be out just by the hairs on his chin, but fortunately Ref's damage is too much for him. With that trade of flashes, also gives a lot of advantage over to Elfmaster on this Mordekaiser, who will be able to chase down and force Baymax to use that unstoppable force in awkward positions where he's either losing out on trades, he doesn't want to take that other hit once more, and having to use that as more of an escape tool to where you can say, all right, TP's gone, ult's gone, let's look for some neutral objectives, let's get some pressure elsewhere on the map while this man's down, or vice versa, and say, all right, everything's gone, let's just straight up dive this Malphite that has nothing left in the tank and take him down, because it's 2 AP and a potential Yasuo roam from Forgiveness that could just tear this mountain to shreds.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out the Winter's Bites from Worst just keep connecting on the Soul Guard. It's huge. He's keeping the pressure up, getting super toxic, continue to push this lane. Now we see Worse on the roam time. We saw him doing that a lot last game, not able to get anything early. Now on the Braum, setting up the Scuttle Crab for Ref, but the rest of Drury are here. Could be our first little foray into a team fight potentially with a 2v2. Mid roaming down now as well. Be adding some bodies to the fight, but it's off Kirk, who does just secure that Rift Scuttle, or I guess the Scuttle Crab to the bot side, the Dragon Scuttle. There we go. And we'll see the team of Texas State have to back off.
Backing off indeed. They're trying to inch and try and take this neutral objective here from Drury. They want to make sure they can get these early advantages and then look for a kill on the backside, but it's so difficult for them. Not to mention, they're also an ultimate down here. Othkirk is level 5. He just hit level 6 now, as he was able to walk in through the mid lane and try and chase people down. But this is what I was talking about. Baymax, he's just in a world of hurt.
Yeah, he's gonna be completely dead here. Tries to break his ankles, but it's gonna be the obliteration that comes down to his face. Baymax is down. That's 3 kills for Texas State.
And that is a winning top side that Texas State has in this 7 and almost 8 minutes of the game. 3-0, and they have that 1.82k gold lead. Othkirk, you can't do anything here. It's almost impossible to gank this Ezreal Braum lane. This is where I was again advertising the fact that you're not going to be getting a lot of attention here bot lane outside of trying to pressure for neutral objectives or for mid lane. And both of these junglers prioritizing everything else, like Ref going top side and trying to pressure for this Rift Herald and trying to get Elfmaster online, that is viable because of how dominant this Mordekaiser is in that lane. but no one is paying attention to this mid lane, and those ults are available. There's a lot of kill pressure now in this mid lane, and once you break that open, then these objectives are pretty much free. But thankfully for Drury University, they're able to stall out, see that super toxic, and hit that reset. They're able to push away Forgiveness as well, and they'll be able to get this first dragon to help start up that late game investment for this composition.
Definitely a little bit later than last game, but we do finally see it go down 8 minutes and 40 seconds in. But now the re-engage, oh, the moonfall doesn't connect from Ref. Can they get the backside of the fight, though? Fat Cat in some trouble. There's the Winter's Bite. Potential from Worst to follow it up, but they don't get anybody from it. Unless Solgar's about to get dove, it looks like Texas State's going to pull off.
Able to pull off. Able to get away, but with the flash from Solgard and Offkirk exhausted. Not even, and even Fat Cat. So three flashes gone. Texas State, keep track of that. Say, all right, for the next 3 minutes, we should make some plays. We should try and make some dives here. And this is where, again, get that attention in the mid lane, crash it open, allow that place for both Yasuo and Diana to roam up to this top lane, and just break open this Malphite. Take that turret, get some plates onto this Mordekaiser where no one can challenge him in the side lane, and then be able to then revert that into either more neutral objectives on this Rift Herald or into these different lanes, and then start switching up the lane assignments. Put Drury on the back foot constantly to where you are always in that upper side of the advantages.
Yeah, we're definitely not seeing the same like forward confidence from Drury last game where they were taking the fights. They were trying to dictate the tempo here. They still had a comp that wanted to do that, right? They had the early skirmishing, but they haven't done that so far. We do have a Rift Herald on the map as well towards top, but the big focus from Texas State is this bot lane yet again. We'll see the last breath combo, and Fat Cat's just going to go down. Super Toxic ADC picks up the kill.
And they look for the bottom lane instead. They could look for this dive as well. Moonfall's available, but TP from, from Killer Guy is going to try and push him away.
They will get them off of their backs in bot lane. Not going to lose any more of that turret. They only lose Fat Cat's life. Offkirk was trying to go for the cross map play, but Elfmaster sniffs it out. See if we can get some influence from Baymax here. This 2v1 could happen. Elfmaster, he does have the Death Realm. He pops it on Offkirk. Here comes the Crescent Guard, but Offkirk, he could turn it. He gets away for just a second, but the Dawning Shadow helps him, and Elfmaster is going to take him out anyways. Killer Guy goes in for a kill, and Elfmaster, now the perfect execution's going to get used for a double kill for him. Can they follow up onto Ref? The slow Baymax, after losing 2 kills early, is going to come up clutch, and a triple kill for the Killer Guy.
And trying to make more benefits for Texas State than Elfmaster had the privilege to do. I understand he's trying to go for that kill, but you could see everyone is gone. No one is there to try and assist him. And even though Ref and Forgiveness are there for backup, he's pretty much already out of the fight from how that skirmish in the Death Realm went with how close he was with Offkirk. So it was just a pickup immediately into another 2v2 situation that Killer Guy and Baymax had that advantage on. They're able to get that kill, and then the resets come in for the Akali to just get the constant execute. Good job there from Drury University to get themselves back into this game and get some power into this mid lane onto this Akali.
That's what you got to do. We've seen so many highlight plays, so many moments where Akali is just ridiculous. Not 3 kills, 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. See if they can shut it down. Last breath comes out. Killer Guy. Looks like you're going to take the wrong end of the stick here. Oh, he gets out for a second. Moonfall came out and a shutdown goes into Ref's pocket.
Shutdown and a turret play will be going over to Forgiveness as a compensation prize for themselves, saying thank you very much. Jungler gets a kill. I get a plate. Everything is equal in the world. I also get the chicken camp as well. Go ahead and grab these Raptures away from Offkirk and deny some gold from that Xin Zhao. Though now you're on a little bit of a timer here, 2.5 minutes, or excuse me, 1.5 minutes until those turret plates fall. You have that Rift Herald available for Drury University. I'd say you start using that gold now. See if you can at least get some gold into the pockets of Killer Guy, who's just on the cusp of getting that Mythic. And then this Akali, throw it into a side lane, put this Solgard and Fat Cat duo into the mid lane as soon as you possibly can, and start to break things open from there.
Zenith Blade does connect, but he gets out with a nice little shift. Follow up. Elfmaster immediately flashes. The Unstoppable Force does not connect. It's whiffs all over, but can we see the turnaround? There's the Death Realm here, popped by Elfmaster. Killer Guy is here. Elfmaster doesn't know this. He'll be able to get away with the rest of his team, though, as they did have his flank. Very, very tight-knit stuff here in the bot lane, but you've still got to deal about Forgiveness in the mid lane. He's looking for those plates himself.
And that's a good enough stall there from both Texas State and Drury to keep everything at bay. And overall, that's a win for Texas State because you have the waves crashing in your favor. You can keep that pressure open, and it allows you to continue to push some extra vision into this bottom side of the map to prepare for this dragon. You can already see that they have that ready for themselves, and they have everyone here as well to go ahead and make it a 5-man challenge for this dragon. And everything else needs to be addressed there by Drury, so no one is going to be able to challenge this dragon at this time. That's the first dragon here for Texas State.
Yeah, they're looking to finally get their own neutral objective, as we've seen two go down the way of Drury University. This Ocean Dragon will be picked up. Looks like we have a Mountain Soul for our second game of the day.
All right, Mountain Soul, and with that, the turret plates have fallen, so that cash-in will not be available for Drury University's Rift Herald. So this, now you just look at where can we start to create a side lane, because your side lane is a little bit more stronger with the Akali just for this moment. So how do we create that? How do we use this Rift Herald to sort of amplify that consequence and then punish it forward? Because you only have it for, I think, 45 seconds until it evaporates. So you need to either use it now, or it's just going to be an exhausted objective that doesn't really get any benefits that a Herald should.
Yeah, it's very important to try and get that gold while you can, right? And not able to do so is a little bit of a detriment. But I want to see what kind of pressure they're able to levy with that Rift Herald as we get to it. It's got to be used here quickly. I would expect either mid or bot be the focus for Arthuric. He is going to go towards mid potentially, just clearing up some vision, trying to keep with the rest of the bodies of his team as everybody's roaming up from the bot lane.
And I saw the health bars dancing between Forgiveness and Killer Guy, and Forgiveness took a huge chunk of damage from this Akali, so he's sort of forced back underneath his turret. And this is where, say, drop the Herald, use it now, and then be able to sort of force this fight, because no summoners were used and not even ultimates were used in that trade, and that forces Forgiveness to go ahead and recall and try and cash in on some items here. He's only on a Zeal and on a Vampiric Scepter here on this Yasuo, so he is very ineffective in this duel. That Rift Herald is dropped at the last second on that spawn, and they're going to try and force their way through this mid.
Absolutely, get a little bit of damage done, and that tower is not going to last very long. Unstoppable force available. It's going to go in. The last breath was utilized. The push back, is that going to be enough? Dawning Shadow across the top. Forgiveness has already found one. Now we get two. Fat Cat gets his own kill, but it's looking like Texas State are taking it all the way home. Soul Guard, the only one left from Drury University.
And that is what we were looking for from Texas State. Everyone being there at the right time. Super Toxic still was able to put in some effort with a very nice shot there coming in for him. And then it was also that perfect time from Elfmaster's Mordecai with the Death Realm, pushing one of the members in, forcing a 4v3 scenario where you have that better 3v3 situation matchup, and they're able to keep everyone locked down at the Braum. Exactly as planned, perfectly executed, and Texas State's able to come out on top with now a 10-4 kill lead, and seeing if they can break open this 5k deficit, or this advantage for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And something like that early like this is so hard to come back from Drury, but you've got to continue to chip away at it. You've got to find where you can get the advantages the most. And especially for me, Killer Guy had such a wonderful start on the Akali, was already 6 stacks into his Dark Seal, and unfortunately has just been caught by the Wombo combo that's being executed on beautifully by Texas State.
17 minutes in. This side lane has now been sort of threatened once again by Killer Guy on Drury, seeing if he can do that lane assignment that I was sort of asking for a few minutes back, of saying throw Fat Cat and Soul Guard into this mid lane, keep him to a place that they can continue scale and be available for neutral objectives, and then have this place for plays to be made for Killer Guy, who can still challenge in these duels and can still try and go blow for blow with this Yasuo, but Baymax, seeing if he can try and make something happen mid lane.
He wants it. Fat Cat goes in as well. It's only gonna be a little bit of damage on the worst, and now they're in some trouble because you got Elfmaster coming behind. The poke shots from the Mystic shots from Super Toxic ADC. Move ball comes in. Big damage is there. The Crescent Guard knocks Ref away, but they've already found Fat Cat. They get one on the board now with Super Toxic ADC on a rampage. They're gonna look at this mid second tier tower.
And it's still so difficult to get onto this Ezreal and this Braum and try and keep lock on him. There's so many slows and so much poke and mobility coming in that can just keep you at bay for as long as possible. Get that second turret in this mid lane, as you mentioned, Mazel. And from there, heck, Texas State, they're fully in the driver's seat now. They can go for this dragon in 30 seconds, hit those resets, get that vision control on lock. I'd say forfeit this Herald on the top side. I believe that Ref is actually doing it right now. And with that catch, he does cash in on it. And this reset, perfectly empowered. Boom, right back down to bottom lane. So that was such a big play in just a few seconds there for Texas State to get as much as they could out of this second game, trying to force this to a game 3. And right now, it's looking good.
It is indeed, and they found the right mix of the early game skirmishing with the wombo combo that they wanted in game number 1, but have assuredness in the fact that they can take fights whenever they want to. They know that they have so much to set up forgiveness with, and it's been the difference maker with Super Toxic ADC popping the shots from the back. There's just such a hard line to find for Drury on who to focus.
You gotta focus probably Ref or forgiveness. And the issue is, you've got to focus them when there isn't Elfmaster's Mordekaiser or worse Braum in their back pocket, right? Because if Worse is there on that Braum, he's going to just use the glacial, excuse me. I am just brain fart. I usually think Glacial Prison there for Sejuani or Lissandra, but no, this is Glacial Fissure for Braum, as it is, as he breaks the map open a little bit. But like,
don't worry, I'm the play-by-play. I got you, just in case.
All good. It's the Fissure to sort of slow everyone down, or it's the Death Realm to deny you that fight and force you to play that. But oh, they're going on to this fight instead.
Forgiveness. That's a Moonfall on top of them, though. They thought they had caught him out. Forgiveness goes on a rampage, but he goes down as well. Killer Guy is going to get that Glacial Fissure to the face. And Elfmaster slams down the kill. Drury just try their darndest and don't get what they came for.
Yeah, Texas State really went for like a 2v2 scenario. They didn't see that third man there with Fat Cat, and that does come at the cost of forgiveness. But it was perfectly timed with Elfmaster and Worse jumping in at that moment saying, nope, we're going to turn this fight around. Now we have the CC. Now we have that lockdown dueling capability with this Mordekaiser to just destroy this skirmish, make it a 3-for-1 trade, and we're going to break open this bottom lane too. Baymax is running to this turret to see if he can try and defend it. He's able to at least deny the turret, or at least deny the turret take there, but does come at a huge cost from moments ago.
It does. The tower gets down about a third HP. We get the reset that came out from Texas State. Now they're heading to the top side of the map. Make sure to get that vision down. Make sure to get that priority over mid lane and continue to aggress onto Drury University.
And so far, these teams, they've had some, subpar vision control. Like, they need to get some vision out here just on these side lanes to make sure that they can keep track of Killer Guy specifically, who is really the only threat on the side of Drury University at this moment. And instead of just making vision to keep track of him, they're just going to go and outright try and kill him as they're forcing this 5v5 and forcing a TP from Baymax.
Yeah, it's going to be a utilization of the cross-map play from Baymax just to come back up Killer Guy, who gets exhausted trying to get out with the Shuriken flip, but then last breath is all connected. Crescent Guard is going to be huge to reset the fight. Now Killer Guy goes back in. Got off Kurik in the front line. They have Baymax in the front line, but no longer. Super Toxic ADC snipes him down.
And it was looking very dangerous there for Texas State on how much damage they were taking from that turret and trying to get those kills, but they're able to get at least Baymax, the front line, away from Drury University, which means that there's nothing to hide behind as this Baron is being taken, and there's no members that are healthy enough for Drury to try and challenge. So this is going to be that Baron power play for themselves, jumping out close to a 10k gold lead. They're currently at around 8,000 or 7,500 advantage. I'm going to be very interested on what this cash-in is going to be for these teams in just a few months, especially for Texas State. I think at this moment in time, they're just a few hundred or potentially 1,000 away from cashing in on their third items. They just need that extra pushing from the waves, and this is what their power play is for. Push everything out, oppress all of the lanes, every single front away from Drury University, so they can try and get that third item to force those fights later down.
Yeah, 9,000 gold lead at 23 minutes in is pretty good. But now this is where my mindset turns to how does Texas State close this out? You see this much of a lead, it should be the decisions being easier to make, those executions being easier to accomplish, and Texas State being able to close this one out quickly, but not to the liking of Drury. They're going to try as they can to stop that from happening. It's just so hard to do when these item spikes are being accomplished by Texas State, and you really don't have any pressure to be set.
See what that flank will be. Fat Cat might be in a bad position,
Oh.
but Blast Cone, I guess, gonna be going the other way for worse.
Oh no, but that was Kirk. Oh, but the last breath connect with the tornado on a soul guard. Now with Kirk is dead. This is where you just rally and continue to press for Texas State. They want to bring us to a game number 3. And they're looking to do so. They got the Baron buff. Killer Guy is going to try to pull off a miracle. But there's the tornado. There's the perfect execution. But it's not enough to take down Forgiveness. And he's still got tornadoes to throw at you. This is an inhib tower going down. Toxic wants to get that final kill. Can't get it on a Killer Guy who has the flash. You got to expect this is it. This is the final nail in the coffin for game 2.
You got 10 seconds until Off-Kirk and Soul Guard are up. They are taking
Unstoppable.
Really
there it is. Damage down. He gets out with the flash.
It.
Is it going to be enough to turn it, though? Minions are pouring in, and they're baroned up. You got one cannon at least. Baymax very, very close to the concussive blows going off. It doesn't. They actually going to have to back off. The defense is too strong from Drury, and a little bit of decision-making errors coming out from Texas State.
Baymax getting that 4-man knock-up with the Unstoppable Force is what is able to stall this game out just a little bit longer and allow those respawn timers from Off-Kirk, Soulguard, and Fat Cat to come online and then be able to try and reinforce the rest of the defenses from that base to deny this game and stretch it out a little bit longer. Though Texas State says, all right, I'm going to get this Soul Point Mountain Drake. That's fine. This Baron power play is going to be waning away in just a few seconds. And with that, they'll be able to cash in on those third items. There's that mortal reminder coming in from Forgiveness. You're having a Frozen Heart there on Super Toxic's Ezreal, and you're going to be having double Thorn Mails from both Worst and from Elfmaster. This is going to be a nightmare of a challenge for Drury University to try and come back into, because not only are you dealing with the tankiness coming in from Texas State's front line, you're also dealing with all that heal cuts that's going to make you survive just that little bit shorter to where you can't get that damage out onto that back line.
Yeah, and the saving grace is right now, obviously the Killer Guy has been trying to just pull off insane plays so far in the Akali, but so far down, it's such a strong comp going against it. It's just hard to find those pull-offs, and now Soul Guard is stacking up those souls, trying to get to a late game position where those laser beams are doing serious work. The countdown is ticking here, and Texas State just one dragon away from that Mountain Soul. They also are just waiting on these objectives to pop up and see where they can catch an overextending Drury member.
Instead, Elfmaster, instead of going for the Thornmail, he went for the Demonic Embrace instead, just to have that extra damage. And
like, we're gonna end the game anyways. Let's just get the damage.
Yeah, might as well get that extra damage just to like lock everything down. But that does not mean much here at the moment. It's still a massive item cash in for themselves to get that additional gold and additional power. But it's more of a question of how confident are they without that power play to break open these turrets and break open the defenses while there are multiple members from Drury University trying to challenge. And right now, they're looking very confident. They're taking a lot of damage from that front line that they can just regen up on with the Double Mountain and the Ocean Soul, or the Ocean Dragon that they have been able to accrue for themselves. It's just the wave clear coming in from Drury University, it's not enough to keep them at bay. It's just Texas State isn't confident to just straight up dive a turret and be confident to lock someone down and get a kill while everything else is going on throughout. So they're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, they're making sure that they can look for that pick that you want, Mazel, to really close this game.
Yep, we see the aggression from Elfmaster onto the Killer Guy in bot lane. Looks like this tier 2 tower is just going to go down and see if he can get out here quick enough, but just a couple autos away from Elfmaster taking it down. They're just working, slowly chipping away at the rest of the base. They are now, for Drury, down to their Nexus towers and the 2 inhib towers in top and bot.
45 seconds until Baron. That's what's next on the palette here for Texas State. just a matter of time. Get that vision control. Make sure there's no flanks here for Drury University to try and stick their heads out. And if they do, chop it right off. There's no way for them to try and challenge this whatsoever. And with how quickly that Baron would be going down with a Diana, Yasuo, and an Ezreal, especially, well, and the Mordekaiser's to boot, he does do a lot of HP shred on those big neutral objectives. So it's just a matter of time. But instead of prioritizing the neutral objective, they're looking for the picks. They want to get off Kirk offline. They don't even want to think about this objective. They just want to get that kill, get the Nexus, get the win, get to game 3 as soon as possible. No more dilly-dallying. But with how Drury University is grouping up and staying together and playing this defensive position to a good performance, it forces Texas State to go to that objective, get that power play, and give them that extra boon to help close this game out. Drury University, this is the Hail Mary play that they can try and gamble on.
They can try. We'll see if they can accomplish that. The Baron's already down. Less than half health. No way for Drury to really get in the fight. Kuruk is there in the front line. You see the unstoppable force on the back, but the follow-up's not there. There's the Dawning Shadow. Maybe Killer Guy can get super toxic. It's going to go down. No, he doesn't get him. What an unfortunate circumstance. The rest of the team's just getting picked apart, and Texas State are going to assert their dominance in game number 2.
And now with the teleport, you could get Elfmaster just to jump straight to that top lane, break that turret open, and then be able to parade down through those lanes. But instead, they stay together, they stay grouped. They said, we've learned our lesson. We know that we are stronger in numbers, and we will go ahead and force this to a place. Okay, instead, I guess he goes to teleport. That is... your name's not Super Toxic ADC, but he's going and being Super Toxic.
A little bit of teamwork there as Solgard trying to put on the defense. The second Nexus Tower will go down. But still, interestingly enough, this no real onus to the end here for Texas State. They're just taking their time. Maybe they're taking too much time as Elfmaster goes down to Solgard.
I see a TP coming in from Baymax saying, let's get worse too. Let's make sure there's as few people on the board here for Texas State as possible, because I see all those pings just spamming that Baron pit right now saying, we need this power play just to stall this game out a little bit longer to get to that point where you can have this massive Senna on those stacks to just get going. And you can have that damage from Killer Guy and Offkirk to secure those kills onto Super Toxic. But here we go. This might be the fight to end it all.
Oh, big wombo combo. True Sharp Barrage across the bow. Forgiveness gets the last breath, and Ref gets Fat Cat down. There's the gold lead being put to work here. Killer Guy goes on to Forgiveness. Still can't get him. Super Toxic is godlike now. 7-0-7. Last time, it was Solgard, the only one alive. This time, nobody's alive. We're going to a game 3, Coco, as Texas State takes the ace.
Yeah, and 30 seconds on all of the death timers for Drury University. There's no way for them to come back. Now I've got to look towards how this third game is going to be. This is tough for Drury University to try and come back here, because this was a stomp of a performance from Texas State.
It absolutely was. About 15,000 gold in the lead, a little bit more so, and it is a stamp on the series. Texas State bring us all the way to game 3, and you got to expect red side is definitely going to be a very big focus for game 3, because both times that red side has dominated the game.
It's been able to get those advantages in the draft by just a smidgen or so. The Mordekaiser was a massive power piece in this game specifically, not because of what he was able to do, not just in the laning phase, but in those teleports, finding those picks, shutting out that specific engager or that crucial assassin on the side of Drury University to make sure that the rest of the team had that mobility to survive through the rest of the fight and set up that wombo combo that the Diana and Yasuo are so infamous for. Not to mention bottom lane, Super Toxic and Worst did a great job on that Ezreal and Braum.
They did indeed. Well, we'll see what the bounce back is from Drury, or if Texas State are able to get the reverse sweep underway. And take a little break. We'll be back with game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV portion. We've got game number 3 in our first best of 3 of the season. Texas State University taking us the distance against Drury University. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco, and that was a heck of a game from Texas State.
An absolute stomp, as a matter of fact. I believe it was a 10 kill to 27 kill game for Texas State University to come out on top and tie it up in this series. And one of the other things that's been underlying through this game and throughout this series actually is the fact that the topside focus of these teams have been very do or die during the draft and have made strong statements in the early and mid games, but the bottom lanes have been a lot of the deciding factors when it comes to those team fights and those perceptives. And that's where I'm looking at Worst and Super Toxic, who had a rough start in game 1, but really showed their colors here in game 2.
Yeah, the wombo combo works the second time around for Texas State, as they were able to grab a lot of pieces to the puzzle and make it all work together nicely. The thing for me is I do believe we're getting the switch of sides. So how do they recreate this composition here? And how do they get forgiveness into a position to succeed like this? But also, Super Toxic ADC, do not give this man the Ezreal.
Yeah, no, don't give him this champion at all. And this is something where Ezreal as a champion itself is obnoxious because you can do everything in your power to deny it, especially with how the Senna and the Leona were supposed to be in concept. In philosophy, they were supposed to lock down this Ezreal, keep him oppressed, keep him locked underneath his turret during the laning phase, and make it to where they could scale effectively throughout this second match. That didn't happen. They get first blooded within level 2, and everything goes haywire and allows Worst to be that backup and be able to lock everyone down in these compositions where you can do that wombo combo with ref and forgiveness. And to that end, it allows Super Toxic to be on that outside area, on the outside edge, and just poke, prod away, get those kills, become that 7-0 dominant Ezreal that is just performing out of his mind. And this is where, going into the third draft of this series, collegiate, and specifically when we're down here in the Southwest Division and it's like JV teams, you don't have that awkward dullness of like the first phase of draft where you're like, okay, it's going to be the same three draft or same three bands, and it's going to be the same three contested picks, and it's just a matter of who picked which side, who's going to get those picks, and et cetera, et cetera. No, this is JV. They've got comforts, they've got champion pools, and it's going to change every single game, every single minute. And that's what makes these teams so exciting to watch, is that this is where that testing ground and a lot of that viability of secret OPs can come into light and be professional later down the line.
Yeah, that's where I want to see how much more focus we get on the similar bands we've seen all series long, especially those enchanters for the side of Texas State, and see how that kind of plays into the bot lane matchup, because I do feel like we had two different approaches, at least two different approaches across the map for both these games, where we got a lot of focus in early game in the first game towards bot side. This game, the second game, was all towards the top, mid, a little bit of skirmishing in bot lane. But this third game is going to be interesting to see where teams really put their eggs into the baskets. And especially if we see some of these picks from game 2 come through for Texas State University, because after that kind of performance, after that kind of a bounce back after game 1, what happened to Texas State University? Like, Drury got to be shaking their boots a little bit here.
Just a little bit for sure. And that's where, for myself, I'm looking at the power players specifically in this mid lane. I just still think, out of the majority of the series, that even though Othkirk was a little bit shaky on that Xin Zhao, himself and Killer Guy have shown that they have the power to at least always be stable and be competitive no matter how the side lanes are going. And they also have like the deepest champion pools too. Like Drury University has the deeper pools as a team overall, and a lot of that goes over to Othkirk and Killer Guy for that possibility. And I want them to use that. Be creative, be flexible, and even though I believe it is going to be Drury University on red side this time for game 3, it's something that you have that even stronger empowerment of saying, all right, let's get those stable picks for that bottom lane. Let's get Fat Cat and Soul Guard those strong matchups in the bottom side of the map, and then really challenge that flexibility and that strength that comes out of our solo lanes to really throw Texas State on their heads.
Yeah, that's something of, especially as we get into this draft for game number 3, see what kind of developments we throughout this. And it does sound like we're getting right into the nitty gritty of it here. Game number 3 draft, the final draft of our first series of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV in the Southwest Division. We do have that Seraphine from game number 1 band away against Drury University, but the Akshan makes it through for the 3rd consecutive time as the first ban for Drury themselves.
We're not seeing that champion. I don't know if we're gonna be. We might see it next series. That could be possible. Okay,
possible. Question. I'm gonna cut you. I'm sorry. I know you got big brain stuff here. One question for me, because it's been bugging me. I don't know the answer to it, and I could probably look it up. Does Akshan's slingshot work on Cataclysm from Jarvan? Can you just like continuously go around in circles over and over again? Okay, that's interesting.
It's like
anyways, has no pertinence to this. I was just question in my mind here, but we are already through the first phase of bans for this game. It was that Seraphine I mentioned, the Sona, and the Trundle banned away by Texas State University. The Akshan, the Yasuo, the Mordekaiser by Drury. The Ezreal makes it through yet again for Super Toxic ADC.
That's totally fine. Easy comfort pick for themselves. And Drury University, they have to have a good argument to figure out why they allow this through. And for me, I'd say pick up maybe your support or ADC now, and then have that additional follow up as well. And hey, Jin was banned 2 times out of the
Yay.
series, and we will be able to get it. Though I say it is a B tier in competition, it is still very powerful in the
I
right
I
comfortable
never
hands.
agreed with that,
Yeah,
so I'm just
you definitely didn't. So
kidding.
like okay, what's even better is I've been spamming Jin to climb solo queue, so
It's
it's
because you
like
were watching me do it.
I'm,
I know it was Coke. No, I'm just
I'm
joking.
well,
You're
actually,
way
we're
better
both
than me.
spamming Jin. We're both spamming Jin to climb solo queue, and I'm just like, yeah, it's a B tier champion in
It
competitive.
works. I mean,
But new changeup, Rek'Sai. Like,
yeah,
I
aggressive.
I don't know why they're not going. Okay, well, this is sort of a counter pick of saying, all right, you might be going Lee Sin
Oh,
on ref, but that is an immediate lie. As Fiddlesticks, just an instant lock in, really? That
just
is something I have
immediately,
not
man.
seen. It's still like it's not something I would expect per se, but it is something that still makes sense. The personality that Texas State has of saying, all right, we're going for wombo combos. We want you all to be just grouped up as clotted as possible, and we're just going to wipe you as a complete ace. And that's totally fine. Thresh and Fiddlesticks will have that set up, and Super Toxic will be able to be late to the party, though he will still be able to participate with the true shot barrages and the mobility that the Ezreal has. So overall, another surprising start here from Texas State in that draft.
Yeah, and that dark passage is going to be key to getting the rest of the comp to the team fights and things along those lines. Now we got to see and look at what Drury University are picking up for their third pick in the first phase, their final pick, and does look like it's going to be the Amumu lock-in. We finally get to see it.
Okay, thank goodness we're finally able to see it, and we can have some discussions about it, because throughout the season and throughout the changes that have happened with the Amumu, it's had some varying results, and it's something where it's been very potent in solo queue, where you were able to just lock people down very repetitively. And with the Jin, you can do just that. You have that frontline jump in, get that lockdown with the bandage toss, get that hit with the deadly flourish, rinse and repeat with that bandage, and that person does not get to move for about 17 minutes, and you're able to get that kill. So overall, that laning phase is going to be very deadly to deal with, and it is a good counter option to that of a Thresh and an Ezreal. However, there's always that third main we need to consider, and it is how these teams are going to be roaming to this bottom lane and seeing if they want to make it that very potent bottom heavy early game style that has had its backs and forths throughout this series, as now it is now into the top side that these teams are trying to prioritize, choking down onto both Baymax and Elfmaster.
Yep, and we'll see what the second phase has in store for us. That Orange banned away by Texas State. Urgot following it, or I guess first off the docket for the second phase of bans for Drury. Also, Wukong going to join that ban, I believe. We'll see. We'll get a confirmation on what that ban was soon enough from Drury University. This puts my eyes onto Texas State's last ban, especially when you're looking at a lot of setup here for Drury University, and how can they kind of utilize that in their last two picks to really make it happen?
Yeah, so that was a confirmed Wukong pickup or ban, that is, away from the side of Texas State University. And Silas is Texas State's final fifth ban here
Oh,
as
the
well.
Khaled makes it.
As okay,
It was banned
Kled
last
too.
time.
It was banned away last time. So a lot of new picks that have been coming out of the woodworks here for this game 3, and of course it's a best of one, like no stops. Everything is gone, everything is brand new, table is completely clean, and that is where you get a little bit more creative with how you want to just draw out these compositions and draft up this style. And to that end, it's also a blind Kled, which can be a little interesting.
No.
So it's like
no.
you're fighting fire with fire, and that immediate Darius lock-in is just that. This is, oh boy, this is like so much different from the two games that we had just watched a few moments ago, where everything felt like a little bit more thought out. This is almost like gut reaction. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you want first pick? Ezreal. All right, what are you getting second pick? Thresh, Fiddlesticks. Cool. All right, they pick Kled. What do you want? Darius. Okay. The very gut punching.
Oh my goodness. There's
State
the
University.
Wombo.
Yeah,
they finally got it. The final piece to the puzzle.
I would have preferred Camille into Kled, and then you have Camille Galio, and then that's just disgusting because you can permanently lock someone down, and there's no way anyone is getting away from you. But the Darius Galio, just as good. And with the Fiddlesticks, hey, that sounds pretty neat, to be honest, and how everything will be able to work together. It's another one of those compositions that it's wombo combo, do or die, not as easily executable or like as easy on paper per se as some of the previous picks, but so far the final lock in is just a thrown gauntlet of saying, all right, you're trying to beat us up in laning phase. Well,
Yeah.
we will just outscale you.
So the only issue here, I feel real bad for the Jin here for Drury University, but the fact is, everybody's gonna be leaving them behind. All right, poor. It's
Kind of.
it's gonna be poor Soulguard here. Everybody's going forward, but they do have the lockdown, and the follow up can be there from the Jin. So I actually
Yes.
really appreciate Drury University's comp with what they were able to draft out. It's just again Drury going with the boomer bust style composition here. They've got to get the execution down. Where on the other side, you're again leaning into the wombo combos, leaning into that play with the team.
Yeah, and to that end, you've always got to do the favor of favoring the team that is more, well, oriented as a group, that's saying we're going to be working together, we're going to be focusing on not only bringing ourselves up individually but helping each other along the way and giving each other that helping hand. And that is going to be leaps and bounds more rewarding than that of like individual performances. And that's where like you look across the pond and look at Drury University, which you have some of that team camaraderie still. Like the Jin and the Amumu is still very powerful, but everything else is very much like, I'm making a play, you're here or you're not.
Yeah, and that's what you got to watch out for. But they do have the scaling factor, at least with the cast, and want to see how that kind of works out here, how they're able to supplement that mid lane. We did talk about it a little bit in the draft, or at least before the draft, talking about the volatility that the mid lane can provide for both these teams.
Another thing too, like let's just go and dive in a little bit more about like the Amuma support, because this is where it's something that has been kind of successful, kind of not. And a lot of the ways it has been successful, especially in solo queue, is it being paired with mage carries, like with the Swains, with the Victors, with the Zyras, with the Seraphines, and so on and so forth, because his passive gets the most out of them and is able to ramp up their damage to where it's like, hey, you get 10% bonus true damage. Like, have fun. Yeah. That's going to be nuts on this Kassadin. Everyone else on Drury University doesn't really benefit from that. And it does create a place where you're not getting the most bang for your buck. Still, you have a Jin that can like two-shot people like later down the line, and like you said, is going to be a little bit in a awkward spot of saying, well, I need to have perfect positioning because everyone else is going to be leaving me out to dry on my team. So through all of that, it's just a bit more difficult to fully support that kind of composition and that play style comparatively to that what if Texas State has, where still team focus. We're gonna dominate you. The only big question mark for me is how well this Fiddlesticks is going to be, because Fiddlesticks' clear speed is still pretty slow. It's fast, yes, he is a jungler, but comparing that to like Rek'Sai, who can take out these camps fairly quickly, can jump through and is more mobile through the jungle, and then can get to those scuttles faster and get that vision control to temper where this Fiddlesticks is going to be, might just be that speed bump that this jungle composition and this team composition might have a difficult time getting over into that mid game.
Yeah, and I think that one thing for me when you're looking at this is all about the timing for Texas State University, because we were talking a little bit more about Drury's composition, very go forward, take them out with the CC that you can layer down, get picks if you can with those knockups and knockdowns. And on the other side, if you get a good Fiddlesticks ultimate when they're all committing to a fight, that's huge. You're going to turn around that fight like in an instant with the heroic entrance on top of it, with the amount of damage that you can follow up with. So it's all about timing for me for Texas State University. And for Drury, it's about asserting your dominance, right? We saw it in game number 1. You saw so many active plays around the map, the macro, pulling Texas State University to the brink of death. And then now in game 2, we didn't get that. So Drury need to bounce back in that fashion for me.
Yeah, which it's like completely two different styles, right? It's like the unstoppable force, immovable object situation. And once those two clash, then we can have a good discussion of how those teams have been able to master those two philosophies, which is great because then it's something we can ask them, right, into the next stage, into like the post-match interviews of saying, all right, you're able to pull it out on top. You're able to either beat that on, like you're able to be the better unstoppable force or the more immovable object. How does that feel in the sense of like going through? And it comes down to the players of being like, maybe we think that the other style is better and we're actually going to adopt this team wombo combo style, or we're going to be more scrappier next time. And that can
Yeah.
change so much because again, it's the first week, like it's like the kickoff broadcast, and it's like so much can happen throughout the rest of the fall split, and that is what's going to be very interesting to watch how these teams grow throughout the
It
season.
absolutely is. And that's why I'm so impressed by what we've seen from these teams. The fact that we are going to our third game in our first series of the year,
Yes.
and to see like how different the approaches have been, but how successful they have also been for each of these programs. So I'm really excited for this third game, especially with the compositions that we have. A lot of execution on both sides, honestly, and especially with what we've seen so far. I'm looking at the objective control because that has been a dictator of what we've really seen work for both these teams, at least.
Yeah. um that's something that would have to be answered once we get into the game, because like that is very much just like in philosophy you can go so many different ways, and it just comes down to one factor of just the performance of the player, what their mindset is at that time, and what the team will be able to do with that power given to them. Because I think you had a good weekend of figuring out at HuFest that even though you think you have the best draft in the game, you're not there. The players might not be checked in to it fully,
Yeah.
and you could pay the ultimate price for it, and that in itself could really cause a detriment for themselves later down the line.
And I think that's where momentum in collegiate League of Legends plays such a big factor. I'm a big
Yep.
emotional, factor person. I like to see how, like, in traditional sports, how much emotion, how much momentum, how much kind of motivation works in a positive manner for traditional sports.
Yeah.
I like to see that comparison into esports, and especially in collegiate League of Legends. I feel like it has such a home.
Well, heck, like I'm just gonna throw this out there. There's like a good documentary series on Netflix called Untold Stories,
Mhm.
and there's even one that I'm watching now where it's about a tennis player, Marty Fish, who just randomly he's like, "All right, I'm at the end of my career. What am I gonna do? Like, I haven't even gotten to the top 10, so how am I gonna do it?" And he just commits for 2 years straight, just goes absolutely crazy, and keeps his mental on lock, and he's able to get to the top 10, and is able to really pull out an immaculate performance. And that's what even happens at the smallest levels, even in these best of threes, where it's like, all right, group stage, like you can be tilted out of your mind, and that's it. You're done. You're not going to be able to perform for the rest of the season because of how important it is to keep a good mental, always have a thinking mind in the game, and then being able to apply that process and that motivation for the rest of your team.
Yeah, and that's what we talked a little bit when we were getting into this series about that, and like how that growth needs to come along to see that in game, see the in-game leaders, that
Yep.
communication come down for both teams. Now we get to see how it all unfolds for this first series of the split. We've got Texas State University taking on Drury University in the Southwest Division of the League of Legends JV.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And so far, calm before the storm in this third game. Pretty defensive spread from all of
30
these
seconds
members.
until minions spawn.
And the one thing, again, I am keeping my eye on is Othkirk and Ref. The Fiddlesticks and Rek'Sai matchup. Not something you see fairly often, especially in a competitive light. And for that reason, it's a good one. It's not something that Fiddlesticks is a very potent thing. It's like there's one pro that's notorious for it in NA, and that's Jose Diodo. And if you can embrace the Jose Diodo on this Fiddlesticks, then hey, you might pop off. But
Go doggy, it's your birthday. Go doggy. No, the dog dancing is just too cute. Thank you, observers, for giving us that line. And then we get Kled doing weird stuff. All right, that's fine. A little bit of distraction before we get into the thick of the action here in the top side of the map. Gotta look how that Elf Master versus Baymax matchup is gonna be, because I do also feel like I was talking about volatility in the mid lane. The top lane, as you had mentioned earlier, has also been very volatile.
yeah, and the draft was just such a gut reaction. It was like instant lock Kled, instant lock Darius, and we're gonna see who wins. Like change up two, like teleports, yes, but there's an ignite on the side of Baymax's Kled and a flash on Elfmaster's side. So this is where it's It's really go in or go home here for Baymax. He can win this lane fairly quickly, excuse me, especially with that ignite. But Elfmaster has that defense to try and keep the dueling a little bit more tempered. Though I'd have to say I'd give this over to Baymax's Kled just because of how powerful the heal cut can be on the bear trap and how easy a Kled can sort of stick to its targets. It's just a question of how much poke damage you can get in to create that execute range for this Kled to get that maximum of output against the Asterios.
And I would really like to see, you were mentioning it earlier as well, where you were putting a big focus on Althuric here. I want to see if he can get a wrench into the plan of Ref as this Fiddlesticks. That level 6 mark is what you're dying for. And if Althuric, with the early game skirmishing that Rek'Sai can have, gets under the skin of the jungler for Texas State, this means so much for Drury University.
And even focusing topside, just to get that Darius shut down and make sure Baymax really secures this winning lane condition for this Kled. It's just an absolute bonus. The one downside for that whole chase scene between these two junglers is that they are just on opposite sides of the map right now. So focus on this top end. Let's see if we can get that kill.
Althuric's calling his shot from a mile away, just gets the knock up to have Baymax with the alley-oop. That's first blood for Drury.
And that is very greedy from Elfmaster. You can see there on the minimap, there is not even a single ward in the vision for himself to try and look for that pincer. Yes, you've got the Tribe Brush, but you have to adapt your vision control to the jungle you're challenging. So that Rek'Sai is going to avoid that Tribe Brush as much as possible.
Ref. Oh, Fat Cat
super
goes
toxic.
in. He is going to die. That is unfortunate for Fat Cat, but super toxic ADC is right back in it from game 2 on the Ezreal. Now Althuric is in mid. We're getting chaos early, but the knockup doesn't connect, and Forgiveness gets away with his life.
A kill in the bot lane and a kill in the top lane for both of these teams to try and get their carries and their early carries online, seeing if they can get this Ezreal to a place that you can create this safe space to allow Worst on this Thresh to roam around and look for more plays into this mid lane with the assistance of Ref. And also in the top side, get Kled's Baymax just dominating as we go for another skirmish.
Drury University baited just a little bit. The Rek'Sai is mobile enough to get away from that one, but the three-pronged strike was waiting from Texas State.
And also a flash was used as well from Killer Guy. So that's another crucial summoner spell down there in that mid lane for Forgiveness and Ref to try and punish in the next few minutes. But I'm speaking of punishing, and I think Elfmaster again is a little bit too far out. Althuric.
Oh, he's going to get the angle here. The knockup's going to be there. The flash from Elfmaster. This time he will not go down.
He is scared on this Darius now. He knows that this Rek'Sai is looming in the sides every single time he tries to make for a punish on Baymax's Kled. And the teleport comes in from him as well, making sure he can catch this big wave so he can keep up with the economy and keep that gold on lock. Another teleport came in as well from Killer Guy in that mid lane to do the exact same thing.
Oh, no.
Wait, why did you go too far?
He's back, and he's
no.
going to... No, he gets the heal back. And he's able to get out with his life. Barely, though. Baymax sticking around with Althuric.
Look, I set my eyes down elsewhere to see how the rest of these two teams are positioning for their objectives, and it is just a nightmare here in the top side of the map. You have to fully forfeit this top lane now for Elfmaster's Darius, and like I just said a few
popped
moments
the Predator.
ago, oh,
He's on his way. He doesn't have level 6. He just
interesting.
popped his Predators, just run into the lane to make sure he can get there. There's the sustain coming out, but Elfmaster is fighting off the turret, and he just goes down.
Just forfeit the top side. You do not need to try and challenge this, especially when you had seen that information in the mid lane that Killer Guy was coming to respond as well. This is something where it was a mistake from Elfmaster to freeze the lane a little bit too far out from his turret, and Althuric was there hovering in the sides. Just learned his lesson to try and challenge those more forward positionings while Rek'Sai was in the area, and he constantly got punished for it, and then trying to help him out and keep him stabilized just makes it even worse, and it leads to another death for himself as well. So now it's a very slippery slope for Texas State to try and keep their top lane online, while Drury University is just reaping the rewards, and they could start looking for turret dives in just a few minutes.
Man, just let Elfmaster have a game. Come on, Althuric. You don't need to do this to him. He's got a family. He's got friends. He's got something at his school, but Elfmaster is not going to get away with anything in top lane. Maybe they'll get him, but the grab back is enough to... Ignite actually came out from Baymax. He does have Skarl still there. The Prey Seeker doesn't land. And Kurek almost just goes down. Elfmaster survives from the oppression that Drury's trying to put on it.
Yeah, the oppression indeed, but this is the type of reaction that I was talking about for Texas State to try and jump onto. Just get something else on the other side of the map. You have the stronger ADC bot side with Super Toxic on the Ezreal. Get the Dragon, start doing some late game investment, because at this moment, it is still just on the board. Your composition will slowly get outscaled compared to Drury University, who has a Castlin, who has a Kled, and has that Jhin and Amumu set up for them to work with. They will be able to just bully you in the later stages of the game, so get some objectives that can help you scale more effectively in that part. So far, they are able to at least achieve that end, but at the cost of a very, very weak top side. And now with 7 minutes and 40 seconds, you have Rift Herald spawning very soon. This is what I'd say for Drury University. I'd say start looking to that top side. There's not a lot that Worst and Super Toxic could do here in bottom end. Look for that Herald and look for some turtle plays.
Oh no, the bandage toss does connect.
Oh, wow,
and
that's some
Kurek
damage.
just obliterates Worst. Now Super Toxic ADC is going to go down to Killer Guy here. Rift Walk is going to get it. Killer Guy gets his first kill on the Cassidon.
And with that, 4 kills to 1 on the board for this third game of this series, Drury University now reset, go top side, get that vision control, push Elfmaster away from his turret, get some mid lane pressure, and take this Herald and really punish Texas State.
And the fact that Forgiveness had been on the roam there, he actually was waiting to pull the trigger on the heroic entrance, then sees that Killer Guy was roaming down, decides to go back to mid lane, try to get priority there, was not in range for the heroic entrance, and with the Rift Walk, Killer Guy was able to get down there so quickly, there just was no response.
Yeah, the Cassidon through this series as well, even on Forgiveness' side, has really been showing its full colors and stripes because of just how dominant it's been in the matchups in lane, and then how oppressive it's been outside of the lane with the jump-ins, with the roams, with how quick it's able to get to these objectives. And from here, that's the oppression we were talking about. They're able to get all those checks, those boxes checked off, and get this Herald. And now the next question is, for Drury University, who has a very good start, accelerating themselves into this third game to get this lead, where do you drop this Herald? We didn't have a good one last time from Texas State, but ooh, I might have to hold that point as Ref is in an odd position.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
Blasco, though. Wow.
Blasco's going to save him. We do also have a cross-map play happening by Drury, and unfortunately it's on to Elfmaster yet again. Baymax getting a little bit lower, but here comes off Kurek. There's the charge, and Elfmaster getting oh so low. Guillotine comes out, but it's not enough. The Void Rush gets off Kurek out of the tower, and that's another kill going over.
And it was just a great turret dive there from Othguric and Baymax as well. They were able to just trade the turret aggro as well with the Rek'Sai ultimate
first
and
tower.
the dismount from Baymax. And there's the Herald, that's first tower, as you mentioned, Mazel. And that is going to be a massive amount of gold onto this Kled
Almost
and onto this Rek'Sai.
4,000.
Yeah.
This is just cresting the 10-minute mark. It's almost a 4,000 gold lead here for Drury. And apparently it's just the red side buff so far in this league.
Well, thank you, observers, for toggling that gold as well, because you can see 2,200 gold in the pockets
Oh
of
my
Othguric
God.
and 2,000 in Baymax's. I think Othguric
that's
can
insane.
cash in. I think he can cash in on a mythic like right now, if not in the next 300, 400 gold.
Or, you know, he could just keep oppressing Elfmaster if they want to.
No. So then we get into a conversation about how active your money is. But you know, like with Killer Guy here, it's looking pretty appetizing.
Oh no, Ref. Oh
might
no,
be a
Ref.
good spot.
Okay, yep. Elfmaster's gonna go down here, no doubt. Ref just tries to get in. Heroic interest is there, but it's too little too late. Now we'll see if they can get it turned around. Baymax is gonna go down Forgiveness, but Ref sustaining up, gets knocked back by Othguric, and now the Rift Walk's gonna seal the deal. Forgiveness is gonna get some backup by Worst. A Rift Walk is gonna get Killer Guy right out of there.
And the damage is already done. Worst had come too late to this challenge. And that 4,000 gold lead for Drury University is going to be cashed in here shortly. Saw Baymax. He got that Tiamat and the Iron Spike Whip already. And Othguric, we were questioning, do you get the Rek'Sai Mythic? Yeah, she's cashed in. You immediately get the Prowler Squaw. And oh boy, Dragon in 35 seconds. You can see Othguric beaming down over to this objective with a priority with Fat Cat already set up.
Yeah, you got to try and get some priority in this mid lane here as well. Fat Cat doing good on the, at least roam between mid and bot. We're just trying to get his work onto the map. Here's off Kurik. He is so strong right now with this mythic item spike. You have to be careful stepping up into this pit.
Keep your eyes peeled. Not want to lose track of off Kurik.
I don't know if you want to do this. Storm is there and available. That was actually a decent position for the re-engage, but there just wouldn't have been any follow-up there.
Ooh, yeah. And at least Ref and Super Toxic are strong enough at this moment with the Crow Storm and the True Shot Barrage to try and challenge any immediate contention from Drury University. So Drury has to challenge
got
the
more
players
bodies
first
down
for the
here,
objective.
though. There's that
TP.
CC lockup. They're TPing. This is going to be a potential 5v5 here. Fat Cat gets out with a flash. Curtain Call doing decent amount of damage. Baymax with the charge on the back flank. We're so low, but they can't get him. They still cannot get the damage to connect, and Drury are actually forced off the fight.
And a lot of ultimates were used during that fight. 3 from the
Ref
side of
pop
Drury
Predator?
University. Oh, Predator popped.
But he did get some damage
on
on
Baymax.
Baymax. Now the fear is there. The taunt's going to be on the Baymax. Baymax going to go down to the guillotine from Elfmaster.
And what a great find there from Texas State. It was an even battle through and through, but able to get that pinch with the Predator from Ref secures this dragon for themselves. That's going to be the second dragon for Texas State University. His late game investment still in their favor.
How does this keep happening, Coco? You think it's so one-sided, and then these situations present themselves. Texas State making sure they're not done just yet.
It was a little bit of an awkward place for Drury University to try and create that fight. There was not enough damage yet from Soulguard's Jhin to make maximum output, and Fat Cat got a decent ultimate to keep everyone locked down, but again, it's just not enough damage from this team. And though Off-Kurik has a lot, it's a very squishy Rek'Sai that you're working with, so she has to disengage very quickly, has to manage that ultimate, that Void Rush fairly soon in these fights with how much raw damage that is coming out from Super Toxic and Forgiveness early on. And it just comes into question of, will Texas State's damage continue to stay that powerful in these fights later down the line, or will that base stat slowly start to slide away and the tankiness from Drury University pick up and catch up against it? But we'll have to put that point on hold. That is a future point to discuss, as now it is back to the drawing board for Drury University, and it's back to oppressing Elfmaster on this Darius.
Both supports out on roam timers now. Fat Cat trying to help out off Kurik here, but you also have Forgiveness, Worst up here to help Elfmaster. This could be tricky. Oh, the missed flash by Worst. That's so unfortunate. He still wants to follow it up, but maybe this is too much. Forgiveness looking for the taunt here potentially, but Baymax is on the back side.
Able to disengage and able to win their blue buff back over into their hands. Texas State University is going to be giving that one over to Ref. And here, we've got Sork Shoes of the Predators online. It's just a question of, do you have eyes on Off-Kurik? And you do with that ward. You could look for a Punisher. You have 3 members available. And with the fear, it might just be enough to lock down these 2 members.
Here comes Crow Storm over the wall. It's going to connect. The fear is there, but the follow-up not there from Worst. And it's Drury who actually get away from it.
Just a little bit of mismanagement from there for the ultimates, as well as the engagement from Texas State. It allows Drury University to escape with their lives with very little to cost. Not even a flash used, even though Off-Kurik is still waiting for that to get off cooldown. But this dirt dive may be possible. Oh, it's used with the charge. Retreat, moreover, as a stable game once more. Still a 4K gold lead, just barely for Drury University. And they're trying to cash in on those mythics soon. It's, again, get those damage ramps online for this powerful team and then start looking for those players, as Texas State is still having a fight in this game.
They are indeed, and that's the scariest part for Drury is they had such a dominant lead, still have a dominant lead early on in the game. Can they continue to capitalize on it? Heroic entrance in there is going to get a little bit of damage done on a Fat Cat. Here comes the Void Rush into the thick of it, but Drury are going to be routed here. Baymax gets on the backside where Ref thought he was safe, is going to get it. Killer Guy is now here to clean up some work. Off-Kurik is barely going to survive. He steps in front of him with the Rift Walk. Oh, you're too dang good, Killer Guy. And that's another kill for him. Double kill for the Cassidon. He's at 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Give him 4 kills.
And that is a 4-for-1 trade there for Drury University, and a massive ramp of damage and gold being cashed in here for Killer Guy and for Baymax, making themselves 3 kills and 4 kills, and grabbing a turret as well. And even look now, Othkirk is on this Herald, making sure that's going to be ready for pickup, and Soulguard here is just shooting a fish in a barrel.
All right, we'll see Super Toxic try to get out one more shot to do it. He gets away with the side step. Super Toxic ADC not going to go down this time, but the Rift Herald will be going over for Drury.
Grab this. It'll be a nice little consolation prize for themselves. And looking at how the current map state is, Dragon is coming up in just under a minute. It'd be pretty good to just either A, use that Rift Herald as a diversion in the mid lane to get some priority there and force Texas State to try and address it while it sieges their second tier turret, or you look for it in a maximum consequence way of you getting a victory at this dragon and then using it after the dragon has been challenged. And if you instead play for the fight and win it out, then punish with a potential inhibitor turret that you could look for instead. So that's just a question of what is Drury University going to be prioritizing and what are they willing to sacrifice? Because if you do that former play, you might have to just forfeit that soul point challenge for Texas State. But here comes the TP from Baymax, seeing if they can force the fight early.
It'll be a little spicy here. Killer Guy is so difficult to deal with. The CCs are not going to connect from Drury, though. And he had backup right behind him. Dragon spawning now. Could be first dragon for Drury. But it's going to be Texas State who want to fight over it. They're positioning with all 5 members behind the pit with no real way to get into the pit.
Curtain call's not available, but the wombo combo of Drury University definitely is.
Oh, they found Baymax on the side. Almost gets Scarl pop, but not going to go down just yet. Dragon getting oh so low. Do they still want to commit to this? Texas State, the reset on the Dragon. True Shot Barrage comes across, and there's the Crow Storm. The Dragon's secured, and it's out of there by Texas State.
And such
the charge. Worst is going the wrong way. He's going the worst way, if you will. He's not going to get connected on by the charge, but there's the bear trap on a rope. Elfmaster needs to get over the wall, but he can't do it. Heroic Entrance now going to be popped. Forgiveness just threw himself into the meat grinder, but is it enough? The fear is there, and the damage is there. The curtain call comes out from Soulguard, but on the other side, it's a triple kill for Othkirk. Super Toxic ADC is not going to go down just yet. It's going to be a slow drag down to the dirt, but it's Killer Guy who's unstoppable. And 18 pages in that BM book, baby.
And it was looking real bad for Drury University at the very beginning of that contention for that dragon. Yes, they had the inside track, but then Baymax gets caught out on the bottom side, and they're forced to run away from this fight because of the harassment that was coming across the wall from Texas State. But then immediately after that engagement, they were able to find that catch once again onto worst. They just forced the fight. And from there, it was just an error of plays coming in from Texas State. They knew they should have forfeited just worst himself and then given themselves that extra time to just hit those lanes, reset, and then keep a holding position while their support was respawning. But instead, that heroic entrance just caused everyone else to just file in one by one and gave Drury University that just freedom to make pick after pick after pick and win that fight over, jumping this up to a 15 kill to 5 kill and a almost 10,000 gold lead, which feels almost minuscule.
It's getting deja vu here with these games. We're just getting back to back to back 10,000 gold leads around the 20-minute mark. It's very one-sided, but we've seen the teams have been having a little bit of struggle closing out games, finding those definitive team fights. So now Drury are in a position, yes, they're in the driver's seat. They got to prove that they have what it takes to finish this one off.
And I think that's the thing, right? Like the 10K gold lead, or at least 9K at the moment for Drury University, still feels very small because of how expensive their cash-ins are for their items, for like crucial items as well. Because Othkirk, lethality build, pretty cheap, right? Rek'Sai has been dominating on this game so far, but is very, very squishy. So you need tankiness coming in from the side of Drury University, which is very expensive for both Baymax and for Fat Cat to try and achieve. So your fights are very quick, they're very sporadic, and they do not draw it long because of how quick both these teams can blow up. Fat Cat's on the flank though, he might be able to find an engagement here and force everything away, but no, Drury University decides to call it off.
will be the tier 2 tower going down. It's 4 towers to 0 right now in Drury's favor, meaning there's a lot of standing gold still available for Texas State. But that gold lead has officially gotten over 10,000. You see all 5 members in the top side of the jungle for Texas State. Meanwhile, you're getting things across the map here, at least pushing in lanes, some invades going on for Drury University. They're just picking up everything they can get.
Nothing's on the board here for Texas State. Oh my goodness. Everything is gone. Drury has taken absolutely everything and the kitchen sink to boot. The only thing really left available is the Baron at the moment for the next few minutes. Dragon is up in about 1:30, so at this stage, even though super toxic, they have no options outside of just control the waves, keep everything managed, and figure out which objective Drury University is going to be challenging this time, because their vision is very much lacking at this moment. It's going to be very difficult for them to try and push out even past into the river. And to this end, it's controlling where everything is going and seeing if you could possibly make a pick or at least stall out the potential picks that Drury University is going to be looking for. So Texas State, not a lot of options and not a lot of ways to wiggle themselves back into this game outside of big errors coming from Drury.
And for me, it's them trying to find a shutdown on Killer Guy, right? I mean, he's got 18 pages in the Magi's. He's 5-0 in the Cassidon. It's so difficult. And as you were saying, Alcuric still has a huge bounty on his head. And it's so difficult because he's been the one setting it up, but he gets out every single time. And it's hard to stick the damage profile from Texas State because you got a lot of AoE, right? You've got a lot of that wombo combo in a pit or in a specific area, but the follow-up, the following into that damage is not there.
And the other thing too is like we just sort of blink ourselves back to the past and talk about how that draft went again. Texas State was very guttural reaction. It was a lot of we're winning lane and we're winning lane now kind of situation, especially with the statement coming in from the Darius. That Darius is 1-6, and right now Drury University is making Texas State's jungle their own. This is going to be sole challenge for Drury. I say Texas forfeits this, but it doesn't look like they're going to be giving up this potential soul anytime soon.
Trinity Force completed for Elfmaster, an interesting choice at this part of the game, but you'll see that dragon just handed over to Drury. Be the first dragon of the game, even though the True Shot Barrage was an attempt to try to steal it. It will be the first dragon for them trying to get that stack in here, but now Baron is up and they could honestly force a fight at this point. I mean, they've got so much gold, 11,000 just about, that they could force Texas State into making decisions across that they don't necessarily want to take.
Looking at what everyone is cashing in on, just some more recipes for those third items for everybody respectively. During this time, it could have had Texas State saying, let's push out, let's forfeit this dragon so we can at least trade it for some vision control and some wave pressure and getting some additional camps while we can. Heck, you could have been saying, let's go real greedy, let's make a Hail Mary play of saying, while we're getting that vision out on the top side of the map, let's see if we can take any of the camps or spot out any camps on Drury University's top jungle side and get anything from that quadrant. Deny that away. Unfortunately, they don't, and it keeps this gold advantage jumping up to almost 12,000 here for Drury, and giving them that additional time to reset, get that vision control, and there's nothing that they need to sweep away from Texas State because they would rather have just hovered over the dragon hoping for a potential steal.
Yeah, see the grouping here by Drury. They realize how much of a position of power they're in. They're also bringing the Killer Guy up here on the flank too. The waves are pushing very slowly for them. The positioning, the macro at least, has not necessarily been the cleanest for Drury, but they can still press up into Texas State because of the lead they've developed for themselves, because of the things they were able to accomplish early.
And unfortunately for Drury, they're not really a Baron taking team, especially with just a Jhin and a Cassidon. Yes, they do a lot of damage, but it's a lot of more focused on champion damage and burst than anything else. Does struggle on that Baron taking, so for themselves, they're just trying to bait this big purple worm out, using it as just a pillar of attraction for Texas State to keep their heads in, seeing if there's anything suspicious going on, and then immediately catching them while they're being a little bit suspicious and curious on how Drury University is interacting with everything. But it gives them still that additional time. I do see that Kempunk Chainsword just cashed in for Offcrick, and I'm looking at a possible Infinity Edge from Soulguard as well. That's going to be a lot of flat raw damage that comes in, and you look across the board of Texas State, and all they have is their mythic items and not a lot of defense. So all of the damage carries from Drury University are going to be pumping.
Definitely so. It's so interesting to me, though. We've gotten to this point where we have such a dominant lead for Drury, but they just don't seem too confident on taking fights and taking those engagements, right? They want to make sure and play reserve to close out this game to take their first win of the season. But they've got such a lead that you would think that if they force fights and things along those lines, it's so hard for Texas State to find anything. But here's the Texas State setup in their own blue jungle. See Ref get caught here in the vision. See if Fat Cat wants to take the engage. You've got Killer Guy continuing to farm up to level 16 on the opposite side of the map.
It's painful to watch because Texas State, they don't feel like they have any options, but one of their biggest options is just to send it, to find that pinch and then to challenge it, to force a bait and try and look for something. And as I think they might have looked at it here in mid lane, especially with Drury University on how they position, but nothing comes out of it. No ultimates exhausted, no summoners exhausted, and another stalemate here for both these teams.
It's a stalemate with like a plus 11,000 gold lead. This is insane to me right now. The confidence lacking from Drury's side right now with the lead they've gotten.
Just send it, honestly. Like, it's something that just, you have Kled charge, group up, look at this.
They don't want to
side,
lose the zero deaths on their carries, all right? They've got 7-0 on Offkirk. They've got 5-0 on Killer Guy.
That's why you
no
said
deaths on
Kled
Slowguard.
That's why you said
Okay,
Kled
because he's already gotten deaths. You just throw him to the meat grinder.
Yeah, just throw him in the meat grinder. It's Kled, man. He's a Yordle. He'll be fine. And it's like, okay, now you have like 45 seconds to prep this dragon. Like, cool. Like, I understand the whole like play it slow, play it safe concept, but you're 19. Yeah, like you're 12k in the lead. Just go. Just fire away. Like, this Fiddlesticks does not do damage.
No,
and no one else does. The only person that does damage is if you allow Elfmaster to get 5 seconds.
Like, look at that. Ref is just out.
There we go.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. All you got to do is pull the trigger, and there's the trigger pulled by Drury University. They wipe the literal floor with Texas State, and that's what you get with the 12,000 plus gold lead.
Yeah, now it's, oh my goodness, I think it's 13,000 almost in the lead. And they're going to go ahead and try and parade for this Baron. Just looking for the pinch. They're looking for the right play. And honestly, they were just looking for the confidence for them to slam that big red button.
Now they're doing Baron and Dragon at the same time, because why not?
It takes a while for themselves. But, like, this is I guess you could say this is a good example on why you have 2 keys in a nuclear submarine. Everyone has to be on board to make the go button. You could just fire it and win, but I guess having consent from everybody is a good idea. Drury University finally get that Baron power play for themselves and that second dragon. At this point, I honestly, Mizel, wait for that charge reset to come back up, have all of those ultimates online, and just throw it down mid lane. Like, you have the capability to dive these turrets with Kled dismount to change aggro, with Rek'Sai change aggro, with the tankiness from Amumu as well, the initial tankiness from Amumu with the Aftershock as well. And then also, at this point, we were talking about earlier on how we would be worried about how Solgard's Jhin would be positioned while everyone's just running at him or running away from him, as it is with this team. Doesn't matter. They're gonna lock him down. Nope. He's just gonna curtain call, fire away, see if he can get some executes. And speaking of executes,
yep, there you go. That's it. Nope, another one. 25 stacks in the BM book's gonna do that as well. 9-0-6. The Killer Guy on the Cassidy.
Okay, who's next? What are we looking for? Oh, maybe Fat Cat gets shut down.
Yep, I think so. Here we go as Fat Cat's in some trouble. They're going to utilize literally everything from the side of Texas State to get him. Now Baymax is in a TP that he probably should have taken. Gets out the curtain call to back him up. Got to watch out for Offkirk. You got to watch out for the Killer Guy. They're the ones that have all the gold. And there's another tower going down to Drury University as the side lanes continue to push.
This might just be really bad here for Texas State.
Look at him. Get it. He's going to go in. The charge is there. Damage on Elfmaster. Riftwalk's going to be stacking up here. Can they continue it? Killer Guy is now legendary. The Void Rush is coming in now. Ref is going to flash, but he dies anyways. Now Shutdown. Finally, Offkirk dies. Killer Guy wiping him out. Ace comes through. That's a quadra kill for the mid laner of Drury University. And this has got to be the end of the series.
I'm looking at the death timers here, Mizel. It is 30 seconds until the next person spawns on Texas State. This one is done and dusted.
It absolutely is. The first series of the year in the books. Drury University are going to go 1-0 up on the season.
Oh, absolute domination there from Drury University. And that answers the question of what is stronger, the unstoppable force or the immovable object? And, well, the immovable object picked a scarecrow, and it got burned to an absolute crisp there in that second or that final game of this first series of
It's
tonight.
not harvest season just yet. We're not in October, all right?
Yeah.
We need to wait for the scarecrows.
Do you know how tilted I am? The fact that you guys are like, let's watch a horror movie. I'm like, it's September. It's the middle of September, guys.
It's not
Like,
the
calm
middle.
down.
Come on. All right.
There's like a pumpkin. Like I understand the pumpkin pie in the fridge. That makes sense. But a fiddlesticks in my games? Okay, wait a little minute. But with all jokes aside, yeah, Drury University dominated that third game of this series. And honestly, it was probably one of the better series that I've one of the better games that I've seen out of them as well. It was shaky in game one. They were trying to find their flow. And then the second game just was almost like lights off. Like they just didn't want to play. They were trying to figure something out. And it was like an experiment, and it just didn't go their way. And Texas State was able to pull out on top with that victory. And this is a completely different team from what those other two games were. And they just really showed their colors this time.
In game 3, it's so funny to me because you could literally see it click on the screen when they finally take a fight. They wait, we kill these guys. Oh, what? They're just gone. Oh, okay. We realize we could just take it to them now, and then back to back, they just take the fights and win the game. So it's funny to me to see that kind of mentality click in the game, to see the players realize what kind of position they're in. And that helps you later on, right? Because when you feel like you're in these kinds of positions and you get that kind of lead, next time when they look at this game, they'll be like, oh, we could have closed it out here. Oh, we could have improved there. And it just helps you that much further. And for Texas State, it's a little bit difficult to take the first loss, but it's a long season. You got a lot of time to work back. You've got a lot of things to learn from, I feel like, from this series. Looking at those wombo combo comps, yes, the second game looked so good, but in the third game, that wombo combo wasn't necessarily to their advantage.
Yeah, I think that's just sort of plays into the story of all of these teams, right? In the sense of like, not only are you trying to figure out your own team synchronicity and like what your team is strongest at and how do you really embrace it and learn from it, but also the individual players of how their knowledge grows throughout the game and saying, all right, I have the confidence. I know that I can burst this person within 2 skills. So let's just go for it. Like there's no way that they can like get around this. And having that innate knowledge and that experience just grows and grows and grows. Because the more that you're able to 2-shot people, the easier you're going to figure out that I can 1-shot people. And it's just from there, it expands going forward and giving them that extra boon to continue having a dominant performance throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a great showing for both teams here in the Southwest Division, but especially seeing the red side dominance already in this series, I want to keep a side eye on that as we go through the season and see how many of these teams do prefer that fifth, or I guess the red side
the
as
last
well as the fifth pick. But it didn't really affect this last game at least that much. But obviously we've seen domination from the red side, so it's a matter of like the objective presence and the movements around the map being on the red side make it look.
Yeah, not only like the maps geography as it is, but also just the general like counter pick mindset, and not just the fifth pick. It's more of the like third pick and third into fourth pick situation of being able to take that instant blind and having that victory blind, and then also being able to have that additional counter pick into the other phases as well, especially in the first phase, which can be very important in how this is determined. So that being said, the Kled and the Darius were big decisions here, and that was the 4th picks on both sides. And then on the other end, Fiddlesticks and Rek'Sai, those were both on 2 pick, and it's like for some reason those changes can really make or break a lot of these teams. And like you said, I'd be very interested to see how the rest of the red and blue side challenge in JV specifically is going to be interacting with each other further down the line.
Yeah, so I believe we'll be getting our interview very shortly, get a little bit of dissection of that series from Drury University. But when you're looking at this best of 3 and we're talking about the red side and all these kinds of things that come along with it, I want to dive into a little bit more of Drury University here, because something that I saw from them here in this series was leaning on the execution, the high ceiling, the high risk, high reward system that they kind of drafted for themselves. And in game 2, it just didn't look like the same feeling that they had in game 1 and 3, but those are important as well. And going forward for Drury University, relying on those individual skill sets is so important. And especially at this level, I find that's an interesting mindset, right? You don't see a lot of these programs. You see a lot of programs go for tried and true, easy execution compositions, but they're
Yeah.
already busting out some high execution, high level mechanics needed in these types that they're drafting already.
Well, and I think just to piggyback off of your point of saying like these players are much more flexible and they are very comfortable with a lot of champions, and sometimes it's just a almost like a luck of the draw, or even just like a chance of fate, perhaps, in a sense that even though on paper there's like a lot easier compositions that you can just hit the big red button and send it, that might be something where they're not comfortable in these specific
Yeah.
individual characters, and they're like, sure, yeah, we could just full send and have like a big wombo combo, but I as a player know how to find flanks on Kane, or I know how to find those pinches on Cassidon, I know how to trade effectively with a Kled, and because of those unique picks, and even though on paper in a rough synopsis it says okay it's a little bit more difficult to execute, it's better for them because they are individually more understanding of how the smaller pieces become the bigger picture. And that's where it can be a really nice surprise of being like, okay, somehow this composition worked and it just made everything look so much better. That's what's so great about like constantly practicing and trying out with your team and seeing what works not just for yourself, but what complements your additional teammates as well. And then, of
Yeah.
course, I'd have to say the like how the collegiate system also supports you in finding those creative avenues of approach.
Yeah, I think that's something that's really cool, right? I've been covering collegiate legend. We've been covering collegiate League of Legends for a little while now, and it's cool. It's so cool to see how different all the programs are, how they approach the situations differently. Everybody's story is a little bit different in its own right, and to see them
Yep.
bend and flex in those positions and be able to put on a show, right? The fact
Mhm.
is, we got to go to 3 games in our first series. I couldn't ask for anything
Sure.
better here. We're hoping a little bit further along the line we go to all 6 games. But that's the dream. We'll see how that happens later on. But I just think that for our first showing, like this is a great setup and a great bar to have for CSL, and especially
Mhm.
going into this season, because I think that like being able to have the NACE Star League showing all these tools across so many different titles, right, is so important for the competitive atmosphere of the collegiate scene.
Definitely. And this is just the JV scene, right? Like
Yeah.
there's scenes beyond, there's scenes below that have just different levels of competition that you can always check in and analyze. And there's so many aspiring players throughout it that can change. And it's what's so fun to keep track of. And heck, even to tease all of that, there is another series coming up
There
that will
is.
be staying tuned after our interview. And that's something that it's like I've known one of these organizations, one of these schools for like 5 years, and just sort of watching that grow, it's pretty fun to watch. So we'll have to
It
keep
is
an eye on
indeed.
that when we get to check in on the history books.
Definitely. And speaking of checking in, we're going to check in with Fat Cat from Drury University. Was able to whip out the Amumu in the last game. Fat Cat, how you feeling after the series taking the first win of the season?
Feeling really good. It was really great to compete. I haven't competed in a really long time, and feeling like that experience with my team, it felt good, especially after all the practice we've been doing.
Good, good. And talking about that a little bit more, how long have you guys been practicing together?
So about 2 weeks before school started, we competed in a tournament. But at that time, we had scrimmed maybe one time before the tournament,
Oh, wow.
so we didn't do so hot. And then we've been practicing since we got here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday we scrim, and then this week we scrimmed Monday, and today was big day. So about 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Wow. So
Oh,
a
wow.
little bit of practice showing up some good efforts here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So 3 weeks going in, is that pretty familiar to what the current system is with Drury? Is it a very young system in the university so far, or is it still very much a fleshed out and veteran League of Legends team?
Well, the jury program here for esports, they've been here a while, 4 years, 3 years. But only our jungle and our top laner have been playing, at jury. Our mid just came from Midland, and then me and our ADC Kane, we just got here. We're fresh out of high school, so
Wow.
I'd say it's not really fleshed out, but for some of us it is.
Awesome.
I like to hear that though. Hey, it's always a work in progress. Now I got to talk a little bit more about these games here because they were a little bit back and forth. There were some big old leads developed by both teams, but that third game in particular for me stood out. I talked a little bit about before we got in the interview, but there was a moment that it just felt like it clicked for you guys, that you guys knew you could just take the fights and win it whole-handedly. But before that, it was a lot of reservation. It wasn't going for these very strong plays with the aggressiveness that you had with the composition. So tell me a little bit about the mindset in game 3 and if there really was that click.
So yeah, definitely. We were kind of like, we want to play it safe, let cast it and get level 16, and then play through that. So we're trying to like play it really slowly, not, I don't want to go in and then use my R, and then my team is not there, and then I'm dead. We don't want to keep throwing or giving a lot of kills to like their Wincon and Fiddle or Ezreal, especially the Ezreal.
Yeah.
So it kind of clicked when we were at Baron, and we were like kind of decided we should fight, and we were like, no, we shouldn't. And then our jungler was like, man, we gotta go. I'm fed. We win these. And when he went in, we got like 3 kills, and we left, and we were like, all right, we can just fight anything now. I mean, we're really far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had like almost a 15,000 gold lead there at the end, so it was
Yeah.
huge. And just to see that kind of mentality switch, I love that you guys stuck with the plan though. That shows some serious growth and strength in you guys, and being able to kind of keep that mindset in check. So as we round out this interview, I got one last thing for you. You got any shout outs, call outs, anything you want to talk about here before we let you go?
I'm really excited. We'll be going to a LAN in Illinois in about 2 weeks. So
Oh, that's so
Illinois
exciting!
Oh.
Sweet.
yeah, it's my first travel LAN I've been playing in. I played high school esports for a while. Shout out to the Ozark team. I played there for 2 years, but we never had to travel because of the COVID restrictions. So finally being able to travel, I'm really excited. Shout out to my family who was all watching, my girlfriend, and then Sinope, the flock. Shout out to them. And my team. My
I
team
like
played
it.
amazing. Yeah.
Just a little shout out to the team at the end there. Hey, thank you so much, Fat Cat. Always some great words to hear from the player himself. So thank you. Have a wonderful
for having
time and have a wonderful rest of the week for you. What a way to start off your season. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was Fat Cat from Drury University, but that was also just an incredible performance from Drury University to kick us off in the first game of the split. And to hear some of those inside workings of the team itself is really interesting. We'll have to see how it grows. Maybe we'll get to talk to Fat Cat after another game or so. But talking about other games, Cole, we got to step away and take a little break because we got another bout coming right up. You thought the action was done, but we ain't done just yet, because we got a battle of the West Division. Neumont College of Computer Science taking on Colorado State University. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 season. As we get continued on in the League of Legends JV portion, I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon on the cast, and we're diving into our second best of three of the night. We've got the West Division bout between Neumont College of Computer Science and Colorado State University.
Yeah, Colorado State, pretty long and veteran program in the school in itself, but it could be completely new, fresh blood coming into that team, because a lot of people go through that. Excuse me.
Don't die on cast. All right, Coco. I'll take it from here. You take a second, but we're getting into it here pretty quickly as well as we do want to try and bring up a little bit more information about these teams, and especially bringing up the roster head to head and really looking at what we have in front of us, especially the matchups that we're really diving into tonight. Because I do feel like both teams are pretty evenly set, right? We have a lot of variance across the board, some up and down. But for me, CSU's stable roster really shines through.
Yeah, CSU is pretty stable. And Kopari, Kichi are actually veterans of this team. So They are going to be very dangerous, and you'll have to keep an eye on them for sure. They are a very deadly powerhouse, though a lot of it is much more on sort of seeing how well they can complement their new young blood. I'm looking like at Lily, who I think is actually one of like the highlight players in this game. Yes, it's technically barcode, but it's like this is where it's like actually a lot of fun, because it's just sort of that history, and it's a touchback of saying, hey, remember when a lot of Korean Smurfs used the NA servers to just like Smurf boost people? Well, that's what barcodes stand for, and that just shows you that you do not want to be really picking a uneven fight in this stand-up. But fandom aside from my CSU boys, Diddleboy and Gabergoob are the ones for me to watch on the side of Neumont. They're the ones that it's just like they're very, very powerful players, and they are the standalone hyper carries of the team, where you have a little bit of an offset skill level between the rest of the composition.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to dive into. Our first series of the evening, pretty evenly matched across boards, some variance, but mostly diamond or above, right? This one is a little bit different. And you do get these kinds of matchups from time to time, right? You get very, very different matchups in terms of skill level, or at least ranking level, because all these teams, we're all coming together for the collegiate scene, and it's everybody who can make it can get in. And right, this is one of the matchups that you really have to come at with a different perspective here, because you have very high diamond, grandmaster, master for CSU. A lot of strength there. You were talking about the veterancy. On the other side, a little bit of a newer group, a little bit lower in the rankings, but still being able to take it or find advantages against CSU is going to be a huge kickoff for them.
Yeah, and I think the two players that we brought out specifically are going to be the avenues of which that they can actually do that in. Gabagoob and Diddle Boy, they're the ones that it's like you pick a hyper carry, you pick something that is very comfortable for them, and you just send it. Because this is also a place where this team gave our producer a little bit of a hassle as well, because they have technically 3 top laners, and you're like, all right, who's going where? Because it's like, I've got a Set one trick, I've got a Yasuo one trick, I've got a Camille one trick. You're giving me a bunch of top lanes, but you need a jungle and an ADC. Thankfully, you have the ADC and the jungle to address, but it's like, which one of those top laners has the most flexible and applicable pool into either A, the mid lane, and B, the support? And I'd have to say, like, you're throwing your 2 power players of Diddle Boy and Gabagoob into those situations, and you're saying, sorry, Mr. Fancy Bones, you're going into support. We're going to see if we can, like, throw you into a place where you have a little bit of comfortability. And heck, you're Set one trick, so Set support does not sound that bad. So you just have to find something that is at least complementary to that in Nox's name's kind of champion pool in its own right, which he's very versatile in their own way. So as much of an uphill battle it is, they still have the tools for success against TSU.
They absolutely do, and that's what I love about Collegiate League of Legends. We were already talking about it last split. It's about who shows up, or not last split. I guess we were talking about last split, but last game, who shows up on the day, who's able to perform. Well, we're into it now. First game draft coming up here. Neumont on the blue side, Colorado State on the red. We get the Bard, Jin, Kennen banned away from by Neumont. Pantheon, Ezreal, Nautilus banned by Colorado State University.
Oh, wow. All right. So those all taken away. A lot of those bans coming in from CSU is much more of saying, all right, there's a specific playstyle that we know that Neumont College would want to be dishing out right now. Let's just yoink that right out. Ezreal also takes away that whole comfortability of saying, let's go set support. Let's give this bottom side a comfortable situation that you can just play through, and then focusing on to the top and mid parts of the map and sort of investing in those much more heavily because of that safe lane you're getting. Though on Neumont, it's like you got a power pick on a Kennen, you got a Jin and a Bard that are also very, very powerful in CSU's ways, and that in itself is also going into a dangerous fighting fire with fire, as I am just already baffled from what CSU is throwing out right now. A Draven and a Thresh. They know the weakness of Neumont College, and they're saying, we are going to shoot you in the foot, and we're going to watch you bleed.
This is so dirty. That is a heck of a combo to pick up in your first 2, but they're going to go with something potentially a little bit different. We're getting baited. Okay, it's going to be that. No. I was going to say, Thresh is too good to pass up, I feel like.
No, yeah, the Thresh is just way too strong. Like, even though it's a Draven Thresh lane, it's like there was a Felios that's available, Varus is available, but it's like, what's the most kill lane thing we can get? Obviously, it's a Draven, and you're going to be running with that. It's also very snowbally, though it's not the current like patch notes Draven yet. It's not like the next Draven where it's like you get that execute based off of how many stacks of glory you have. So thankfully, you don't get that possibility in Neumont's college avenues of approach, but they do go with one of the safer and more oppressive bottom lanes with Caitlyn and Morgana to try and answer this kill lane that's going on.
And I can truly appreciate that. It's a tried and true combo throughout the last year, 2 years, or even however long it's been. But the thing that can throw a wrench into the works here is a very good Lee Sin. Because we've seen Lee Sin just destroy the map occasionally with those unique pathings that you can take, with the early skirmishing potential you can have. Colorado State University have themselves set up with the first 3 picks, and now we get to the nitty gritty. Now we get to the final bans that are going to be coming through, the 1 tricks that are going to be banned away. Talking about it, CSU take off the set to take that power pick away. The Galio is the ban by Neumont College.
Neumont College, so that comfort pick taken away as well. And this is also like that surprising point of Lee Sin, super flexible and really good into a lot of these junglers' hands. Like, heck, even Barcode Lily is in a situation where you're going up against an Echo that is going to be very weak early on. You have so much priority that you can just take over in this game, and giving it over to the possibility of saying, all right, we've got a kill lane that can deal with itself. I can always be there to assist because of how quickly I can clear out. Now we're looking at CSU drafting this back end of forcing Neumont College into saying, all right, you have to blind pick one of these lanes. We're going to pick which one you have to blind pick. And honestly, I'd say give it to top lane. They give Oberon that counterpick capability, but oh no, they say no sir. Camille
Nope.
is just way too good for us. We're gonna go ahead and pick that one up.
You got
and
a
have that
Camille
dive
one trick?
capability.
Ah, nah.
Nah.
That's
I'd
what I'm
say just
saying.
give it to him, but it's like, all right, I guess they give the respect over to Kopari, which, as a matter of fact, is some insider knowledge from my boy Frankie G, who's an alum of Colorado State. He just told me that it is Kopari has recently role swapped to mid from top lane. So this is something that it's like you technically could flex this Camille.
The
Camille
Yasuo?
could be mid, but hey, all right, Yasuo.
There's no
though.
knockups. But it's a little bit of comfort coming out. So
yeah, this
that's
is
what
100% comfort. Like
that's what I was gonna highlight here. Is like that's
Yeah.
what reigns supreme in these kinds of tournaments, and especially the NACE Starleague.
Yeah, but it is also plays into what we were talking about earlier on. Is just like you want this top heavy side of Neumont College to actually pull out a dub, and the way you can do that is giving the best comfort picks to your players as much as possible, and specifically Dillaboy and Gabragoob, right? So it's like give him that play, do all right, and you are having to play blind. Thankfully, you have the wind wall to sort of block out the Syndra all in at level 6, but it's very difficult to do it. It's a lot of mind games going on, and it's going to be a lot more difficult than so it earlier perceives when it comes to projectile setups. And technically, those balls aren't projectiles. They can be spawned behind your wind wall and can cause some chaos. So you have to be very precise with how you position within that wind wall to avoid some of that damage and that lethality. So overall, all decks, all the cards are laid out on the table. CSU, they've come here for blood, and they want to just make sure that this is a clean 2-0 sweep and that they are one of the best colleges and one of the best programs for League of Legends here still in the Western Division.
Yeah, I think it's a very big statement from them for this first draft. On the other side, it feels a lot like the first game, right? Where we were saying, you know, for the fact that we were getting a lot of comfort, we wanted to see kind of the decision making across the teams. And for Neumont College, I feel like this is really important, right? You've got a Shen in the top lane. You have a little bit of flexibility in the way that you can join fights and things along those lines. You have to be so adamantly careful about giving early blood to Colorado State, because they will literally take it and run with it.
Yeah, and the only other difference between this start of this second series and the last series is that we can't fully dissect the players or the preferences that the teams and the players have in a sense of style, right? Because on paper, this is already a very one-sided match with just skill levels. So that plays into the sense of like, okay, we're just going to ego them, or we're just going to try and style on them. And with how the draft had played out, that definitely does come into fruition. You've got a comfortable one trick, you've got a kill lane, you've got some very stylish characters with a Lee Sin and a Syndra that can just like absolutely obliterate people. So this is going to be difficult for Neumont College to figure out, all right, how does CSU play as a team? And it's much more going to be a challenge of saying, how do we challenge ourselves to perform on the individual levels to where perhaps this synchronicity and this complementary composition that we've cooked up with the Kate, Morgana, Shen, Echo, and so on will be able to overpower the more scrappy and skirmishy style of CSU.
Yeah, I think that's something we got to keep an eye on as we get further in. But like for me, initially, I mean, I'm looking at the Yasuo here. I'm looking at the mid lane. I'm looking how much pressure Neumont College can generate from the Yasuo, because this pick has got to be a key carry for their composition, right? You don't necessarily have the big knockups. You don't have the setup for the last breath besides himself working through that. But it's about like, how does that roaming work from the mid lane? Do we see any outside influences into the mid lane from Neumont College? And how can Colorado State University respond to that? Or how do they choose where they want to go, right? Do we see a lot of focus from the Lee Sin towards bot lane to get this Draven ahead with the Thresh and unlock that map? I think it's there's so many decisions to be made by both teams.
And a lot of the challenge too is that like when I put myself in Neumont's shoes and say, all right, how do I want this composition to work to its maximum potential? A lot of it is side lane control. I've got an Echo and a Shen that I want to be having that wave management. I want to be having that pick potential to lock down, to always come up with assists, then have the Yasuo, Kate, and the Morgana in the mid lane and do a 1-3-1 or potential 4-1 strategy of oppressing CSU through the wave management and lane assignments, where they are either forced to either engage us in a man down advantage, or they have to challenge us at those neutral objectives where we will forfeit those for more strategic position in the lanes and in their base. And that's where it's like, that's great, but you're in a position where they can clear just as fast as you. They have just as efficient side control as you with a Camille and a Syndra. The only thing you beat them in is global presence and potential range. And that is where it is going to be very important for them to have better vision control. They're going to need to have better wave crashing and wave assignments in every single aspect of this game. And that goes back to game one of the first best of three series between Texas State and Danbury, where it's like, or Drury, excuse me, as like, well, we do have better lane assignments, but now we're late to the objective call and they're able to crash and they're going to punish us and so on and so forth. Or vice versa, we're late to the objective, they're just managing waves, and now it's just we're stuck in this constant loop of never being able to successfully get something, and that can just drag the game out or severely punish that losing team or that disadvantaged team to where this game could just be an all-out stomp.
And I know a little bias is gonna play in here, Coco, but I'm looking at the bot lane. I'm looking at the Caitlyn Morgana versus the Draven Thresh.
True.
Because I feel like, you know, these are two very staple carriers for both these compositions. And especially, you know, looking at the team comps and the players themselves, very big comfort coming out of the bot lane as well. And like, who gets off on the right foot is super important here for this best of three. We've already saw how back and forth the first series was. And now going into our second, where that skill difference is there, I want to see how it is approached by the side of Neumont, because I think, like you were saying, like there's so many possibilities for this bot lane if you can find some influences there. I was talking already about the roams from mid lane, potentially getting the Yasuo involved. Yeah. The Echo has a ton of mobility around the map, but I need them to strike in a way that feels comfortable for them, not get caught in the game that Colorado State University wants to have, because I feel like they're a team that can easily take control of what's happening in the game, the pace of the game, and dictate exactly how it's going to play out, right? And force Neumont to play the way that they want to.
Very true. And it's, you know, it's their first game of this initial broadcast kickoff. And that's where it's like that leniency can come into play. And sometimes it's a situation of, if this first game goes either way, whether it's like a close bout or an absolute stomp one way or the other, this is where I think Neumont is going to learn a lot of their most valuable lessons throughout the season, because it is a very heavy-sided favored match against CSU, and going up against sort of like a David and Goliath story. It's either saying, all right, you get to learn a lot on how this team was able to find every single weakness that you had and exploit it to its maximum potential. And sometimes seeing how someone is able to do that to an opponent and able to exploit it teaches you just as quickly as it happening on screen, because you feel that and you witness that full hand. It's like, man, I was out of this position by this much. I did not respect this jungle clear to be at this time. Or maybe we just chose the wrong target, and it's like, if we choose this target, it's over, because they chose so and so. They were able to get onto Gabrigoop and just obliterate him. What if we chose to jump onto Kopari, or what if we jumped onto Kichi? And it's like, figuring those questions out now against this Goliath of a match is so important. And going into game one, we'll see if those lessons can be learned.
Indeed, the lessons potentially abounding here for the side of Neumont College of Computer Science as they go up against the Colorado State University team in the West Division, the first match of the split for both these teams.
Rather, already the egos being dished out here from CSU, stepping very forward into Neumont's area, already that early drop board. And that's something as well that didn't happen often in the early stages of the series. that we were sort of critical on in the last game, where it's saying we want this early vision out to track the junglers. Where are they going? Where's Barcode going? Where's Doughboy going to be jumping to? How are they going to be pathing their initial clear? What resets are they going to be looking for? What lane assignments and what lane pressures are they going to be trying to prioritize? What flanks are they looking at? All of that can be told through some information. And there's that blue ward right there from Neumont, seeing this late invade coming in from CSU to take this red buff away and try and challenge this bottom lane priority of this Caitlyn Morgana.
I'm gonna try to. First, Dark Binding does connect as well as the built over Peacemaker, so that's huge damage on Akichi already. But it's something that can be dished back quite quickly with this combo.
And also the positioning of how Marble and Noak's name could be in this bottom lane could potentially tell if Barcode decides, you know what, I'm gonna do a full clear bottom side of this this blue side red buff, and then look to gank on this Caitlyn Morgana, or look to gank on this mid lane, and instead decides to go for the Raptors, is leaving one piece of chicken in the bucket.
Oh no!
But this might just be first blood.
Hey,
right here, right
you
now.
said the focus needs to be on Gabbergoob. One more hit, can he get it? Kapari can't finish it off. Gabbergoob has burned the flash, but so did Kapari.
And with that, you use that flash, and overall, that's a absolute win for Kapari, because you have that TP advantage. You can stay out in this lane a little bit longer. You can see that he's actually freezing it here underneath this sort of barrier, but right next to his turret. So Gabbergoob is always going to have to slowly stick his head out farther in the lane for Barcode to come in, punish to a maximum potential on this Yasuo, where he's never going to have a fun time. And you're always going to need to have Diddleboy in the area for that counter gank possibility. And speaking of, Marble.
Oh no, the adoration stacks are waiting. Kichi getting so low, it's not gonna hit. The crit is not enough. Now Plez forced to flash away, and there is that volatility in the bot lane.
Now, the just oppressiveness of the Morgana and Caitlyn is way too much to handle, but it was so close to call for Kichi and Plez. Diddleboy is not gonna find anybody. And the bottom lane of CSU is able to get out with all the scars on their face to show. They're able to lick every single one of them, heal back up in the fountain, and get back into lane with a good place to try and crash. This is, again, that punishment. Nice freeze. Gabbergoob's in trouble.
He is. He gets the dash through the wind wall. Not going to be at the angle you need it to be. One more tap could do it. Is it going to be enough? There's the barcode. It's not. It's traded. First blood does go over, but Gabbergoob gets the trade back. And now Diddleboy is looking for it. Not gonna find it.
Diddleboy's late to the call, is not able to get a reply kill, and Kopari still here, hasn't recalled. He's gonna go ahead and crash this wave in with the little mana that he has left, and will go for that reset to really punish Gabbergoob in this mid lane. Right now, sure, you got the 1-for-1 trade, but Kopari actually, no, he should be fine here. He's good as well. Like I said, really punishing Gabbergoob in this mid lane. 12 CS to 28, and that trade kill as well is actually way much better.
No.
So much better for CSU.
Sonic
Diddleboy.
wave. Diddleboy's in some trouble here. Yeah, TP now coming in from Kapari. Nice scat of the week, and there's another kill. Kapari gets his first, and Gabbergoob is gonna go down too. Oh no, it is catastrophe early on in the mid lane.
And already a 2,000 gold lead within 5 minutes of this game, Mazel. It is an absolute wild house in this mid lane for CSU and Neumont. And it's the one place that Neumont could try and find a snowball carry to pop off and create a fire under CSU. They're not able to find it here. They have been absolutely snuffed out of any possibilities. And Auburn now having this Camille playing perfectly on that hook shot. Could possibly get a kill, because this dive from Barcode could end this Fancy Bones.
What do we talk about? The Lee Sin early on can get the job done. And there, Oberon?
No, he's good.
Okay. We're good here. Just making sure the teammates aren't mad at each other here or anything like that. CSU up 4-1 in kills, now taking tower plates on the top.
Now let's see how quickly they can widen
Oh, they
this
didn't even go
gap.
for it.
No, they did not go for it. They know that the TP is going to be forced here from Mr. Fancy Bones. And he's got a very big wave to deal with. And this is That's an interesting crash too, because it's like it crashes just enough to where there's a very slow wave clear for Mr. Fancy
fall
Bones to
for
try and
Kichi.
challenge and force out, and then the turret plate's gonna be really easy to take when you try and look for a dive. So it's only 6 minutes in. Dragon is not even in the sights of CSU. It'd rather be for the Rift Herald, but as you mentioned, Diddle Boy is in this bottom lane. They're looking for Kichi and Plez, but with just how they're positioned, with how all the actions have been previously, they know that something is up.
Yeah, Marble just trying to get the angle there, but Kichi too quick and knows too much of the situation at hand. And now at this point, Diddle Boy has just been chilling down here for the longest time.
He's losing so much XP right now. Like this
He's
is
almost doubles farm down against Lily. And
21
that's
to
huge.
39, level 6 to level 4, and an Iron Spike Whip to an Amplify.
He just canceled the back. No!
Oh no.
Oh,
wait,
man.
Gabbergoop.
Oh, mid lane. Gabbergoop. Oh, nice
gets
wind
it.
wall. And the trade back. Gabbergoop with the outplay.
Oh, they are ego checking this mid lane right now, and they are paying the price. CSU, another kill going over to Gabbergoop. He might be able to find another.
Oh my god, the last breath. Kopari, you're in some trouble. The flash is already traded.
Oh,
Kopari
yes.
gets away. How does that even happen? Gabbergoop can't get the distance. He's going back in. He's got Tornado, but he can't get it. Diddle Boy is here just in case.
Little Boy is now going to be hunting for that Syndra of Kopari, who is actually running up to the top side of the map, is in that elbow brush right next to the blue buff. Will Diddle Boy find him? He will not.
Oh
as
no, Gabbergoop.
Gabbergoop.
Gabbergoop. Oh, the
Oh.
flash is too early. He goes down. Mr. Fancy Bones is in trouble now. Diddle Boy can make his way up here. He's still level 4 though.
Yeah, Diddle Boy is, I don't know where he's been that he is so underleveled right now. And actually, I know the answer to that question.
I
He's
was
in
gonna
bot
say, I
lane.
think we know the answer to that.
He's in bot lane right now. But all right, Diddle Boy. Okay, he's at level 5. He's near Auburn and Mr. Fancy Bones. He could try and challenge this counter gank, or try and challenge this dive, excuse me, and try and counter gank for it. Auburn knows that something's up. He knew that Diddle Boy has been up here because of the shenanigans that had happened in the mid lane. And now we have to address and set our eyes back onto this bottom side of the map, because Marble and Nook's name, they've been doing all right. They've been holding their own. It is a Caitlyn or Morgana, for sure. Like, you are playing one of the safest lanes in the game of League of Legends, and you have been able to get away with a lot against this Draven and Thresh lane. But one thing you have not been able to win over is lane priority. Kichi and Plez have been dominating in that department. They could look for this dragon whenever they so choose, and they can keep a good eye on Diddle Boy's tracking presence at the moment.
And I think the scariest part here is the gigantic CS differentials that are happening in top and mid. That just means that Lily gets to just go anywhere he wants, really, and be able to have as much influence as he can, because you've got solo lanes set up. And now for Diddle Boy, it's just trying to get something back here. We'll see if he can get this. The last breath connects, as well as the parallel convergence. The stun doesn't go off, but Gabbergoop's looking, and Lily is on the backside, but Dragon Rage kick. There's the stand united. Oberon is here, though, as well. Hextech ultimatum on the Diddle Boy. He gets almost all of his health bar taken out. Now Plez and Kichi get here, and it's just a party in the mid lane. It's all Colorado State University.
Absolute domination there in the mid lane, and jumping this to 8 kills to 2 and a 5,000 gold lead within 10 minutes. This is the kind of lead that we've been looking for, and the confidence as well from these teams. Not to mention, this is just absolute wild ride that CSU is taking Neumont College into at the moment. Nook's name Marble, they're playing with fire right now.
Oh, no, he's still taking a lot of damage. Kichi has to flash. There's the box used. Nook's name. He's gonna get out. Is he gonna do? Oh no, the sonic resonance. It's there. The damage. It's a follow-up. It's gonna be going back down though. Huge trade, and Diddle Boy is gonna pick that one up.
Wonderful kill. Able to get that reply, but no repercussion just yet. Yes, the 1-for-1 trade, sure, in the bottom lane, but you're probably going to lose some plates here too. Sure, you were able to get one plate on that bottom side, and the only real even lane so far is that bottom side with Nook's name and Marble on the Caitlyn Morgana. The only issue, though, is that the neutral objectives from CSU, the priority that they have not had around them, I think is a little bit worrying. Like, I understand, yes, you can just straight up outskill your opponent, but this is where I think macro may just be more valuable at this time to just really oppress your opponent at Neumont.
I'm just wondering what they're picking up with this barcode here, because 5-3
Okay.
is not too shabby early on the
So-
Lee Sin.
I'll give you some insider knowledge as well, because we are a little confused about Mr. Barcode Lee Sin. One of the alums from CSU, Frankie, one of my buddies, he let me know that it is Rudy is the name.
Rudy,
of their
I like
jungler.
it.
So
All
Rudy.
right. Rudy the barcode. Let's see Diddle Boy up here. Oh no, Rudy. Oh no, Rudy. He doesn't get the connection there. All right, we're talking about it. We cast a curse him. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, you make a highlight, but this is what I'm saying. Look for those neutral objectives now. Just get this Herald, get Shelly online, just break this mid lane open, break top lane open, and then really just oppress Neumont. You are 6,000 in golden lead almost. Do something
So
with that
12
maximum.
minutes.
Yeah, so 12
They
minutes.
can still get turret plates.
True. Then this is what that Shelly's for. Make that 6,000 and 8,000 gold lead, or make it a 10,000 gold lead, and then don't do anything with it for 35 minutes. And then,
Hey, no. I was just about to say there is a very different feeling to this CSU team than we saw last time around, especially with Drury having the lead so heavily and not really pulling the trigger on things.
Yep.
CSU are ruthless here. They're moving in. They're quickly keeping the tempo up in the map. They're taking objectives, at least the Rift Herald. They're keeping this mid lane down under wraps. I didn't even have time. I didn't think he was going to kill him, but Kopari shuts him down yet again.
And absolute domination, and you can see, I think, as a matter of fact, Rudy jumped in onto that mid lane. They're trying to kill Diddle Boy underneath the turret. But
Oh
busy
no,
watching
Mr.
Aubryn.
Fancy Bones. He
Got the
misses the
play.
taunt. No!
Oh, he's
Oh
done.
no!
He's done.
The trade back. It's a killing spree for Oberon, and now the Rift Herald will be going in mid lane. It could be the first tower going down as well.
Yeah, this looks like a first tower as well.
Oh, the
Diddle
kick.
Boy.
Oh my god! Diddle Boy gets out though, right into the scat of the week, and right into the shutdown onto Kopari.
Oh, they got greedy for the kill, but he almost hit Diddle
Yeah, he
Boy with
did.
that Sonic Wave, and that could have been a kill there. But yes, they got greedy, spams the Mastery Form, the Syndrome for Kopari, and fight here in
Plez?
bottom lane. Action don't stop.
Nice flash. Kichi is gonna use the cleanse here. He's got Rudy right on the back. Mr. Fancy Bones doesn't land the taunt yet again. It's unfortunate.
They're able to escape with their lives. But yes, team deathmatch style here for CSU. They did not prioritize that first turret in the mid lane, but I don't think that thing is going to be standing for any time longer. Plates are going to be falling in 30 seconds, and those defenses will be whittled away, where you can just almost sneeze on it, really, with this Syndra, who was able to get that Luden's Tempest fairly quickly for herself and have that additional gold, which has jumped up to 7,000. Dragon is available, and I think next step here for CSU is break open this mid lane finally and have Rudy and Plez get some priority here on this jungle and get this dragon online. And I think, as a matter of fact, is actually Rudy's just going to start the dragon outright by themselves, because there's no one going to be answering.
Nobody's there. The back completed, but they're still doing. Usually, you want to set up priority. You want to get everybody there for the dragon. It's actually going to be pulled off of by Rudy because of that. Nicely done here in the movements there for Neumont. Gabergoob still having some trouble in mid lane against Kopari, though.
And I'm just checking in on the turret plates now. 14 minutes has passed, so turret plates have whittled away. Aubryn got 4 turret plates top side. Kopari's gotten 4 in mid lane, and I believe Kichi and Plez, if we can quickly check in over there, I believe they got 2 or 3. So, like, that's a massive amount of gold onto them. And there was a couple given away from Neumont. Neumont was able to grab some in that bottom side of the map, but look at the discrepancy between these jungle, the top, mid, jungle, like, Nook's name and Marble.
No. Oh my god.
My goodness. What
Yep,
is that?
that's what happens. Oberon is on a rampage now in the Camille 4-0. He takes the one trick away from Neumont, shows it how it's done. Now the tower is worse for wear on the bot side. CSU almost take another, at least their first tower of the game. They got to be careful, because we got Marble here with the Dark Binding. Diddle Boy is actually not going to connect. Going to try to go back mid, because in mid lane, Gabergoob is getting oppressed.
And this will be first turret in just one
No, they
lane.
already got it in top
Excuse me,
lane.
yeah, they got it in top lane. The next turret here, the first turret for Kopari, will be grabbed up here. Yeah, Auburn has just been absolutely pressing the top side of the map, and has just been every single lane dominating. And let's just go back to like what we were talking about earlier, that if we are in Neumont's shoes, we would be trying to win this game through 1-3-1. And it is very difficult to do that because CSU does that better. And you're already playing such an uphill battle, and now the one lane that has been able to stabilize through all of this laning phase is just getting battered down.
All right, I'm going to give a little props to Marvel there. Sacrifice his life to get Noxaname out of there, but now Noxaname's going to die anyways. It doesn't matter. They're on Nexus Tower, the inhib tower right now in the top lane for Oberon, and this is huge for CSU. They are not setting off that pedal.
And there's only been one neutral objective taken. There's been a Herald taken.
Nope. No, don't care about dragons.
Nope, no dragons. That's late game investment. We're short game gang. We're short game gang.
Short game. They're working on the second tier tower here. They've already gotten pressure in the top lane as well that Mr. Fancy Bones has to go deal with now, but he can't. We've literally seen that 1v1 happen over and over again. Now you got Diddle in the middle of nobody, and he's dead. Kapari gets the kill on that one. The follow-up could be here, though. Plez does get Dark Binding. The wave is not going to be available for CSU, so they have to back off.
Or is it just a bait? Question mark.
It could be
just a bait. Wait for it.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, one got completed. They got Rudy out of there.
All right, they get the back. Okay, now they're finally looking for that reset. It's 15k gold lead at 17 minutes. They've been able to accrue almost 1,000 gold a minute against Neumont here, and this is the power of CSU, man. Like, I think they've gotten better since I first saw their program start to make fruitions early back, like, 2013, 2014 was the first time I dealt with CSU in some local lands. They've been making leaps and bounds, and leaps and bounds is what had just happened to Mr. Fancy Bones. He got max hook shotted away. And,
oh my God.
That's so pretty to watch.
Oh no. Diddle boy. Honestly, Oberon right now is setting up some bone collections for the local museum, as dominating is this top laner for CSU. He's pretty much like, take me on. Take anybody. Bring them all. I'll kill them.
Oh my goodness. That was just a Q and a W from Kopari onto Marble? Okay, so actual meme though, you are prepping for Shelly Dance. This is what CSU's prepping for. You are prepping for Shelly Dance.
That's the capper on the first game of the season for them.
So if your goal for CSU is to get Shelly Dance in both games, this is how you start it off, and it is immaculate already. But like, we do have to see how they close this out, right? Because that was one of the big issues that we had in the last series, of that you get this massive gold lead, and then it's very difficult to try and close it because of like different conditions. Right now,
yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be the same. Kichi?
Ooh, he
gets actually shut down. Okay, now we got to see the real damage here because Oberon has joined. Now you have Plez here as well. It's a very split fight. Rudy's on the back. Plez has to flash out. Plez goes down. Gabber Goob is putting on a show, but so is Rudy. And now they are routed. Diddle Boy on the back, but he's got to wait and Lee Sin, and the trap jaws are shut. Diddle Boy's going to go down an ace for CSU, and there's pings to the mid lane. This could just be it.
The bottom lane of CSU was playing with their food, but the rest of the team said, no, eat your veggies first before you have the dessert. And there's the Rift Herald that is going to be dropped.
They're not going to use it mid. I thought they were going to use it mid.
Shelly will be used bottom instead. The lane is actually crashing earlier, like a more full wave is using. So this is actually much more efficient for them to do that. Though with the respawn timers, I don't think they're going to get the Shelly dance.
Wait. That was so much damage just from the scout of the week with the ball.
Yep.
Kopari waiting to get the last charge. There's not going to be a dancing Rift Herald this time around. Gabbergoob almost get us obliterated. Oh my God. Nothing name is out. Rudy's coming in for the kills. You've got the whirling death on top of it all. And the death has come for Neumont College of Computer Science, as this has got to be the finishing touches on game one for CSU.
All right, the respawn timers are now 30 seconds. So within this, that's first game there, Mr. Mizzell. Welcome to CSU. How can I help you?
Honestly, they are handing out some serious death dealing right now for CSU. This is a very, very dominant game from them for game number one, and goes along the line of what we would expect from Colorado State. And we said, you know, this is kind of a David versus Goliath. How can Neumont find what they want in these series? How can they find some of that growth potential And it's maybe coming from a little bit more focus towards mid lane, because I do feel like Goop,
True.
we saw little moments of brightness. We saw that execution be able to come out. This highlight player that we wanted to talk about so much of. And if you get a little bit more support, maybe things go that way. But dude, when you get like 4 ganks in the first 10 minutes
True.
and you are just getting obliterated every single time, you have to find something to come back from that, because Rudy is relentless.
Yeah, it's just how do I put this? It's something where like I think you're on the right track of saying where's the best place we can progress and improve, and mid lane and mid lane presence is the most important part. I think
Exactly.
mid lane itself, like Gabbergoop as a player, is still the strong pillar of this team, and Neumont needs to play around that. And it's something where it's just like if your biggest gun in the shop is out there just getting beaten up and no one's supporting him, of course he's going to lose. Like he's getting attacked from all fronts, and if you're not there willing to help out and you're focusing on the bottom lane, like technically in an equal situation, in a mindset where it's like, okay, bottom lane is stable, because we will have to say the bottom lane of Neumont did do their job of stabilizing the
They
game.
did.
Both Nox Name and Marble were able to do that effectively, though they are the even lane that you can play through. In this situation, they are not the strongest part because of what Gabbergoop can do on that Yasuo. And he was able to do a lot, even with those multiple dives that were onto him. So it's sort of a change of perspective and a change of philosophy, even though it does go kind of against that grain in your own mindset.
It does. And we'll have to see the bounce back, obviously, for Neumont College on the other side of this little break, because Colorado State just came out swinging. Their knuckles are bloody, and they're ready to take us home here. We got to see what can happen. We'll be right back after a short little break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we've got the West Division bout continuing between Neumont College of Computer Science and Colorado State University. Mazel joined by Coco yet again. And after that dominating game, we will get a switch up of sides, but Colorado State have made an announcement coming into the season.
Announcement, statement, war cry, to be honest.
War cry.
Not war crime, war cry. That's what
I said that. I
Let's
said
be
that.
very specific. Sometimes people get those words mixed up. But speaking of matter of fact, Gabagoop was absolutely impressed in this first game of the series. Yes, he was someone that we highlighted as one of the hyper carries or the highlight players of Neumont College. And that goes a given. He was able to get a lot of trades going forward, but it was just the constant pressure from all fronts from CSU that really shut this game out and got them a 20k gold lead within 18 minutes and closing it out within 22.
Absolutely. It was the quickest game of the day so far. Very definite lead, as well as you just see Rudy, who is the barcode Lee Sin, just getting his gold everywhere across the map. And we see moments of brightness from a lot of these players from the side of Neumont, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's like, and to give them credit, like we do have to give that understanding of saying like this is a big skill discrepancy between the majority of these players, but it was a little bit slower than I expected. I did not think that the bottom lane of Nox Name and Marble were going to be able to perform as well as they actually did in this game. The Kayla Morgana gave them a lot of stability, gave them a lot of control in that bottom side of the map, and it really didn't blow open in that bottom lane until the rest of the map fell into fruition, where you had Aubrey on this Camille constantly oppressing the top side. Kopari and Rudy were able to finally crash in to that bottom lane and start to cause some chaos. And yeah, 20 minutes and 15-second game to end it all on. That is currently the record for this season. 20 minutes, finish it out clean as fast as possible. And honestly, if I'm Neumont, this is where you say we are outclassed 100%. You're in a skirmish and you're saying, all right, we have been granted the privilege to deal with one of the top contenders of this division. Yep. Let's see how much we can learn from them. And they can really learn a lot. There's a lot that came into that first game. Let's see what they can pump out in this second.
Yeah, and that's what I love here. It's like, it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all, oh my God, I can't believe we were put up against this team. We have to do the blah, 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 blah. No, it's finding the positives and finding the growth for your program, your organization. And Neumont College, yes, that was a shellacking, but there are so many things that you can look at Colorado State University and try to recreate, right? And now we're into the thick of things for the draft of game number 2 of this best of 3. We'll get a correction on what that first ban was, but it was Ezreal, that's the second ban, and Pantheon, that's the third for Colorado State. On the other side, the Bard is main banned by Neumont, and so is Jhin, just like in game number 1. Actually, they're going to keep all 3 of the same.
Yep. Keep everything the same. And just to help you out with that, our producer told us that was set. That was the first ban. Perfect. So perfectly, that is that one trick that is still not available for Mr. Fancy Pants in the top side of the map. Unfortunately, Mr. Fancy Bones, will not be able to run that. And into this point, heck, like, it's like you could run, honestly, whatever you want here on the first pick. Lee Sin is that great option.
There it is.
This is like, I had that grain of like professionalism. It was just like we've been watching LCS getting prepared for Worlds. It's like, oh, what are teams and players prioritizing right now? Oh yeah, jungle first pick. Yeah, Lee Sin. Oh, okay, there's the Lee Sin. All right, so this is like, it's very much different from what we had in the last series, and even with Neumont College, where it's just like you're not prioritizing the comfort picks anymore. Colorado State University is in a different playing field, I'd have to say. Like right now, just off of the first game diagnosis, they are much closer to what their varsity team actually is. And this is where that can really make or break and really change the style of how you address them, not just in draft, but also in game and in research. And from here on out, that Nautilus and Kane pickup, I'm actually liking. It's a little bit quicker of a clear early on with that jungle, and you've got an engaged support.
Oh my God, they're gonna do him dirty, aren't they? Aren't
They're gonna do Kate
Coco?
Morgana, aren't they?
They're gonna
they're
take it
upset.
from him. Don't do it to
They're
him.
upset.
Colorado State, you already did something bad in game one. Don't do it to him again. All right, I'm gonna stop talking about that. But we did get the Morgana in for CSU. The setup is there potentially. I do like the Nautilus, but that black shield, everything that comes along with the Morgana is gonna make it a very difficult lane to really do anything in. The Kayn is interesting to me because we saw it earlier in our first series of the day. It worked out pretty well. And now this time around for Neumont, they're going to be trying to pilot that one. They're going to try to get it off the ground early, get those essence stacks going because that's what's so important. And they are just going to do it to him, apparently, Coco. They're just going to take Morgana Caitlyn.
Oh, how unfortunate. And I believe, actually, the Kayn game won there for...
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It did well.
Did it?
Yeah,
it did win. It did win in that game. For Drury University, they were able to pop that one off, and like it was the red Kayn too. It was still it's still the effective build of Man Immune Heck and Gore Drinker. Like those are the picks, the builds you go, no matter if it's blue or red. So it's that question of how well they're going to be effective with it. And I think with the Twisted Fate, that actually might just be what they want. If it's something saying we're going to try and get a decent blind neutral matchup into this mid lane for Twisted Fate. He hits level 6, he destinies into either top lane or into jungle for assists. He tries to get those kills and try and outpush whatever the opponent is. However, it is a blind pick, Twisted Fate, and there's still a lot on the board for Kopari to pick up in that mid lane to either challenge with a potential Kassadin, you could challenge with honestly a Zed, because Zed's kind of busted right now, and even I'm gonna throw out I'm saying let's be real unique here, Colorado. Let's throw out some fun stuff. Lucian mid, Jhin, Talon. Let's go crazy. I know Kopari's been spamming a lot of Jhin. He's been one of us, Mazel. He's been spamming Jhin. That's all he's been doing. And Kichi as well. Kichi and Flez have been spamming together, trying to climb up the challenger. And to this point, it's like, what are you gonna do here for Neumont? Like, what can you take away? Syndra is all right. I like that. I'm curious on what this top lane is going to be as well, because it's like, are you going to deny the Camille away?
That's the big question here, because I don't know. It was a little scary last time around when it got let through for Oberon. I keep wanting to call him Oberon from the Warframe frame, but I'm going to keep calling him Oberon because that's how it actually is. And this is a pick that has made it potentially through here. We saw it banned every single game in our best of 3 in the first round, and now we'll see if it makes it through. The Jinx I do want to highlight before we get that lock in. Jinx locked in for Neumont College, setting up Noxaname for something important, right? Getting a hyper carry for the pickup of Neumont College is important because we saw them be able to set some things up in bot lane last time around.
And if I recall correctly, Jinx is one of the marksmen that can sort of tolerate a Caitlyn Morgana lane and can deal with long-range harassment. But yeah, Oberon gets that Camille once again. It is blind once again, but hey, he's a one-trick player.
Honestly, at this point, it doesn't
whatever
matter.
He wants. It's more of a question of like, are you going to fight fire with fire here for Mr. Fancy Bones? Is he going to pick a tank or is he going to pick a fighter? And to this end, I feel like fighter might just be the better play, just because it could be that additional power. I was
just about to say it. I saw all day set on his op.gg, but there was also a couple Garen games, and he's actually going to whip it out against the Camille.
I like this. I like the Garen, because it's like you have that possibility to try and challenge this Camille in that fighting aspect, and it gives an avenue of approach for your jungle Kayn to try and jump through, right? And for Diddle Boy to path really quickly, see if Oberon's being really aggressive. Oberon goes in a little bit early. You start with the Garen. The Garen can deal a lot of damage, and with that assistance from the Kayn, you can possibly get some good execution, some good punishments against this one-trick Camille. The only issue for myself right now is that the Sylas is probably the smartest pick here for CSU, because they picked a dueler that's going to not only efficiently push against this Twisted Fate, but is going to be able to steal the Destiny and track and follow this Twisted Fate wherever he goes, or do better than him, be able to outpush and then make his own planes first to where the Twisted Fate is stuck in the dust.
Yeah, the thing is for me is that highlight of the Sylas pick is really important to me, because you have a lot of things that you can pull from, at least in terms of the Destiny, in terms of the depth charge to really set up the team fights, but as well to have a lot of damage follow-up. And the thing for me, when you see a TF, right? You typically want to take a Galio. That's why Neumont College banned away the Galio, because you can respond to TF. That's ganking with the Destiny. with the Galio. But this time with the
Also, yeah.
Silas, you can just steal the Destiny and join him right there in the fight. So
Yep.
I think that this is a really big brain pick from Colorado State, and it's going to be how does Neumont College utilize that mid lane, and how do they get that out onto the map and get these Destinies to be proactive?
It's going to be very difficult to do that, especially with how oppressive Rudy is going to be on this Lee Sin. And that's something that we haven't talked about a lot during this draft, even from just the initial start. We're like, yep, it's going to be a jungle pickup originally. It's going to be no changes. But with how much damage Rudy did on this Lee Sin in game one, I don't think this Twisted Fate's going to have room to breathe. Because you have the lockdown, you have the abscond abduct from the Silas, you have the quick lock-in, and with how Kopari was able to just manage the waves and keep Gabergoob like pushed up in his lane to where Rudy had multiple areas and places to attack. Like you don't have the escape capability like the Yasuo did, or the dueling capability that the Yasuo did. So you have to play real safe and real close to your turret, which it makes it even more difficult to stay in an economic neutrality for this Twisted Fate. So yeah, it's not a draft diff, but it's just it's currently just performance bias and recency bias for me that's really winning Colorado State over for me.
Yeah, and for Neumont College, right? It's a new approach, it's a new style, it's red side for them this time around. See if that becomes any benefit to them. The biggest thing for me, and the biggest BM for me, at least from game one, is the fact that Colorado State, with the advantage they had, didn't take a single dragon. They said, we don't need those. We're just going to continue on pushing the base. I wonder if we see more of that this time around. But that's also something that Neumont College can take advantage of, right?
Well,
if they can get presence around those neutral objectives.
Well, it's more of a conversation of value of resources, right? Because like technically, Dragon in itself is just a resource that is a late game investment. You're using time to take that objective to have better stats later down the line, where Colorado State decided we're not going to take the Dragon.
We don't need that.
Yeah, we don't need the extra stats. We'll just win. So it's like, why waste the time getting stats you don't need when you could use that time getting camps and gold that would just be better for you? So it's like, it's the smarter play. And honestly, if you're able to beat a team without getting Dragon, that is a better statement than saying, okay, we needed 4 Dragons to beat this team. Because it's like, all right, now we didn't need a late game investment. We didn't need to put money in the stock market or like put EPAC. Let's go more ambitious and more what my father would enjoy is like, we didn't put any money into my retirement savings because I know I'm already making too much money. So it's
no.
That's what it is. You want to be rich enough to where you don't want to put money into your savings. You're just rich.
That's the goal. That's we're all striving to get there. It's especially for CSU, a very interesting predicament to be in, right? Like, I feel like in other situations, if the rankings were a little bit more similar, that first game smashing like that can be a detriment, right? You can get a little bit of extra confidence, and it's really interesting to see how they can come into the second game if they continue to make that performance happen, because they dominated game one. And it's up to Neumont College to bounce it back, to bring us to 3 games. I want 6 games to dream. We got to send to a little break before we get into the game. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. We're continuing on. We just had to get a little technical difficulty solved out of the way, but we're going to be diving into game number 2 between Neumont College of Computer Science and Colorado State University, Coco.
Yeah, and just to refresh everyone's minds after they had their quick little break, just heading into this second game of this best of 3 series after a dominating stop, 20-minute blowout from that of Colorado State University. We're now jumping in with some familiar traits, some salty runbacks, some switch-ups with Caitlin Morgana, and a new change-up of a Garen in the top side of the map, which could be the potential hope for Neumont College to break this to a game 3, because as you mentioned, the set 1 trick not going to be in his hands, but Mr. Fancy Bones does have a couple Garen games under his belt that could turn the tides against Auburn's Camille.
Definitely could. We'll have to see. We also want to keep an eye on Gabergoob for the side of Neumont College of Computer Science. Very mainstay player for the team itself. And this time on the Twisted Fate, which is going to be a little bit different from the Yasuo, gotta say, but still enabling the team for more of that early proactive skirmishing potential.
True. So we'll have to be keeping a close eye on that too. Because I think Gabergoob, because he is the pinnacle or the powerhouse of Neumont, he's also going up against one of the stronger players on the side of CSU, which is Kopari, who did swap from top to mid over from spring to fall season. So it is a little bit of a unique change for themselves in CSU. So it's like, all right, cool. You're going up against someone who is just figuring out the mid lane as well, though already a dominant player. You've got some question marks on how well you can actually perform in that mid lane for CSU.
Indeed, as we do see Summoner's Rift unfold in front of us. We've got the West Division matchup, Neumont College of Computer Science versus Colorado State University. Colorado State looking to take their first dub of the season as they go for a little spice play here. 5-man stack towards the top side.
Taking it
It's
slow.
not spotted out. It's not spotted.
Nope.
This is so unfortunate.
See if they can find it. Will Mr. Fancy Bones find them as well? Kopari dips his head in. He finds them. Everyone else is there.
Oh, he does have the Q to get him away. Dark Binding Lance, max rage. And that's first blood.
No!
Fail flash as well. Put insult on top of injury. And that's first blood for Kopari himself.
Oh no, Mr. Fancy Bones loses a flash and the first blood going over to Kopari. This is just going to be difficult for them to try and get this back on the track for Neumont because, like we said, it's...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
why are you doing this to him, boy?
He's got the control ward there, the blue buff, though, and he might actually get away with this. That's actually kind of nuts.
That's some Rambo strats right there. Rambo is just... Whew. Look at you go, Mr. Kane. That is some bold plays, but it looks like we're having some technical difficulties once again, but... I like just to dissect a little bit more on how that first blood really affects the game is that you lose flash. So you're going to be challenged at the level 2, level 3 mark once Camille on Auburn gets that hook shot and is able to just bully you through that trade. And those quick trades are going to be a lot more difficult for you. However, the first blood going over to Kopari on that Silas, we talked about it during the draft, that Twisted Fate is going to be not as potent and not as effective in having those good, like, 1-for-1 duels and trade-offs in the mid lane against the Silas. So you going up against a Silas that can cash in, get the Dorn's Ring, and then I believe he picked up the Dark Seal as well. So Dark Seal and Dorn's Ring to Silas, that's just going to beat you up from there with how well Rudy performs on this Lee Sin and focuses on that top or that mid lane pressure. You're in for a world of hurt.
A little bit. Just a little bit of a world.
Just a little small,
I don't know what that world looks like, but it sounds scary.
I don't want to be in that world for more than 20 minutes. if we
are you trying to forebode to something here or what?
No spoilers on my side. I don't know how everything's playing out. But the only thing we do know is that Diddle Boy is like Ramboing it right now.
Dude,
he's like
honestly,
in the jungle.
It's so big brain though, dude. Like, oh my god, he puts the control word of the blue buff. They don't spot him out. Goes to the other side. He's just chilling. He's just chilling.
He's starting on wolves. No one knows he's starting on wolves. He'll just go pad up, get the blue buff, he'll full clear, and then he'll head up to top lane and see if he can like trade anything out, which would be very cool if he's able to like get a kill back into the hands of the top side and maybe get a kill for Mr. Fancy Bones. But That's a lot of wishing. Like he was a lot of luck that he was able to play out. But hey, just huge respect for him on getting that dub and catching everything up. But tough.
It
We
is
haven't even
tough.
looked at bot lane yet.
We
There's so
haven't
much
even looked
going
at
on.
bot lane. It's been all about the early spice from Colorado State, but we're right back into it and right back on the Summoner's Rift.
All right, here we go. There we go. With this, we were talking about Diddle Boy. He gets the wolves. He just goes over to blue buff. He's gonna take that one away.
Oh
And
no!
Because
Oh
Rudy
no!
ain't doing anything too suspicious, he's gonna find that his entire top jungle's gone, and he's gonna have to adjust his game plan from there. Yeah, like I said.
Honestly,
Dark
at this
Seal
point, I don't
Doors.
think it matters, Coco, because he's coming mid again. And Gabargoob
Oh,
already
jeez.
got a really bad
Oh,
trade on him
jeez.
by Kopari. And he's got the Abscon Abduct. Flash comes out. Ooh. The Abduct's not going to connect. Sonic Wave not going to either. So this time around, Gabargoob realizes what's coming his way.
And Diddle Boy saw that gank from Rudy in mid lane, so he says, "Okay, I'm not going to
I'm
overstay my
out.
welcome. I'm out. You can have the Gromp. Don't worry about it. I took your blue buff instead." But
Oh, Gabargoob
Oh
is
my
dead. Gabargoob
goodness.
is dead. This is so
Gabargoob,
unfortunate.
Gabargoob.
Conquer's popped. He's got a flash just to make sure. Kopari, 2 kills, now 4 stacks on the Dark
Oh.
Seal.
Gabargoop is Gone, Mazel. And he's using. Why is he using teleport to go back? He's
He
just.
might- he
keeping
just
the
wants to
pressure
keep the
on.
pressure up.
I guess, like, yes, you're catching this wave, but like, Kopari has it frozen. He has it frozen. He's gonna go back and TP if he wants, but no, Rudy's coming back here to make
Oh,
sure that
no.
they can get another kill.
It happened. Game 1 is about to happen again. Oh, he doesn't even get the yellow card. He's
Oh,
dead
no.
again. There's no way. Kopari is now on a killing spree at 3 minutes and 10 seconds. You said it was a world of hurt, and it's come down painfully on the heads of Neumont College.
I don't know what to say. I'm already critical on the fact that it's like you use TP just to straight go back to the frozen wave that Kopari had set up on the Silas. Like, yes, I understand that, like, yes, I need to catch waves, I need to catch up in gold and stay
look at
even
this
somehow.
Diddle
But wave management is so important, and Kopari is punishing them on that lesson to the absolute maximum. And so is Rudy. And now Rudy's like, okay, cool. We're doing vertical jump.
You thought Diddle Boy had the big brain play. He was able to get a couple camps of revenge
Well,
at
he
least,
kinda did.
and he got the red buff, he got the Raptors, but now he's losing his whole blue side. The dredge line, it doesn't go close. Marble not able to get the engage. Dark, the black shield was there anyways. Dark Binding not going to connect. There's the right word for it, as well as Kichi just continuing to put down the pressure, continue to try to get priority in the spot lane. Now Ditto Boy might get his first foray onto the map, forced foray into competition, but Gabargoob again. I already said it, man. This is illegal gameplay. Leave the man alone.
Oh my goodness, man. It's ridiculous. And he's going to go up and...
He's staying.
Oh my god. Rudy is going to double scuttle Diddle Boy, too.
Somebody take away
He's
his
gonna
man's
double
ISP or something. I don't know. Gabargoob. He's not going to go down just yet. He doesn't
No,
get the
he
yellow
is.
card out. Yep, he's going to go down. My
done.
God. Okay, it's just making sure to get the Dark Seal stacks over to Kopari. That's all. That's all
Sure,
Rudy
yeah.
wanted. That's all Rudy wanted.
All right, Rudy, what I want from you is a Shelly dance at Nexus this time, okay? Like, this is... just, you didn't do it last time, you got a Shelly dance this time. I don't, like... My goodness. But yes, he also, like, gets double scuttle away from Diddle Boy after Diddle Boy did that rambunctious, like that aggressive beginning start to this game. And it's like, I still think Diddle Boy did the right call of doing something that's unique, trying to change it up. That's something that we want to see, that progress out of Neumont. The only issue is that Gabargoob is 0-3. Like, that's the only issue. Because outside of that,
Oh man.
there's really nothing else. And here we go. Kopari and Rudy are looking for a top dive here onto Mr. Fancy Bones. Though it may be a little difficult with how
Yeah, I think
effective
so. They're
the,
gonna go on for Diddle Boy. Diddle Boy thinks that his Krugs are still there, but they are long gone, my friend. He gets away, is gonna go through the wall. Gabargoob is here. He does have the yellow card this time around, but here it comes. Not level 6 yet is Rudy. Not gonna have the Dragon Rage kick. Neither will Kopari have the ult steal. Dark Binding. Oh my god, he just walked right into it. You're gonna die now again. That's unstoppable. That's 10 stacks of the Dark Seal for Kopari.
It's like almost 3k gold lead at 6 minutes. This is nuts. And
Leniency,
you know, there's
leniency.
not
All
gonna
right,
be- there's not
Coco,
gonna-
leniency.
All right, they're not taking Dragon. It's 6 minutes and they're not even looking to
Because they don't need to.
Come on.
They don't need to. They've got a 5-kill Silas in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're absolutely fine. But to this point, Auburn staying safe. okay, Mr. Fancy Bones, you're 25 CS to 50. That's not bad. Like, in comparison of what everything else is right now, both Noak's Name and Marble and Mr. Fancy Bones are doing all right. They're holding their own. Is it a big issue with just how oppressive Rudy is on this Lee Sin, and they should have taken it away? Definitely. This Lee Sin is really oppressive, and I don't think it should be going into his hands ever again. But, hey, they're able to get a nice catch on the Kichi and get a good punish. I don't know if that's enough. Well, that's double Destiny.
That is Gabergoob joining first, though. He steps right onto a trap, going to get a couple headshots to the face. And now he's got to deal with Auberon, who goes straight in onto Marble. Marble's just dead here. Now Auberon once more gets the slow Hextech Ultimatum Flash on the other side of it from Nox and Aim. Auberon getting very, very low. Diddle Boy still here, but they can't pull the trigger on the kills. And now look who's coming down. It's the mean man himself, Rudy, who wants to make sure this bot lane continues to go in favor of CSU. They're sticking around. Kopari wants more kills. He wants to get those 25 stacks in his BM book. And here comes the damage on Diddle Boy. Look who's behind. The Dragon Rage kick, and it's all done for. 9 kills. That's 7 minutes and 40 seconds in the game. CSU are continuing their statement from game 1.
With this, they'll be able to get a couple turret plates. Rudy is going to be able to clear his jungle outright. And then from there, they can hit the reset, hit for Shelly, and then really break this game open once more. 15,000 gold to 10, 5k gold lead at 8 minutes. You can close the book on this one. No more notes need to be done in this class. Session has ended, but all it is they have to wait for the bell. The bell excuses them in this class on Summoner's Rift.
Oh man, 22 stacks and the completed Magi's first item for Kopari, because why not? Because you can, because you just have all the resources you could ever need here.
Yep.
And Gabergoob is just trying to find a rock to hold on to in the middle of the storm, but he has nothing. He's out in the middle of the desert, and there's a gigantic typhoon somehow there. Kopari is going to get his 8th kill of the game.
He has 200 AP.
He got
too.
25 stacks now.
Yeah,
So,
he's 25
you know,
stacks, he's 200 AP, and he has 10% bonus movement speed because he's
at 8 minutes
stacks.
and 50 seconds. No big deal.
Yeah. No big deal. This is the solo queue I've been looking for. This is where's Kopari and Rudy in my solo queue? Oh wait, that's right, they're in Challenger. My bad. I'll get there.
I was gonna say it's a little bit of a difference there, but no big deal, right?
We've been very busy this year. It's interesting because it's like the past 2 years, has been like, man, we're at home a lot, but then it's like we're still really busy.
Yeah, the beauty of remote broad-cast for esports.
Remote broadcasting. You think you can do solo queue? No, call time's
Nah.
30 minutes. Oh jeez.
All right, again, somebody call the riot police on Rudy and Kopari, because Gabergoob is just unfortunate on the wrong end of the stick here, and somebody's got to call somebody because he's just not having a good time. 0-7 in the mid lane. Gabergoob really the brunt of the big focus, I guess, from CSU. Now we see, oh my god, he's just stuck on traps. Headshot after headshot, headshot after headshot, and it's a killing spree for Kichi. Knocks a name, is all by his lonesome, and Kopari's here, ace in the holes there. It's a double kill. This is devastating. I mean, absolutely devastating.
Yeah, this is more of like, now it's a challenge of how quickly can we get Shelly to dance to the Nexus, and how quickly can we actually end this game? Like, can we end it pre-15? Like, that's what I want from CSU. I want them to just like, because it's not in a matter of bad manners or anything like that. Like, if this is just straight up like, how quickly can you shut this game out and maximize your consequences in every single aspect, right? Because that's what shows a good team, of how quickly you can punish everything and
He got
get
level
the most
6.
out of it.
Oh no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He got level 6. It did not matter.
Just like I feel like you stand with me on this statement, right, Rizal? That it's just like, it's not about it if it's a complete.
They're about to get another
discrepancy.
kill, by the way. Nox
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, but it's more of the fact that it's like, just straight up get the maximum output of consequence, show that you are the better team because you close the game out very quick. And it's something where it's like, you don't show room for error. You show you're not stalling. You show that you respect your opponent because you end it quickly. Because it's like, we know the discrepancy.
I completely agree. We've already established the discrepancy between these teams. It's just trying to get as much as you can from this experience, right? And there's not gonna be a lot for Neumont, but there will be something. And here, maybe getting Rudy to shut down Gabergoob. Oh, they don't get it. They finally do, and it's Gabergoob who gets his first kill of the game. Destiny. Oh my God, he just put himself in death trap. Okay.
Oh.
Well, Kichi just gets the kill on that one.
Yeah, because that kill, they are able to get that first kill, that shutdown, and makes Rudy 1-1-1-1. So totally fine on that. Oh,
Yep.
Kapari.
No, Fancy Bones is dead.
gonna make
Kapari
himself
just wants one more tap. There you go.
12-0-5.
He ain't
Well,
losing those pages anytime soon. I'm just saying that.
No, it's a 10k goal lead at 12 minutes, so it's totally fine. But this is the nice rotation. This is the rotation we want. You get that first brick down in bot lane, and then you rotate your duo into the mid lane.
He
to
stepped
have
right
that
on the
maximum
trap.
Pressure. He's
Oh
done.
my
Goodbye.
God.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. And from here, you continue to just stack up on those turret plates and keep getting more for Kichi and for Plez. They are 700 gold bounty, but heck, I'd have to say it's a 5k difference between Gabergoob and Kopari. Oh, whoa. Like a 5k difference. But oh, okay, it's 3k difference. Okay, not as bad as I thought it was, but bot lane is also a 3k difference. So to this end, ooh, will Gabergoob try it? No, they see him on the ward. They put a little cupcake saying, "Come on over, we got snacks."
Oh, he flashes. He doesn't land the Everfrost because of the black shield. Gabergoob, what a hit! No, Alberon gets the kill on a Gabergoob.
Yo, huge respect that Neumont is still looking for picks, still looking for plays.
I
They're
love
like,
it.
"Let's get
Dude.
as
That's
many
the
kills as we can."
mentality.
Yes, it shows that they are not broken, and that's what we're loving here from Neumont. That they are still trying to fight.
Diddle has just
tooth
been
and nail.
chased, by the way, this whole time. Finally goes down to Alberon, who just shows up in the midst of it all.
All right, we do have Rift Herald on Rudy as well. He's able to get that. Let's see what they're able to do with it. This is going to be that second tier turret. Did you play any solo queue today?
I didn't. You know, I'm a little tired from my weekend
Okay.
at Hugh Fest. I've been just kind of recuperating a little bit.
There's like, the next patch is coming up. Vex is coming over, but hold on, we gotta fight.
It's not much of a fight. It's very one-sided. Plez still gets out with his life, and we do have the Herald still going. Inhib gonna go down. And honestly, you might get your wish, Coco. They're looking at
Shell
some
dance?
15-minute win right now.
We're looking for
It's
the
not.
shell
It's gonna
dance.
die. It's gonna die to the tower charge. It's
No,
got
no,
to.
it never
it's
drops
not
below.
going to.
It never
It
drops
can't
below.
actually. Yeah, it can't.
never
Oh
drops.
no! One more.
okay, they slayed
Oh, it's dead. Good job, Neumont. They're able to stop the Dancing Rift Herald, but it's not gonna stop the onslaught of
Oh,
CSU.
my goodness.
You get exactly what you came for. A sub 15-minute game from
That's-
Colorado State University, and what a damn statement on the season.
Bro, they didn't open the door to the season. They didn't bust it open.
Spartan kicked that thing in, man.
No. We gotta go further. They Rainbow Six Siege this. They just put C4 on the door and blew it open. It's just boom. It's just, oh my goodness, what a performance there from CSU.
That was
And, like, huge shout outs to the boys, Kapari and Kichi specifically. I've played a couple games with them. They're great guys. Absolute blast. Hopefully I can get some ARMs in with the rest of the squad as well, just to have some old memories when I used to play back in Colorado. But nonetheless, this is the statement we wanted out of CSU. This is their powerhouse team. This is their junior varsity team too.
Yep.
So it's a situation where you have to make that statement, and it goes back to what we were having a discussion earlier on during that game, where it's saying, we know how to close games. We know how to punish to the maximum output. We're not going to show you any mistakes or any errors that you can exploit us later down the line. And it makes it more difficult for these teams that are on their level to find those weaknesses. Yes, it's already like a massive discrepancy, but it's also respect to their opponent. And I think that's a huge shout out to Neumont College as well, of saying like, they looked for those picks. They looked for every single kill they could get. They understood the differences and the challenge that they were up against, and they went down swinging. And that's just mad respect for the players for doing that.
And you know, things could have gone so differently. A little bit of difference in the mid lane, a little bit of support in the mid lane. Gabergoob can have that potential to pop off. Diddle Boy was actually looking good in game one.
Yeah.
Game two really couldn't get anything off the ground. And it's just such a statement from CSU, but from Neumont as well. to see the differences in the teams and the way that we kind of see things work out for these teams. And I'm very excited to see the growth path for both of these squads going forward through this season. But I heard we're ready for our interview. We've got Kichi, the man from the bot lane himself, coming to join us. Kichi, that was a quick win. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah, that definitely was a quick win on the second game.
Definitely was. I gotta ask, first thing that came to mind, the fact that you stole away the Morgana Caitlyn for game 1 from Neumont College, picked it out in game 2, and dominated on the bot lane. How did that feel? What was the decision making going into draft number 2?
It felt good. We talked about what we wanted to play bot side. We think that Caitlyn Morgana is a really good pick at nullifying lanes, and one thing that we identified was that even a hyper-aggressive lane like Draven Thresh is too easily nullified by Caitlyn Morgana, and so we wanted to pick something that not only took away some of their comfort, but also could apply pressure ourselves. And I mean, as you saw with the Caitlyn, I think we took 10 tower plates in about 11 minutes without
just
Herald.
made a comment about that.
Yeah, and there's intentional decisions with that. It can be hard in games like that because we get a lot of comments saying, wow, you took their picks and you try to beat them fast, like that's so BM. We feel like it's a lose-lose situation because we want to treat our opponents with as much respect as possible, and winning and as fast as possible is what we believe to be most respectful. And they performed well on Caitlyn Morgana, so we stole it from them and we tried to beat them with it, and that's how we view the game.
Yeah. So I think there's nothing else to say outside of that. Is that you're just trying to respect your opponent as much as possible, and I think just going in just the first week and at least the kickoff broadcast for this collegiate season is really, what's your litmus test so far? How do you feel the current CSU's JV's team strength is at the moment? Because like you've got familiar names like Kopari and yourself. So how does everyone feel right now, and how does the new young bloods of the team flesh in to the rest of the squad?
Yeah, well, this is a really, really exciting roster. We have some insanely talented players, and our new players are Plez and Oberon. Plez actually has played for the B team a few years ago and is doing a really awesome thing. He's coming back to college and is able to play for us, so we're really happy to have him. And Oberon actually formerly played on Boulder. A fun little stat about our team is actually 4 of our players formerly went to CU, 3 of them to Boulder, and then myself to Denver. So that's really funny. But we're really excited about this roster. We think there's a lot of potential, and we're in a lot of tournaments. We're in NACE Starleague. We're in CLOL in the fall. We actually play our first Upsurge Premier League or Unified Premier League game this Thursday. We think there's so much potential, and we're really excited to see what we can do. Obviously, these first few games are a Swiss bracket, so each week should get harder. And I'm really hoping that we can get that top spot and move on to the national playoffs. That's always our goal, is do as much success as possible, because the better that we look, hopefully the more incentivized our school is to support us, because right now we don't have any school support. And so this is hopefully creating the level playing field for future CSU students to be on a varsity team, because we don't get to do that right now.
That's a pretty nice bar to set, at least in your first game of the season. I have to say, just hearing a little bit of the background, it's so amazing to hear that all kind of coming together, and for you guys having such a good mentality moving forward, right? And I like what you were saying in the fact that meant that mindset of, we respect you guys, we're going to take what you had, what makes you comfortable, and beat you as quick as we can, because that is respect. I highly appreciate that mindset in these kinds of situations, because yes, it was a quick series, right? But I do feel like Neumont will have a lot of things that can pick apart from that, especially the way that you guys approach the game itself. So all in all, the growth is what's most important through these programs. And for you talked a lot about that, but I want to give you one last moment to call out, talk about, or shout out anybody that you want to.
I mean, it's an obvious shout out, but I really do just want to shout out the players on our team, the 5 of us, and then also our jungler next semester, Carson, who's playing with some tournaments in us this semester. The 5 of you collectively are the reason that this is fun for me. And this is why I want to be in college. This is what I want to do as a career. And if I didn't have 5 awesome teammates, 4 at any given time by my side, there would be no value in this. And so I am eternally grateful for my teammates that take the game seriously and are excited to show up every day. And lastly, our coach, JD, even though you live on the East Coast, 1,000 miles away from us, you show up every day and you give it your all. And I couldn't ask for anything more than that. So I'm just extremely, extremely grateful to have a group of people that share the same passion as I do and are willing to put in that effort.
Ichi,
Awesome.
you're amazing. Thank you so much for that. And I'm sure your teammates and coach will appreciate that as well. I look forward to your guys' growth throughout the rest of the season. Keep strong, man.
Sweet. Thank you.
All right, Coco. That was it. That was our 2 series to kick off our first broadcast week in the NACE Star League. I mean, that was
Yeah.
absolutely crazy. The ups and downs we saw, the variance between these teams, the first series going all the way with back to back to back crazy games, and games where these teams had leads like we saw in this last
Yeah.
series, but there's just that little bit of difference that makes the most.
Yeah, and I think that's something that just being the first kickoff broadcast for League of Legends here for the NACE Star League is something that we have so many stories now set up for these teams and for these schools. We have schools that have been here for four years with their programs that have been building up these reputations and are starting to make some successes now within these tournaments and within these brackets. And then you have teams just like CSU right there,
Yep.
where they're not supported by their school, but they have some dominant players that have this undying passion for the game, that are just looking to make themselves the titans of collegiate. And that is just so exciting, and that's what makes this season so much fun here for this fall 2021 season.
You programs better be watching out. You got some serious players here in the NACE Star League. But that was it for our first broadcast. This was absolutely amazing. It's just the kickoff. We got more action throughout NACE throughout the rest of the week, and we'll be back next Tuesday with more League of Legends. But for now, from everybody on the broadcast crew, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.